survival stage, but we're getting ahead of ourselves here, Sandstorm. I believe it is time to introduce our teams to the main stage to kick off day 2, starting with Group Red and 4 Miracle Vibes. Besiktas Black. Alliance. Brute Force. Reject. Tianba. D plus Kia. D Xavier.
Here comes Group Green, starting off with Vampire Esports. Alona IHC Esports. Team Falcons. TJB Esports. Talon Esports. Team Liquid. Mad Bulls. And finally, Harami Bro. There we have it, the 16 teams competing in today's games. And you better keep an eye on for the teams from Group Green. How closely were they watching their opponents yesterday? Any chinks in the armor they may have found? Any cracks that were exposed? And will they be able to exploit them today?
If there wasn't enough pressure already, remember there is $1 million on the line for this stage alone. So with that being said, I believe it is time to kick off day 2 of the
Let's get after it. You heard Banks say it himself. 2 more days and $1 million is getting chunked away from this prize pool. I'm Hot Jukes here with the legendary John Allen, bro. $1 million. That's a lot of money.
Like that you called me legendary there as well. That's very flattering. Thank you very much. You're not so bad yourself. Group Red's last day, though, that is a big factor that's going to be weighing on these teams' minds going into the day. Obviously, the debut of the Death Group, Group Green, coming through as well. So everything gonna be a little bit on shaky ground, I think, at the start.
Yeah, you know what? And all these teams are gonna have tons of experience when it comes to this type of, situation, tournament format, if I would say so myself. So we have to keep an eye on, obviously, is Group Red, right? Group Red need to not believe the scoreboard at all, right? They just need to put up so many points that nobody can pass them.
Welcome back.
That's going to be the main thing for them today. It's going to be really interesting to see how they take on that dynamic. I was taking a look at some of the numbers, and I've got a small estimate for you, Jukes, as to where I think that bubble's going to be. Obviously, we're going to be looking at 12th place, going directly through to those finals, right? Which means that it's halfway down the table. Now, in order to draw a parallel to that, you look at halfway down the first 16 teams, which is the 8th place team, is the representative who would essentially be pushed down because you're adding 8 more teams.
Oh, that's right.
You're folding them through. It's about 6 points a match right now.
Okay.
In that position, which would put the bubble at 72 points. So to be safe, you're looking at wanting to push up over 75, over 80. That's where we're going to start to see teams getting quite safe. Now, D plus Kia from Group Red They are going to have their last day today. They're on 57, right? So they're not too far off that bubble already.
Yeah, so that's to be able to make it into those finals coming up. Remember, for everybody that's just tuning in, it is top 12 from this stage that are going to be moving straight directly to the finals. The bottom 12 going to that survival stage, and that is the place you don't want to be, because we're going to have some more teams coming in, and they are watching this. They are studying these squads with a magnifying glass, so you don't want to be in that spot. But yeah, D+ Kia, not too far off. They had a great day one, obviously. 57 total points. They are our leaderboard leaders right now, but that, again, we did not see Group Green play at all, so they cannot get comfortable. Yeah, making it to the main stage is great. We can't forget there's $1 million on the line here. That's a lot of money. You want to be able to get as high up on the leaderboards as you possibly can.
Yeah, each spot's worth over $1,000, right? Woo. So you definitely want to be pushing as fast and as hard as you can go. You don't want to lose those keys, right? That's what's all important here. I don't think we're going to be crushing any for quite a little bit. I think it's the survival stage where we'll cut
makes sense.
Our teams, right? So it's going to be the end of the week, and we're going to have, what is it, like 12 keys to crush in a row? That's going to be fun to watch.
It's going to be fun to watch if you're fans of the teams that are doing the crushing. You know, that's for sure. So, you know, these teams got to go and put everything on the line, especially Group Red, because this is their last day. So if they fumble today, and I'm looking at teams like IWNRX, Power, Boom, Inco, so many names, you know, had a really kind of rough day one. They got to make sure they put in some work here today. So Group Red, obviously, you know, IWNRX, they're in Group Yellow. We'll see them tomorrow. But, you know, at the end of the day, D+ Kia, that's the team I have my eye on. I don't think anybody expected for them to be up on top here at the end of day one.
No, Keloris definitely expected them to be.
Oh, that's true.
For sure, 100%. That's what he believed. Obviously a bit of a lie. We're only teasing him. No, he didn't think, as you rightly said, as with everybody else, that we'd be seeing that. We saw some very steady hands just there from Besiktas. I mean, it looks like they're taking it all in their stride. Right now, they're in 8th place. So as it stands, if you expand the table with 8 more teams being put in there, they would be right on that bubble. And obviously, it's not phasing them. They're taking it in their stride.
Yeah, they are. You know, as a matter of fact, another team I got to talk to. I got to talk to Brute Force a little bit earlier today. You know, they were a little frustrated with their performance. You know, they said a couple things surprised them. They made some adjustments, and they know that today's their last day, so they got to put in some serious work. I think the biggest disappointment yesterday was that first match in Sandhawk. You know, they landed on that northwestern island. They got that circle, and they were right next to D+ Kia. They could have challenged them early on and taken that high ground, but instead they played it safe and weren't able to put up as many points I think they wanted to. Yeah,
I mean, that first Sandhawk, they got 4th place with 4 limbs. And they also, in the 4th match of the day, the final Erangel, they came 2nd with 3 limbs, right? And getting those podium finishes, but not converting with a decent chunk of limbs. I'm looking at sort of 6 or more as being a decent chunk, right? It's just a little bit galling, because you know you've gotten deep into this game. This is your chance. The only strong performance they had was that 3rd place on the first Miramar with 10 eliminations, which they were able to obviously rack up a load of points for that. But it's just too few and far between right now. We know that Brute Force can do it. They are the champions of EMEA, right? They are coming in as a tournament winner. So to be down towards the lower end of the table, not really as illustrious as maybe they hoped moving into this.
Yeah, I mean, 3 games with 0 points, you can't afford that in a tournament like this, especially 3 days, that's all you got. And actually 2, right? You got 2 days of playing total, and this is their last day, so they can't afford any mistakes. Yeah, you know, in a tournament like this, to get top 12, maybe you could afford 1 or 2 bad games. That's about it. You got to pop off all the rest. So for a team like Brute Force, they've definitely, you know, stamped all of their bad games in day one. They have to go off today. Now, another team that is in Group Red, right above them, only separating by 4 points, is Besiktas Black. What do you think about them?
Well, I was talking before, right? They were holding the hand out, very steady, cool, calm, collected. I like that shot. It's pretty cool. But it's kind of, to be honest, this is a team that I think overall people were potentially a little bit surprised to see make it all the way through. They did manage to get up into 3rd place in the EMEA region, and they obviously have got a lot of very talented players. But at the moment, I feel like it's not the sort of team that you look at from the region, certainly from EMEA, when you're thinking about the best team, right? It is definitely a team with a lot to prove. So if they can get into those finals directly, avoid the the survival stage later on, that's what I'm going to be looking for.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things we have to keep an eye on. You know, one other team that I'm definitely got my eyes on today is Team Reject, right? Team Reject, They are our PMGO Brazil champions. They won $100,000 in that one. Reggie being the MVP of that tournament. A lot of expectations on them, and they were able to steal that away from Alpha 7 in their own homeland. As we can see, all the players, you know, walking in here to the beautiful Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. This is such an awesome place to be. This venue is insane. And that's, I got to say, the most beautiful PUBG Mobile trophy I have seen so far in my PUBG Mobile career.
I reckon we could get one. I reckon we could get our hands on one. Maybe not that one. I think someone else is supposed to get that one. But we could probably figure it out. I think, you know. It looks so good.
Give me the reference model, you know what I'm saying?
I'll pull in the effort, you know?
Oh, my goodness. And oh, yeah, we can take a look at some of the highlights from yesterday, and those shots were absolutely insane. D plus Kia in that first Sandhawk, they set the tone.
Absolutely. 10 eliminations from that high ground. It was fairly by the book PUBG Mobile stuff, but that's exactly what you need. When you're given that sort of position by the circle, when you're on that Northwest Mountain high ground in Sandhawk, you just got to go for it. So it is great stuff. Obviously, a military island finish for Alpha 7 as well with 9 eliminations. They started out quite strong. The interesting fact about this, facet, I would say, of the overall standings right now is that it is very, very, very close at the moment, right? You've got 57 points in first place. You go down to 7th, it's 42 points, right? That's a 15-point difference. That's one big game, right? That's quite easy of a gap to go up on over. And when you're only playing 6 more matches for these teams that are in those places, it's even more important because you know that your opponents are also quite unlikely to get a big game. But if you can get that and they don't, these tables can change in a moment.
They can change in an instant, absolutely right. And you know, that's to be able to make it into the finals, which everyone's hunting down, obviously. You want top 12 is the minimum that you wanted to do. But, you know, I'm always looking at top 3. And we have 3 squads in Group Red, right, that are in top 3. You got D plus Kia, Tianba, and DE Xavier. So all 3 of these teams, you know, they want to kind of continue that streak that they had yesterday. And like I mentioned a little bit earlier, put on so many points that nobody could pass them. Let me ask you this. So you did make that bubble, Matt, and I know you kind of did that overnight. Off the top of your head right now, how many points would you like to see from D plus Kia to think that they're going to win this whole thing?
To win the whole thing?
To win the whole thing.
Ooh. Okay, so I'm going to tell you now, I didn't do this overnight. I just did it about 5 minutes before the show.
Oh, okay.
I literally divided 36 by 6. Because 6 matches, and then multiplied it by 12.
Oh.
Very, very basic analysis, and so there is a lot of room for error there. However, looking towards the top of the tables, it's actually a lot more volatile as to where teams tend to end up, right? It can either be a situation, it depends really if you have a clear front runner or 2 or 3 teams vying for that top spot. If you've got a clear front runner, it's likely you're going to see like a 50-point gap. Over these games, over this amount of games, maybe a little bit less. You might see like a 25 to 30-point gap towards the top. Or you can have the situation where we're in now, right? Because we've got 57 points, 52 points, 49 points towards the top. That would expand a little bit, but it could be that it's just blow for blow, right? It could be anyone's game right up until the end. And that has a big impact as to where the end of that curve sort of ends up, right? In first place, in the finals, as far as that goes, I'm not entirely sure what sort of point scoring we're going to need to see.
Or at least for the group stage.
Yeah, for the group stage, I mean, we've got a total of 18 matches played, but only 12 matches per, which means that you could basically, the best estimate you can give is just kind of double the top score. We're looking at 114. But in order to double your score, you're going to need to get into the games. That's exactly what we're going to do with dual gaming chipsets and a 144Hz AMOLED screen. The GT20 Pro will equip teams with up to 120 FPS, which is also, of course, the first batch of supported devices, offering esports level performance and visually stunning experiences in the 2024 PMWC. I'm ready to be visually stunned by the first map of the day. It's Sandhawk.
It's Sandhawk, and we are ready to get it going. I know you guys are so pumped up for day number 2, but you know what? We're gonna take a little bit of time here. That's right, psych! We're gonna get these players just a little bit more warmed up for today. So, you know, you were talking about D plus Kia. If they doubled their points, I do agree. I think that they will be able to win this.
14 would be that measure, right? That's on one day's games. They got 57, 2 times 57, as everybody knows.
Of course.
14. That might not be as prevalent. What would that be over 12 matches? So a 10-point average basically is where I tend to look.
That's insane per game, by the way.
Per game, which is pretty nuts to be able to achieve that. The bubble currently sits around a 6-point average, for example, in the middle of the pack. To be able to put 4 points over that every time is kind of nutty. And D plus Kia currently not at that metric. If you see a team that is over 10 points per map, that is when you need to be scared of them.
For sure. Yeah, and you know what? There are plenty of teams in Group Green that can do that. I mean, we've seen it before, for sure. You know, Vampire, Esports is stepping in the fray. I talked to Sertani. He looked excited. Actually, he looked like he always does. Just so chill and relaxed.
He's
like,
such a chill guy.
He's so chill. He's just like walking around in his sandals, just being like, oh yeah, we just came to get some more money this year. Just like we did last time. I mean, I don't think anybody expected Vampire to have the performance mid-season that we saw last year. And man, these guys look calm, collected. I saw Tony K playing foosball in the players' lounge. Like, he's just like, ah, man, I'm ready for this.
Yeah, absolutely. I spoke to Sertani earlier this morning. Coming into this tournament, he's aware that Vampire have this reputation of only kind of performing as strongly as they do in these mid-season events, right? So coming into PMWC, he actually said something which I think is actually quite respectable, right?
Okay.
He's aiming for top 8.
All right.
Right now.
Okay.
That is what he was going for. They had an adjustment in their IGL structure at the start of the year, moving into PMGO. So they have actually sort of changed up a little bit of the dynamic with Stones taking on that role of the IGL, and he's been adapting to that. And I think the thing that Sertani is focused on, and by the way, I think this is a great attitude for a coach to have, is creating a synergistic environment where they are the best players that they can be, right? Giving them that platform, worry about results a little bit later, right? Just create strong cohesion, strong players, and the ability for those teams to communicate effectively. Because if you don't have that, you don't have anything.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's all about just, you know, having players focus on their best opportunities, their strengths, right? And for a lot of times, we see players that are just insane gunners. A lot of times they just stick them up as an IGL, but trying to focus on, hey, where should we go, map everything, it makes things a little bit more difficult for them. So a lot of the times it's better to just, hey, give that role to somebody else, let them do what they're best at, and that is shooting anything that moves, you know? Tony K is definitely one of those players, for sure. So that's always interesting. One of my favorite things to do every time I talk to the teams, you know, I'm just like, all right, guys, how do you feel? I get the typical answer, you know what I'm saying? They're just like, you know, feel good, we're excited, ready to do this stuff. And then I always ask them, okay, right, if you guys don't do good, whose fault is it? You know what I'm saying? Like whose fault is it? And they always look at somebody, or someone gets quiet, and I'm just like, you don't listen to your IGL, do you? And then everyone just starts laughing because they're just like, oh, I'm like, okay, when your IGL says to push, do you not push? And they go, no. He's like, we tell him to stay, and he pushes. You know, so it's crazy how those things still happen, even though there's so much on the line. PUBG Mobile is just crazy when you get into that end zone, and there's just so many teams around you.
Absolutely, where every single team is going to be paying attention to one team in particular. The team at the top, it's D plus Kia.
Absolutely, D plus Kia. What a performance yesterday.
일단은 경쟁할 수 있게 된 것에 대해서 굉장히 기분 좋고 되게 잘하는 선수들과 경쟁할 수 있다는 것에 좀 많은 자부심을 가지고 있습니다. 일단은 인게임 리더는 이제 K 선수가 맡고 있고 이제 롤부 칩스 선수 같은 경우에는 어태커 겸 백업을 맡고 있고요. 이제 포리코 같은 경우에는 이제 멀티플레이어이고 저는 이제 스카우터랑 서포터를 맡고 있습니다. 이전 연도랑은 확실하게 다른 느낌을 가지고 있고요. 다른 점이라고 하면은 작년에는 조금 더 안정적이고 탄탄한 점이 보였다라고 하면 이번에는 굉장히 공격적인 게 많이 다른 점이라고 생각하고 있습니다. 또 이제 리아드에 와서 경기를 보여드리게 됐는데 다소 아쉬운 모습들이 최근에 많이 보여졌어서 걱정도 많이 하실 것 같아요. 그래도 이번에 월드컵에서 꼭 좋은 성적, 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있게 준비했으니까 많은 응원과 사랑 부탁드립니다.
Hell yeah, that's what we're looking at. D+ Kia, current leaders, of course, on the tables, 57 points. They're the bar to beat right now. Hopefully, they can keep things rolling for today.
Yes, sir, indeed. And you can just see it. We saw in the interview right there. You know, he said, I think a lot of our fans are worried about us right now because we've kind of been struggling in some seasons prior to this. But I don't think they're worried anymore. I mean, with a performance like that in day number 1, what more could you ask for? Starting off with that chicken dinner, 10 eliminations. That's 20 of their 57 points here. So it's going to be interesting to see if they get that Northwestern Circle in Sandhawk once again. That's going to pay off big time for them. Now, if they don't get that zone, John, right, do you think that they have a possibility of having a similar performance they did yesterday, or?
I think that's almost impossible to say.
Right.
I think that you can't really read too much into it from yesterday. What we did see is that they were able to back up their result in that first map with 2 other high-profile games. Right, you have an 11 elimination game in the second Erangel, followed up by a third Erangel with 12 eliminations and a 4th place, which to me indicates that they definitely do have more strings to their bow than just get circle win game. However, you always have to put that question mark on there, right? When it is going to shift towards you on that high ground, on Sandhawk, are you going to be able to transition? Historically, I think that the best example of teams not being able to transition as effectively, I think towards the end of their tenure as a big roster, was the Gladiators coming through. And they started to just really struggle well, to be honest, they started to struggle when they got the circle or not on that northwestern island, but their transitions were always being cut down, and they really kind of struggled to leave that sort of position. So maybe we'll see the same thing with D+ Kia, maybe we won't. I think it's too early to say, given that we've only seen one Sandhawk played.
Yeah, since we've seen that with Sandhawk played, it really is a little bit of a gamble when you land on that northwestern island. If you get that zone, your chances of popping off are crazy, but you have to still perform, and they did, right? Double elimination, chicken dinner is everything they hope for, but if it doesn't go your way, it is quite difficult. And the thing is, you know, we saw D+ Kia, they got that zone, they performed as expected, as they should. You know, next game though, 16th place, 0 eliminations, you know? If that happens today, where they actually struggle in Sandhawk, I want to see that flip in reverse, right? Aaron Gale, just go crazy and put everything out on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. You need to be taking things well, but they did then follow that up with some big Erangel games, right? So they were able to do that. And not to mention rounding out the day with a pretty decent scoreline. I mean, in general, obviously, they have performed very well yesterday. I think that is inarguable. They are at the top of the tables right now. Tiampa as well, really came out swinging in a couple of their games. Unfortunately, it was only one where they were able to punch all the way through. Well, I say all the way through and get 16 elims. It was a 3rd place on that first Erangel, that military island finish. I feel like the show on that match was kind of stolen by them, right? Because you had Alpha 7-1 from C Block. There was a pretty crazy finish there, which I'm sure is going to be plenty of highlight reels, but it really was Tiamba who made their mark on that Erangel. They're going to be looking to make their mark here again on Sandhawk as well, as this time we may actually be going into the map.
And we're ready to get it going here. You can see that plane going right down the center here of Sandhawk. Of course, all these players are going to be able to fly anywhere that they want to. And I am looking, and we can already see some squads jumping out really early here. I'm looking at Mad Bulls. They were one of the first teams out of the plane. You got Besiktas Black going to that southern east side of the map. Oh, baby. It's day number 2, the last day for Group Red. Let's see what they can do.
Mad Bulls, the new entry to today, and Besiktas Black, that old hat from yesterday. Only 6 matches. I don't know why I'm calling them old hat, but they are going to be coming on in. Vampire out over towards Ruins and Tambang. Looks like they're not going to be super contested there. Obviously, a lot of rotational paths available to them from that area. They can swing down south past Painan, move up north to that island. I quite like that sort of area. We'll see if they're able to do anything with it. Painan, potentially a little bit of trouble there as Reject are split a little bit further north with 4MV taking up Painan mainly, but Duello might have a look in quite early to be able to take shots down to 4MV.
Yeah, and I don't think he wants to because all the rest of his players and teammates are quite a distance away from him. And that's kind of that Painan split, you know, because Painan, you could definitely split loot a little bit. Yeah, but you definitely want some players to kind of get some of those surrounding areas. Now, we do not have a similar zone to yesterday. So we have a mainland circle. So teams like D+ Kia, who performed great, are going to have to get moving pretty quick here.
For sure. I'm looking up on the north side as well there. Tiamba and Brute Force pretty close to each other around Cow and Tapmark. There is basically an encirclement going on right now. Tiamba going to have to fight to leave unless Brute Force move early.
Oh boy, so let's see what happens. You got Vampire Esports, of course, over there near Ruins. Bashik does black, running, just trying to get their loot set up. You know they want them in force. You know they want that DBS because they're going to need them here towards the end game. Now, Team Liquid, dead center of the map right now. They are in a great spot here. And not to mention D-Xavier. D-Xavier over near in Paradise Resort. They're going to have all the loot that they want. But at the end of the day, they're coming in fresh, right? So, we're already starting to see some shots ring out from Brute Force.
Yeah, this is still on that north side, right? It looks like Tiamba have fully grouped up over towards Cow after dropping a little bit more disparately. Brute Force not going to fully engage onto this fight, and you can see exactly why now, because they are vulnerable. They are too spread to go for this full engagement, and Neos is in danger at this stage, being rolled straight on out. And Tiamba with an excellent response from Cow on that northern side. As soon as you take shots without the backup, you are going to feel the pain, and Tiamba will make it happen.
Neos knew he screwed up. He knew it.
As soon as
he did that shot, he hit that 180 and started sending it at full speed. And unfortunately,
let me tell you something.
Yeah, he's like, wait. I was just kidding. It was all a prank. It was all a prank. Prepod tried to help him out, but it was just too late. And that's what I was talking about, is when you have those split loots, you almost don't want to start those engagements, because if you're going against, you know, 3 or 4 players that are pretty grouped up, you're in big trouble. And we saw what happened right there.
TJB getting a little bit close to the fire there. Roasty toes, but nothing more than that just yet. Yappy out the door, will not be able to find the shots. Being diverted around. TJB moving fairly early, actually, it has to be said, into this circle. Trying to move past Team Liquid, who have regrouped to the northeast side of that quarry.
Well, they definitely know where all these teams are, so they got a lot of intel on that one. And very fortunate for them, they don't lose a player. And a lot of times we see rotations like that. Teams will sacrifice maybe 1 or 2 players in the process, but fortunate for them, they're going to be just all right. Now, teams that are still outside of this circle, Mad Bulls still need to make their way in, Vampire, D+ Kia, a lot of names here. So we'll see how they decide to make this rotation on in. Now, we already seen some squads on the move. D-Xavier have left Paradise Resort. They looted very quickly and are looking for a more central position.
Teams starting to group up towards the center now. Boot camp has been evacuated. This northwest island, pretty slow on the move at the moment. Talon and D+ Kia yet to make their move. But we're on board with D-Xavier, and you're right, they've got a really important compound on the northern side of this circle. It controls a lot of the territory around them. In general, it's the compound that D-Xavier are in, and the compound out to their west, those 2 junction compounds that have a lot of control. But for my money, I'd still be out on the hills. I don't think you want to be committing towards the indoors when you're not sort of slap bang in the center, and you know a lot of teams are going to be putting pressure on. I think on this northern side, for D-Xavier, I like that Paragen still has that outpost, right? Out to the east, it gives them a foothold outside of their compound, because you do not want to be boxed in this early. Yeah,
you can tell they are just trying to get as much information as they can, and we're seeing them move away from that spot, which I definitely think is a good decision here. And that's the problem is, you know, at Sandhawk, it's such a small map. You don't want to overcommit and get greedy, if I say so, right? So sometimes you're just like, oh, this spot is good, but if we just move up this next hill, it'll be a little bit better. You get into engagement, get third-partied, and you're out of there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can say that maybe we didn't know how many teams were going to be moving around the north, but they dropped out late. They should have known there was a lot of teams to their south. So making this move now, I think is wise. They've now put 2 players for DXAV out over towards a little bit closer to Barn, which I much prefer. So I think that's a good decision coming through from them. Talon have now left Hatin and are over to the mainland. They're playing on the compounds just to the south of that north bridge, which means that if D plus Kia opt to rotate past that ground, it's going to be tricky.
So they're going to have to gatekeep, you know, 2 monster squads of D plus Kia and possibly Tianba as well. So I think they're just going to kind of hang out here towards the edge. Yep, you can see them doing the 4S strategy is what I like to call it there. Snake, smoke, stun, and snake.
I like it. Okay, all right. I'll be drawing on that. I think that's quite inspiring. Maybe we could add silence.
Powerful.
Add a bit there.
Oh yeah, silence. The 5S strategy. Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting here. Brute Force popping some shots downrange. That's what got him in trouble in the first place. So Brute Force needs to calm down a little bit. It's too early to get into an engagement. If you see an obvious player where you know you can get that knock and thirst, yeah, take those shots. If not, just hurry up and wait, because if you do get into a fight in Sandhawk with this type of zone, the chances of both of you getting third party are just so high.
Let's talk about something you said earlier, right, with Brute Force. And you're talking about you can't be making an over-aggressive play unless you know you can get the knock and flush. Brute Force, right? Neos early on. Something that you said before when you were talking to them earlier today was that they felt like they were just making these mistakes. And that's just happened again. This is not good news for Brute Force fans.
Not good at all, yeah, especially considering that I think they are the lowest performing team in Group Red. Right, so
True.
Yeah, they're going to have to really give it all they got today if they want to make sure that they're in that top 12. And the problem with that is when you have a rough day 1, every team tomorrow knows exactly how many points they need to pass you up. Right?
Absolutely.
So if you're Brute Force, you cannot afford any mistakes. Losing a player early on is going to hurt. But we can watch D plus Kia. D plus Kia, like I said, if they don't get that circle, it's a tough time to get into this zone. And that's exactly what's happening. Talent Esports is staring right at them and just trying to make their lives miserable.
D plus Kia having already lost a player as well. They're trying to move over this north bridge. I'm not entirely sure that this was the right call to make. The moment Vampire actually have made a slightly better rotation over the trifecta compound, I feel like D plus Kia had the option to even swim across over towards boot camp, which in general, you know, if you have that scouting, which they should have done, being on that high ground, is a fairly simple rotation. It's definitely going to be in the playbook. You could even have moved south past that trifecta. Brute Force getting taken down. They try it. They try it on, and DXAV rolls straight on through them. Really strong stuff. I'm not entirely sure how that one started. I think DXAV moved down south towards Brute Force, but either way, another poor performance for Brute Force is now on the books.
Terrible performance right there. Brute Force, not what they were hoping for at all. So they're going to have to make it up here. And that's, I think, like I said earlier, I think they punched out all their bad games yesterday. So they can't just have good games here today. They have to have incredible ones if they want to make it. But we're seeing Team Falcons and Team Reject go at it. That is a huge, huge fight. Action getting knocked down. It's going to be a close one right here. So we'll see what ends up happening with that, as we're also seeing Talon take out D plus Kia.
Yeah, they are continuing that pressure on the North Bridge rotation. On the northwest side of the central area of teams, this is where the fight between Reject and Falcons is happening. As we jump on board with it, you can see Falcons, all 4 of them alive, but East gets knocked, meaning there's 2 on the floor here, 2 in the dirt. 1 player already fully flushed. Divine for Reject is out of it. So 3 players active for Reject. These reses need to come through from Falcons to maintain pressure forwards. Icy starting to bleed out, but does get res, so they're back up to 3. East not in just yet, but Action has the nade in hand. In comes the Reject roll. They look at a move downhill now. Slowing the res, they are still as 3, but Sara's down in the back line, meaning it's only 2 players up for Reject. They're up and in the face of Falcons right now, and Falcons gonna give ground, gonna buy their time. They don't need to put too much pressure on. Reggie around the side, cannot find the shots. It's all on Duello, and he falls flat in the face of Falcons.
And that is Team Reject on early. Up at the third party, like I said earlier, if you get into an engagement early on, you're going to be in big trouble. So let's see if Team Falcons can hold on.
Falcons trying to pick the pieces back up. There is an interesting thing that's happening on the north side that I'll touch on later as well. But in the meantime, Falcons just getting run over, and this is Sandhawk all over third parties. And 4MV just making mincemeat right now of Falcons. One player now standing in their way. Action, the last to have something to say about this one. Apex cooking the nade. Down it goes, and over the top, doesn't get the knock. Action with the DBS, but it's not going to matter. I was talking about something that was happening in the north. That was Tianba moving over from that tap mock cow engagement and taking on Talon on the bridge guard, right? Talon and D plus Kia both now on one player.
Unbelievable. You know, these teams did their homework, and they did it so well. Tianba had to know that, hey, D plus Kia, we know where they're coming from. And not to mention, we want first place. We want to make it happen. So if we can make D plus Kia's time just a little bit more difficult, that is how you do it right there. But the big thing is the zone has now shifted even further to the east.
Absolutely. You've got some really strong positions out on the east side as well. You've got Alliance and you've got ULA X IHC. ULA X IHC, first day for them, remember? And if they can start things off with a good game here on Sandhawk, it would be brilliant. Out on the east side, they've got two really strong positions. At the moment, I think TJB are going to be under the most pressure as the circle shifts out to this east.
Yes, they are. So let's see what they're going to be able to do here. Mad Bulls on the rotation now, coming in for the first time here in this tournament. Group Green on the move. So let's see how they're going to be able to make it happen in Sandhawk. They have a very open rotation here, so they should be able to make it through Bond. And it's very typical of a circle like this. Anytime you have a hard shift, you see a lot of teams just hug that zone, go all the way to the hard shift side, and it looks like that will work out from them. Meanwhile, I mean, these teams are practically stacked on top of each other. They are so, so close, just waiting for that next zone.
What's really interesting about this zone is that the whole of the west side of it is kind of covered by quarry, right? And what this does is that any team that's approaching from the west, and obviously you were talking about those wide swings, I think this is going to exacerbate that. If you're trying to move in from the west, it really linearizes your approach, right? Normally, you know, you're worried about 120 degrees or so on your back, right? But here, you can really look at these narrow alleys. You've got essentially discrete approach points as opposed to having a continuous approach from behind. So the teams out on the west, they can rely on quarry for cover, but it also means that they have very direct and fast approaches towards their position.
That's right. You're going to have teams surrounding you or encapsulating you like pretty much from all around. So you got to be able to have your head on a swivel, and you got to pick your fights perfectly. Now we're going to watch Tianba. Tianba, they did disrupt D plus Kia. They got 4 eliminations so far, and they are still in the blue zone. This is stage 3. It's starting to hurt a little bit, but it looks like they're going all the way around this shoreline towards the edge. But now we're starting to see teams get a little bit antsy here. When you're at this stage, too much time, you feel like you got to start moving, and TJB is looking to try to pick off some of these Vampire players. Maybe not. Second thoughts.
Vampire trying to push in around the south side of Quarry. They have been moving across for quite a while now. They tried to move up towards TJB's position, but it was Besiktas Black who were able to take the shots and stop them from doing that. Vampire now on 3 players, but they have got their foot in the door, right? They are right back towards that quarry. And this is a pretty interesting shift, actually. It keeps a lot of those teams already in.
Yes, so it's a perfect zone for so many of these squads. Even Vampire, they're going to be able to move or just inch their way in little by little. But Besiktas Black are still out of this one, though. They got to get moving here. Not to mention Tianba. They've been in the blue zone for majority of this game. Now they're going to start making their way in, and it looks like they're going to have to get through Mad Bulls first.
Yeah, potentially a little bit of an obstacle, that wide swing from Mad Bulls. But if they can find Tulika on his own,
it's a tough shot.
They need to get that spray to be able to really slow the Mad Bulls down, but it was just a scout. They will come across each other. They'll know that there's now a team on their border on the west side of their approach towards the circle as they move down south, which means that they're going to be more wary of that. It is still going to be a very tricky approach because you've got Alliance and ULA X IHC, over on that eastern side. They are right now sandwiched up to the edge of the circle, which reduces the power of those compounds.
Yeah, Tianba's in trouble here. I don't think they should have made those shots at all. You don't want to be bringing any attention to you. Mad Bulls are going to be staring in that direction. Tianba's going to have to make a little bit of a blind rotation, and there are so many squads waiting for you. You got teams like Alliance right there. So if you're Tianba, right now you're just kind of waiting. You're waiting to see if a fight's going to go off, and then hopefully come in third party that and make your way into the zone. So Tiamba have to be very, very quiet here and catch that timing perfectly. Meanwhile, Vampire Esports, getting pressured from Besiktas Black. That's Tony K knocked. That's just only 2 remaining players left up for Vampire.
That is unfortunate. Tony K, a powerhouse in the roster as well. Besiktas Black have been making life difficult, and it will continue to be even tougher. Newsy goes down to a nade, and it's just stoned now. Newly minted, or well, at the start of this year, freshly minted IGL to try and hold them together. There's a Molotov sent back their way, but Besiktas seem unstoppable in this roll-up. Newsy flushed away. That goes to TJB. They'll be able to pick that one up. Tony K's point, though, does go to Besiktas Black. Stone burning now in the Molotov, forced off the rock, forced back, needs to get some healing done, anything that he can. Using the Shack for cover, Toshpik moves on up, goes for the ground shots, hasn't even got that heal through. He goes for the challenge, falling back, and again, relying on TJB to slow Besiktas down, and he does just that. Longs with the shot to Toshpik, and that slows it down indeed.
Stone surviving for just a little bit longer here, but Besiktas Black is on the hunt. They know just how scary Vampire Esports can be. If you can take them out early, that is what you want to do, especially considering that Besiktas Black did play yesterday. So you want to stop some of these teams.
Tiamba out on the eastern side have rolled up to Alola XIHC, and it's not gone too well. 2 knocks have already gone through. They haven't found anything in response. These flushes are starting to come through. So Tiamba with some good third parties to start off with, but it's not going to go too much further. They do get a little bit of an answer. They're looking for the sprays, and XC might be able to get a little bit more profit on this match. They've got 7 limbs already. If they can take more out of Alola XIHC, then they can start to say that this has been a very successful game for them. But even more importantly is another team on the east starts to get lower and lower and lower. It looked like they were going for a full hold, but now it's just down to Zhou.
Oh boy, and you talked about that average a little bit earlier. Tiamba have already passed it with 7 eliminations, so a great start for them. Let's just see how much further they can go. Now, TJB, they have the main compound in this zone. They are dead center. Let's just see how many points they're going to be able to end up with at the end of this game.
I'm also looking at Alliance, right? They've had a pretty calm start, but now they need to start to frag out. There are only 3 players, though, on this northeastern side. It's been pretty brutal for the majority of our rosters. Only 3 teams with 4 players alive. TJB is one of them. 4MV out on that north side have a lot to fight through, so we'll be tracking them pretty hard right now. And you can see we're on board with Doc himself with that magic arm of his. Those nades seem to always find their mark. Another Molotov, and I don't think the Mad Bulls are going to be able to weather this one, but there's an off-angle shot coming through from DX Xavier.
DX Xavier did great yesterday. They're looking to continue that here. That's his talent out of there. Only 10 teams remaining, and folks, if you go out right now, that is 0 placement points. The pressure is starting to rise. Mad Bulls putting some shots from the blue zone. Their final remaining player, is he going to be able to get the knock?
Ooh,
so close!
And he goes down to an off angle there as well. 4MV taken off the map, as does the player out to the north for Mad Bulls. Alliance remaining with 3, DX Xavier with 3, Team Liquid with 4 on this northern side. It is going to be a bloodbath, but importantly, TJB have lost a player as well in the middle.
Oh boy, and now the zone centers up again on TJB. So TJB did lose 1. They have 7 eliminations so far, so a great game for them, but all eyes are on their spot. Let's see if they can hold it down. Meanwhile, Team Liquid, the champions here from PMSL Americas, Ayala, starting to throw out some of those Molotovs. You know that they have been waiting to catch up to Alpha 7. They're Brazilian brothers, and they take out DX Xavier.
I feel like this is Team Liquid's game to lose now, with TJB sort of on the ropes, not being able to hold all the angles they'd like. Fragments of teams spread across the south here. It's Team Liquid who can carry this momentum forwards. They just need to keep everyone alive, play for one another, and get rid of Alliance. That's their major barrier right now.
Let's see if they could do it. They see if they can do it, because you have TJB from those compounds just staring at this area, and that's exactly what they need to do. They need to shoot at anything that moves. Just play keep away at this point. Meanwhile, you got Besiktas coming on from down the hill, going to start climbing their way up little by little. That compound is very susceptible to pushes here. So TJB, even though they do have the dominant position, I'm going to give the edge to these teams playing the hills, to be honest.
Ooh, Team Liquid actually shrinking down from their position and moving along the west.
That is smart.
Using that terrain, sweep through. Stoned first to face. He's going to have to reposition, but it's not going to work out. Besiktas able to finally put the nail in the coffin. And that gives away Besiktas' position further through. Team Liquid sweeping, I think, is one of the best decisions that they could have made. Although, It does get rid of a lot of off-angle threats with TJB's central hold. The question is, what can Team Liquid do with the outer position?
Yeah, Team Liquid's trying to soak up some eliminations here, and that's what I was talking about, is that compound is basically in a bowl. So all these surrounding areas, and you can even see Alliance so close, but has plenty of coverage. Let's see if he's going to be able to get some shots onto Team Liquid. Honestly, Team Liquid's looking very, very strong. Even though they only have 2 eliminations so far, I think they're going to get a whole bunch more.
See if they're able to keep this one going. Tianba, remember, they had a great start to the match with the third-party rotate. And they're still alive as well with their solo representative. Leon up close now against Xiol from Alulax IHC. Only 2 elims for them. And a low HP close to him. There's only 3 players here. 1v3s are doable. The heal doesn't come through. And their SK12 is doing a lot of work, but it's not going to be enough to do the heavy lifting for them. It was going to be a little bit of an outside chance there, but they go down. 2 eliminations on the match in 6th place.
Oh, that was so, so close. If he was able to get that shot, who knows what could have happened, but Alliance shut that down, and they shut it down well. 8 eliminations so far. They are doing great here at this one, and now we're down to our final 4 teams here for match number 1 on day 2.
And the shift finally goes away from TJB. They're on the outside. Oh, Shan's so close. Solo player right on the money.
That's 1.
Takes him out. First player down. 1v2 now as Leon's. Are they looking for him? Do they know he's on the tree? It seems like they do. They just need to isolate these angles. The cook is there. Cluck not going to be able to take the peek. He's forced out. He's forced wide, but no damage. There is a response. The knock goes through the back lines. He finds one, and it's Shan with a 1 versus 3 for Tianba. They do not stop. It's 11 eliminations, and the solo warrior himself here to play. A knock over towards Team Liquid. Might be able to find the knock. The flush is there. Cardozen seals the deal as TJB tried to stretch out, but it's not out of the question for Shan to make it happen again.
Are you kidding me? Sean's got those nades locked and loaded, and TJB is feeling the punishment. Chief gets naded down to about 20% HP, and it's really up to Ayala to finish off Tianba here as fast as he possibly can.
There
Sean, all by his lonesome. Can he make something happen? He cannot. It's going to be Team Liquid to win right off the bat. They come in from Group Yellow, and I'm sorry, Group Green, and shut things down.
Nice.
What a way to carry on for Tianba, right? Shan is a Terminator. This is the 2nd time we've seen them do this, right? Come in, not win the game, but kind of steal the show. An excellent rotate out from Cow on the northern side to third party that bridge engagement, slurp up a load of those points, dominating on that northeastern side and coming on through with a strong performance to open things up. But Team Liquid played their position really, really well. That sweep down on the western edge really played out in their favor.
Oh, it's beautifully done right there. I mean, Tianba, after this one, we know they're going to top the leaderboards. I mean, they straight crushed it. And D+Kia, they didn't get that circle that they did yesterday. And what do you know, right? 0 points on the leaderboards. But man, a 1v3 to start off day 2? Let's go!
Shan with the magic in his fingertips right now. He is having a good day today. We'll see if they're able to keep this one going. Team Liquid as well, though. They have got a lot going for them. That decision-making was there. The position, obviously, they had a pretty solid position to start with that circle. They were slap bang in the middle. They regrouped at the right time. They kept themselves as 4 for as long as possible. It looked a little bit scary in that fight with TJB. If TJB had gotten another knock, Shan had that in the back.
That's
100%.
right. That's right.
Maybe not 100%. Well, but still, look at this. I mean, what a crazy way to finish this one out. Able to get that first knock and then win that 1v2 when he was behind a single tree. That's all he had to play with.
That's it. That's it. And he was able to get it done right there for Tianba. Now, the big thing is that you're talking about scary, and I think if you're in Group Red, you should be scared because Team Liquid, right, coming from Group Green, just straight crushed it.
Absolutely. This is a great way to make a statement at the start of the day, right? And it's the same thing that D+Kia did at the start of yesterday. Coming in with a good game number 1, 10 eliminations in first place. They were able to get on that Sandhawk.
Oh my goodness, what's going to happen at the end of this day? Because you got Tianba just straight crushing it. Sean with the 1v3. Guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back.
Ready, set, go. New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
Well, Team Liquid have started things off with a splash. The team from Brazil taking PMSL Americas have started off their event with a chicken dinner, and it looked pretty damn good as well. I know, Kalaris, you're a big fan of the team, saying they're definitely a team who can contest for the title, potentially take it, and that's the start that you were hoping for.
We were saying at the start of the day, right? Like, it's all about the timing of precision. Like 4 Brazilian luchadors able to jump from the top rope using precision to strike at their enemies with a 5-star frog splash. It is going to be Team Liquid. 17 points. It's not the highest elim game from them, but they play for the victory. They know exactly what they want. It's in the palm of their hand.
They're playing for the belt, man, or trophy in this case here. 17 points as Tiamba as well, coming in with 17 at the very end. Was it Shan who was able to pick up a ton of eliminations towards the end and survive a 1v2 against Alliance that honestly we had to ask the Indo talent what's going on. It was a 1v3. Oh, yeah, it was a 1v3. He got Olio knocked with the nade initially.
1v3 there for Sean with those nades. I mean, once again, I'm sorry, Boom, but you're going to have to be taking notes here from that player because those nades were beautiful. Out of him. Take TJ ESPORTS, though. Being able to get those 13 points. That team, I feel like they definitely got a little bit blessed. They were in the compound for quite a long time, but they were able to be proactive. But going back to Team Liquid, I was really impressed with what they were able to do, and I'm happy that they're able to start an international event with a chicken dinner. And going here towards the second page, Team Falcons, they ended up getting third party by 4MB, but it's good to see that they were still able to collect some elimination points.
I do like that you've just outed us on broadcast as well, Jason. We turned to the indoor talent saying, what's going on? Didn't we also do that yesterday with Boom? Every time one of their teams has a mishap, we're just like, indoor talent, what's happening? What's going on here?
I mean, to be honest, the perfect answer back is, oh, hey, Jason, where's all the NA teams?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, that's true. Yeah.
We have players that played in NA.
I mean, we do. But I do want to point something out, as you did mention with Falcons, something that's really interesting is that East is now on Team Falcons, who was previously on 4MV, and after that was on Stronger, playing in PMSL CSA. But now he's playing with Falcons, and he was actually playing in this match over Nerzed. And I'm kind of curious, why are we seeing him in so quickly when Falcons were already looking pretty good in PMSL?
It's a good question. I wonder if it's a Sandhawk thing? I'm not sure. Like, okay, so a different battleground. Maybe they want to actually switch from battleground to battleground. Who knows? However, I mean, on Sandhawk here, right, the opportunity for third parties are just aplenty. And unfortunately, they will fall via a third party here. Unfortunately, he couldn't really do much. But it is a good question. I mean, we'll have to see how it develops, Jason, if he's playing for the rest of the day.
Besides that third party, I mean, the fight that they were having against Reject was a great fight. They were able to execute it really well. But that third party, it comes down to Sandhawk. We always talk about it with Sandhawk. You got to make sure you finish up those fights quickly.
Well, there was some revenge coming in later on because 4MV got in a fight against Mad Bulls.
Yep.
And then we had D-Xavier actually third party that fight and take out those teams, which, to be fair, for Mad Bulls, it's kind of interesting to see that they're able to do the super swing, the super wide rotate around the zone, realizing the direction it was going. But that leads me to go into our next topic of, well, D+. This is their last day of games. Playing on the Northwest Island yesterday in the Sandhawk win. The zone went to them. This time they had to play from the outside, and it wasn't too successful.
I mean, we've been talking about them. Did they end up getting blessed yesterday? Was it just a fluke because of the circles that they ended up getting? We can't really say that after just one match, especially after Sandhawk, but something to do tell, they had to rotate. They rotated very, very late. They ended up running into Talon Esports, and Talon Esports went on a chase after them, even whenever they decided to rotate southeast for D+. Talon was like, we're just going to keep chasing you guys. So for what I want to see out of D+, if they do end up not getting blessed by the circle like they did yesterday, I want to see a little bit quicker rotations.
You're right. Sandhawk, it's hard to judge from it, right? It is the most arduous map to transition on across when you are against the circle as opposed to having it go your way. So Erangel and Miramar will tell us a bit of a tale, maybe. Jason, we'll see.
Well, what about Alula LHC? A reigning PMGC, a reigning world champions. And I know, Clark, you were saying that you weren't really too happy with the split they had and the compound they were in, kind of like towards the east side of where TJB were set up.
Yeah.
Because they just got overrun, and they should have held that, in your opinion.
So it was Tiamba that eventually breached on towards them from the east side, as we take a look at the Team Liquid stats coming in. But Alula IHC, holding that compound down as 4 is very difficult. It's an extremely hard compound to hold. It's not just one road in some scenarios that you have to traverse across to be able to reinforce your team. It's sometimes 2 roads because of the way the compound works out. A few buildings on the west side, one in the middle on that kind of fork, and then some buildings on the east side as well. Tiamba picked exactly the right compound to breach, because they were using a lot of information gathering on that east side to identify exactly where the weak spots were. And unfortunately, Alula IHC fell victim to it.
Talking about, we got a chance to see there some of the stats from Team Liquid as we're going to be looking at Sean. This was a star play. Him by himself, 637 damage, and we got a chance to see what Team Liquid, the team that won, they ended up with 700 damage, which it's not the likes of Brazil team that we usually like to see. We usually tend to see a lot more damage.
And this shows the importance of holding utility to the late game.
Yep.
If Shan has only his guns, to be able to make that 1v3 happen, it doesn't happen. Because he had nades to be able to start the ball rolling, being able to kind of pivot around, get a few knocks here and there with those nades to start things off. That's why it's so important in the late game. So being able to make that 1v3 happen, nades, absolutely pivotal.
And something that I wanted to mention there at Team Liquid, because we got the Sean graphic, is it's a very big contrast from that team because they were willing to back away from fights. They weren't even taking shots at them. They were just focusing on how to get inside that circle. So a big difference out of the Brazilian team.
Yeah, big difference indeed, but we're going to see how things will continue to progress on later on today. But for you guys who are watching, you might have noticed the players using a very sick skin. The Violet Thunder set and S12K are now out for you guys to pick up as well, and incorporates aspects of the PMWC trophy, which you actually see on the back of them. You see the little W in there. But you know what, speaking of W's, we're going to head back to our casters to kick off our second match of the day. It's going to be our first Erangel of the day. So Hot Jukes and John Allen, take it away.
Big W. Big W's, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And a big W from Team Liquid coming in today for Group Green. And remember, folks, we have a squad, an entire group sitting out here. So do not believe the leaderboards, right, for a second, because tomorrow is going to be absolute chaos. And I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the struggling squads here, because that's who we're really keeping our eyes on. You know, one of them is Brute Force, right? Brute Force struggled yesterday, and they start off this one with a bad goose egg. But now we're headed into Erangel. Let's get it going.
Go.
Absolutely. With dual gaming chipsets and 144 Hz AMOLED screens, the GT20 Pro will equip teams with up to 120 FPS, which is also the first batch of supported devices. Offering esports level performance and visually stunning experiences in the 2024 PMWC, let's get Erangel underway for the first time for Group Green and for the last set of Erangels for Group Red.
That's right. That's right. It's just this one and 2 more, and Group Red are done. And you do not want to go out like this. I mean, there's nothing worse as a PUBG Mobile competitive player than having to sit out a day and just watch your lead just go away in an instant. Or actually, no, not even an instant. Just little by little by little. So if you're a team right now that is in that mid-pack of the leaderboard right now, you got to get it going. You got to get it going because tomorrow they're coming for that slot.
Absolutely. They need to pick the pace up because it all matters here. It's really short sets of games in these group stages, in these survival stages, and there is a lot of money still on the line for the early part of things. Plane path on the south side from Lipovka down to Primorsk. Looks like we're going to get a little bit of a difficult path, potentially up towards George. And it's not even going to go out there. Hard northeast shift on the circle here. Keeps a lot of those Yaz fields in, and Stalber as well.
Kameshki's in play, baby.
Hell yeah.
Kameshki is in play. Let's go. Let's go. Everybody send me your energy. I have not seen a Kameshki finish in years, so that'd be awesome. But, you know, I think a lot of teams are going to be kind of heading for those Yasnaya fields. A lot of zones like to end up in that area there, so we'll see what happens. Team Liquid are in a great spot near Lipovka. You've got, of course, Talon taking up Yasnaya. But you got squads like Vampire, right, all the way near Primorsk. They have a big journey ahead of them.
Speaking of teams that didn't do so great, right? Vampire in that first match, their approach, I felt like it kind of just didn't have any wind in its sails to start with. It was a lot of grouped up teams, to be fair, and that's kind of what I was talking about with the linearized approach to the west side of that circle that you had to take, is a lot of teams are also going to be packed in behind you, so when you're taking that approach, it's going to be pretty tricky to navigate. Vampire definitely felt that. They didn't have their back clear. It was Besiktas Black who were able to take them down on it.
Yeah, you know, Vampire to me, they just look like a team that's coming in for the first day. You know what I'm saying? Like, not a overwhelming performance, just a little bit of synergy issues here, some little slight mistakes. And at this stage, especially we have an entire group that has already played, they're hot, they're ready to go. Any little slip-ups, you are going to get taken out. So yeah, Vampire need to definitely step it up here. We heard Sertani, or you talked to him, and he said what? They were looking for at least top 8, right?
Yeah, in the finals, that is, not for the group stage.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, in general, top 8 is kind of where they would be happy with as a result at the end of this tournament, and I think that that's kind of what they're focusing on. They're focusing on creating that foundation to be a Titanic international team, right? That's kind of what matters, and hopefully we'll see that start to emerge here. And you can never judge a team coming into a tournament off one game.
That's true.
But I think in that last match, there was a pretty clear lack of attention given to their back.
Well, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, especially considering that, you know, they are our last year's mid-season champions, so a lot of expectations are going to be on them. And, of course, we're going to be scrutinizing the teams that we have high expectations for. And, you know, Vampire is definitely one of those squads. So it's one thing, right, to win a championship. It's another to defend it, you know?
That is true. That is true. You've got to... Yeah, all sorts of logistical problems.
Got to get that back-to-back. That back-to-back. And
I mean, they did it once.
They did it once. That's right. That is right. So let's see if they could do it once again. Now, I'm looking at the circle here. We see teams, I think, very, very comfortable with it because there is that northern island still available, and there's a lot of different routes that these teams can take to make it to safety. But at this point, I think a lot of these squads are a little bit slow on the rotate. Meanwhile, Team Reject trying to take out Tiamba. Oh, Reggie getting caught.
Oh, dear. And again, Tiamba with an early opener. This is a team that's starting to turn heads, right? I don't think many people would have put Tiamba as a top team in terms of like predictions coming into things, which, I mean, to be fair, they did win PEL, so it's reasonable that that they are performing as well as they are right now. But I feel like a lot more attention was being given to the Falcons, to the Alpha 7s of the world, and to Team Liquid. But Tiamba reminding us just why they are such a big name in the international scene as well.
That's how you do it right there. I mean, they crushed it in game number 1 today. They did a great job yesterday, and already starting off with an elimination. 69 points right now on that leaderboard. Nice. I mean, these guys are not messing around. Now, teams like, you know, D+ Kia, they need to have a good bounce back game here because this is their last day they're going to be playing in, at least in this stage. Alliance starting to take some shots downrange. Looks like they got a nice knock near Potato Hill. And they are, just setting up nice and pretty. And that is going to be Harami Bro. They're going to lose a player. Yeah, to Alliance as well, which is going to slow them down on that southwest side, playing around that Potato Hill position. Losing a player, again, this is their first day as well. Harami Bro did not have, I believe, a great first map. They didn't get any point. Well, the opposite of great, I think. It's the worst possible result. First map, getting 0 points. And it looks like they're not off to another great start either. I'm a little bit worried about this team. I mean, they came through, I think they were champions from SCA, right? And it's just not happening for them so far at the start of these first 2 matches. And you can't let many more get away from you if you want to be in those top 12 moving into the finals directly. Maybe see them in the survival stage. Over to the circle we go as Talon moved into Yasnaya early. They've been in there for quite a while now, and they're starting to have neighbors move in. It's going to be pretty difficult to isolate these positions. Yas Fields being a big factor here, with D+ Kia taking up a really strong compound on the west side of those Yas Fields. The east side currently being dominated by Team Liquid, although it looks like they might want a little bit of a scrap with Besiktas up north. Okay, meanwhile, speaking of scrap, we're looking at Mad Bulls taking on some shots under Harami Bro. Harami Bro down to 3 players. You can see them late to the party here, and they're just trying to find a spot. Looks like they're going to commit to Alliance, though. And Leon is now, it looked like he thought he was going to go into that dip, but instead turning at the last second. They're going to give it up to Harami Bro. All right, okay. It looks like Harami Bro are starting to take things back into their own control. 2 eliminations now on the board for the one that they had taken away from them, and 2 players from Alliance have gone down as well in the midst of this scrap. Mad Bulls have yet to find these pickoffs, and they will continue to just trudge up north for Harami Bro. There's 3 players alive. Yeah, Harami Bro taking a place we like to call OP dip, right? And it is a pretty good, strong spot. The problem is you have to commit to it when the zone is in this area, right? They lost a lot of resources there. Their vehicles are smoking out, and the zone could still go all the way north. So very interesting for them to hard commit here. They did get 2 eliminations in the process, so definitely take that to the bank. And I think they are getting a little bit antsy considering that they lost 1 and had a bad game 1. So sometimes you got to take some risks, and this time it paid off, at least for now. Absolutely. We'll have to wait and see where this next circle goes. Vampire now moving past Pachinki, a little bit slow to get in, but another Eastern shift keeps Lepovka in it. Sorry, Jukes, we're going to get Kameshki. Not this time around. We've got 2 more chances, though. 2 more rolls of those dice, so we'll see how that goes. Vampire on the southwest side, close to 4MV, who dropped in military base. They've been moving up for quite a while now, and they're going to be trying to punch in on that western edge around Potato Hill. They'll try and navigate this treacherous terrain and push in near DXavier, south of D+ Kia, who are leaving their really strong compound on the west side of Yas Fields. Probably rightly so. You don't want to be locked into going for a full rotate straight across Yas Fields when a lot of those teams on the south are going to start to post up. You can see a Vampire trying to find a good spot here. They're getting shot at. For Miracle doing exactly what they're supposed to over here by Potato Hill. Just if you see anybody get close, just play keep away. And Vampire are definitely going to do exactly that. They're going to be just still hunting down a spot. Actually, I think they might just hold up this edge here. Yeah, just kind of hold it down for now and figure out where this next zone is going to go. So they're going to stick it in that compound for now. Meanwhile, looking up north, Team Falcons are starting to make their way down into the fray near Yasnaya. Yeah. This was actually a very fortunate zone shift, by the way, for Brute Force. over there to the Milta. If they would have went north, they would have been in big trouble. So
yeah,
I'm going to say it. Honestly, I think if Brute Force does bad this game, we might not see them here. Or we might see them in the survival stage.
Yeah, it might have to be. We'll have to see if that is going to be the case. A knock sent over towards DXavier. I'm not entirely sure who was able to pick that one up. And it was a flush as well, leaving them a little bit the worse for wear. 3 players alive, and actually a lot of damage being sent their way. Tianba, I mean, of course it is. Who else is it going to be? Tianba taking the fight. Balls as well.
Xavier.
Is that DXavier just getting picked apart slowly?
Little by little.
At range.
They're down to 1.
They tried to send in. They tried to send into the middle. Didn't work.
Yeah, this late of a rotation is just not where it's at. I mean, there's still 16 teams remaining. You got to know that if you're late to this circle, you got to just play edge because everything in the middle is already taken.
Unless you're a solo and sort of going for a last-ditch attempt kind of play, right?
But it's still too early. It's
exactly.
only stage 2.
You're right, absolutely. Yeah. It is definitely a little bit, let's call it interesting, of a decision for DXavier to make that one go for them. They do still have 1 player alive. They're not out of it just yet, and we've seen what a solo player can do in Jean, but those performances are few and far between. Tianba holding down in a pretty central position.
Yes, they are. And yeah, DXavier, they started the day in 3rd place, right? In 3rd place, so they had a great day, number 1, and now we're starting to see them fall little by little here. Another rough performance here in game number 2. At least it was looking like. Let's see what Lamborghini could do. This zone does not help him out. That is for sure. And what I say, right? Yes, Naya Fields. It looks like that is where this could end up, and it's very fortunate for Talent to be in the position they're in right now. But, you know, teams on the southern edge, I'm looking at you, Brute Force, right? You're going to have to fight your way into this one.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really tricky here. Mad Bulls in a really strong ridge line, but the difficulty is defending it from that south side. They're going to have their wits about them. DXavier losing. Did they get a res there? I don't know, but oh no, this is a replay. Okay, yeah. I was caught completely off guard. I was looking at the map feed there, but yeah, that's how DXavier lost a lot of their players. Moving on up north, Mad Bulls now in a position to try and defend their south side ridge of Yas Fields. Could be pretty profitable if they're able to hold on to it.
And let's see right now, for Miracle Vibes, getting some nice knocks. They're going to be putting in some work here.
Western edge.
Yes, they are.
Third party from D+ Kia coming in from the south side of it, though, as they try and rotate back on up. This is Al-Ulex IHC. D+ Kia now wading into the fray, but Nolbu actually taken down. Says, hold on a minute, we're busy. Shuts the door for them. And 4MV trying to take this fight. It's not going well really for anyone in this compound as the spray goes around the side and Godless wins it out for Al-Ulex IHC, but now D+ Kia can get this res, can turn their attention further on in. Yasfield's a major feature, and getting any control over it would be great. That position on the west edge, pretty isolated, but could be Sanctuary. Yeah, D+ Kia could definitely afford to take this fight. I mean, they have plenty of points from yesterday here. Oh, look at all the nades coming out from this way. Oh, you also got Brute Force here on the edge. So D+ Kia, if you're going to take this fight, you better commit to it pretty quickly. They need to try and make this one work. Only a couple of players to defend off against it. Nolbu does get res, but Osal immediately traded out. And that's Brute Force swimming on in. And that is going to be a nasty knock for them. That is their backstop as well. Pre-pod out in the blue zone, still taking shots. D+ Kia allowing Al-Ulex IHC to move in, but Team Liquid have moved in on this north side. They've rotated past Yasnaya, and they are now a massive presence on this west edge. Another really smart rotation from Team Liquid. Beautiful play right now, and honestly, we're seeing indecision from D+ Kia. They are late to this fight. Instead, trying to hold off a little bit longer. They got punished from the back by Brute Force. Now they're starting to just force their way in because they have no choice. Let's see if K can get this knock up close. Oh, and they do end up getting one. We're starting to see some jump outs. Let's see what Godless can do on the outside. He has that UMP going up against Chips. Chips now stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's holding those stairs for dear life. And meanwhile, looks like Brute Force up on top of the hill trying to make something happen. And Team Liquid are just very satisfied with where they're at. They're throwing out the mud, slowing the steps of all of these opposing players. Brute Force, this is a good start for it, right? They need to convert here. 3 eliminations, a sweep potential on the west, but with the hard shift out east on the circle, this again makes their path hard. Chips low, but not out of it just yet. 2 first aids, and looks like he's going to be able to get this one off. Pre-pod close and personal. Dangerous, given there's 2 players from Alolex IHC here. Pre-pod could get knocked and flushed very, very quickly, but behind the wall, he's got cover and backup. Team Liquid, again, this is that rotation I was talking about. They move past Yasnaya, and they have the top spot.
The zone is shifted. These teams need to either fight, full send it on in, or get moving. They have no more time to spare here. There is just seconds now on the clock. 19, as a matter of fact, before the zone starts closing. D plus Kia, gone. Brute Force need to just full send it on in. They have no choice.
Big nade, but doesn't quite connect in the way that you want it to. Chips still going on in. The nade's not quite tagging him up. He's in that little side room there. A nade from Neos does find it. Finally, D plus Kia fully eliminated. Now Brute Force have the ground floor under control, but Alola XIHC still 2 players going. Only 3 to deal with, so it's potential they can make this one work, but they aren't going to be able to step out in time. They try and send. Godless does a lot of damage, but doesn't find it. There's a knock from Demo on the inside, but it's shut down by Pre-pod. Zone 4, they need to get away with this.
I don't even know if he's going to be able to get this first aid off. This is going to start chunking them down little by little here. They overcommitted to this fight. And yeah, Team Liquid had to make a decision. Either go into zone or gatekeep, get the easy eliminations. And it looks like that's exactly what they decided to do.
Team Liquid, again, another heads-up play. They move out in front of this fight. They know they're going to have to cross Yaz Fields. They do not want anyone behind them. They sweep this one through. Mad Bull's now their next barrier as Pre-pod is moving out into the firing line. Team Liquid might just have to go across this Yaz Fields position, use some of that terrain cover to the south, and hit up that Falcons outpost on the south.
Oh boy, well things are starting to heat up here as we're going to have, looks like a finish right by Yasnaya. And just north of Mansion, Team Liquid. Yeah, with all the room in the world. Well, actually, not really, because look at that. You got Icy applying that pressure and popping out Mythic out the vehicle. Beautifully done.
Oh,
they're in trouble.
They hit the vehicle, they hit a snag, and another knock goes to Icy. They go too far north, and these buildings, they knew they were in the zone, and likely there's a team in there. I'm not sure about that one. It felt like everything they'd done up until that point was good. They just needed to turn their noses a little bit south, go for that Falcons outpost. I guess they didn't have the scouting to go for it fully confidently, and trying to make this one work.
They didn't scout at all. They just full sent it blind.
Yeah, it's just, I'm not sure about that. Not liking it from Team Liquid, which is not what I thought I'd be saying.
Yeah, Pre-pod had the right idea, actually. He's going up north. He has that coverage from those buildings to be able to get in that zone. I think Team Liquid, just after game number 1, maybe just got a little bit too greedy there and just was hoping that the spot would be open. And again, guys, this is the World Cup. You know, if you make one small, mistake, you're going to get punished for it. And Icy did it all by himself.
That is really quite nasty. I mean, there's a reason Falcons are certainly at the forefront of people's minds. Tiamba still in it with 4. They're right on the south side now, obviously trying to convert off their previous match's performance. Moving up now into Reject territory. I want a little bit more from Reject today. I feel like they've got it in the bag, but this is their main challenge now. Tiamba on their south side, trying to hold off against them.
Yeah, they got to hold off the entirety of Group Yellow.
It's such a strong compound that Reject have, but they're not holding the south branch of it.
Yeah, they are in a very, very good position here, but they just got to clear their backs at this point. And the hard part is when you're in a strong compound at this edge like this, you tend to want to just commit to it. But at some point, you got to give it up and try maybe centering up a little bit further. But they're in a really, really tough spot because Tiamba is right behind them. They're going to have to make a decision, though. Meanwhile, you got QZ, wow, making some great shots from downrange. Mad Bulls, they are completely stuck on the open here.
They've been slow on this transition from the Mad Bulls position previously, and everybody else has got ahead of them. Tiamba allowed into the south point of that Heaven compound is really good news for them. Reject with 3, most likely felt they couldn't hold off both the north and the south side, so they allow someone in. But Besiktas, maybe they're trying to change things up.
Nice shots out the vehicle here. Team Reject are in big trouble, getting pieced off little by little. We just got Sarah and Duello now, last 2 players. Oh, Besiktas! They're down to just 1.
Kakali, last player, made in.
Here they come. Tiamba on the push is huge. Duello goes down, and it's just Sarah left. But Besiktas Black explode. Tiamba soaking up some points, and Sarah decided to take himself out and deny it.
Besiktas going down, so do Reject. That is nasty stuff. Not many points earned for them either. 4 eliminations now for Tiamba. They'll get this res, and they've got one of the strongest compounds on this south side. Moving up towards the north, their main barrier right now is going to be Harame Bro. You've also got TJB on a wide split, north to south of this road, and I think that could be, again, a very big barrier to them moving on up. Madball's finally gotten rid of. I kind of counted them out already, so I'm not too surprised about that.
Yeah, they tried their best with those smoke walls, but Tiamba shut them down. And Tiamba again, QZZ with 4 eliminations already, and the legendary Sean. I mean, what a play this man made yesterday. Wow, he's actually kind of, I think he was laying down on that window seal. That was a pretty interesting play. But meanwhile, that's Team Liquid out of there. And that spot is so difficult to hold. There's so many sight lines that you can get punished from. Team Falcons decide to take it. We can see Talon punish them for that. Let's see if they're going to be able to, though.
But right now, my mind is kind of entirely focused on Tiamba. 6 eliminations already.
Crazy. With
20 players still left alive, they could be on for another corker of a game. On that south side, they're flexing out. They're moving QZ and Bond as well out to that western side with those outposts. Excellent movement. TJB trying to use their split on this northern side, these two teams. What is this, though, from XC? He's moving up north. And he's going to go straight on in. Nation is found as well by Falcons.
Uh-oh.
And they are just playing on every single front right now.
Tiamba needs to be careful here. They cannot buy it off more than they could chew. Yeah, they have that confidence. Their momentum's at an all-time high, but they can't be splitting against 2 different teams. But, oh, look at this. Angles against Harame, bro. Tiamba.
They're fighting 3 teams right now.
This is insane. XC is applying so much pressure through the smoke, and that's what you got to do. Just shoot through it, hopefully get some hit markers. 7 eliminations. This team's looking almost unstoppable here at this point.
They're fighting Falcons, they're fighting Harame, bro, they're fighting TJB on the outpost on the northeast side. Is there anything that these guys won't take on? It is absolutely incredible to see this pace pick up at the start of the day. Nades over, and this is a crunch being put on Harame Bro right now.
Oh, Tiamba's committing a lot of resources here to these last 2 players. They should just kind of run up and take him out. Harame Bro, yeah, Nade, they smoked themselves out, completely eliminated their own sight lines, and that's going to make things difficult. But now, Tiamba's going to have to go against Team Falcons. Can they hold on?
Falcons only on 3, though, and there is still that backstop in Shan. When all else fails, just give it a Shan, give him a crack at it. I'm sure he'll be able to do something. Certainly saw that in the last match, and Falcons trying to swirl around, trying to find an opening in Tiamba's presence. But given that they just took down the players in the middle, Harame Bro, it's not going to be as easy as that. That nade looks good. Icy doesn't quite go down to it, though.
How did he survive that? That is crazy. He ate that nade and spit it out. So Icy still up here, but he is down to low HP. QZZ's on fire. 7 eliminations in this one, all by himself.
Sean soloing a TJB team, by the way.
Unreal.
In the midst of it all.
Unreal. And Talent Esports are just very happy just to be here right now. They are just holding the spot, not trying to get too active just yet. Now we do see one of their players start to move up, so that'll work out for them. But TJB as well, they need to start getting into this fight. Oh, another big nade. Tiamba just punishing the Falcons here.
There is a knock being sent back, I think, over towards backlines for Tiamba. XC on the high ground, you can see, but the nades just take him down. And Tiamba can move through another set of death crates, resupply, and it might not come back to bite them. Finally, what should have happened a while ago happens to Shan, and he does get flushed out. Leaves Tiamba on 3, needing a res, so potentially even 2 if they can't get to it, and another shot goes through. This felt like it was a long time coming, but they've already got the value. 14 eliminations and a 4th place guaranteed. This is a team that's already made the money.
Yeah, they did. We're going to see them in the finals already, just with these performances alone. So yeah, I mean, you could commit to try and get that chicken dinner or a ton of eliminations. And with how valuable elimination points are, 14, I'll take that all day long.
Oh, maybe more.
QZZ wants 1 more, and he might just get it here. Let's see if they're going to be able to get that res. Oh, it's going to be close.
GK First is moving up on the flank, and I feel like, yeah, QZ has heard this. He's figured something out now, knows that there's a threat from this south side. Unlikely that Yoro pushes into this one. They know that TJB have sightlines over to this area, so going up and trying to flush a solo can be a big, big risk. for trying to trait this presence, which means that QZ fights with his back to the wall against the encroaching forces of TJB, and Nate from Lamborghini finds Flower on this off angle, and just more and more is going the way of QZ right now.
Oh my gosh, QZZ is just an absolute beast, but he gets taken out there. Finally, 14 eliminations from Tiampa's gonna be enough though. We got 3 teams remaining. D Xavier, the Snake, holding on for a little bit longer. It's Lamborghini, all by his lonesome.
Full pacifist run, 0 eliminations. I'm ready.
He said, I'll take that all day. I am very happy near this tall grass and this dossier. Just don't mind me, folks. Don't mind me.
I'm just looking at bugs. I'm an etymologist. You know, I'm just chilling. Yeah, there you go. That's a fun word. Yeah, getting in amongst the ferns right now, trying to stay there as well.
Right there.
Oh, nasty. Tags on. They know he's there now.
Actually, they don't. Yeah, because those nades don't give those indicators. So unless they heard him shimmy, they're going to know. At the same time, Lamborghini's got that pad out, just trying to be as sneaky as he possibly can. Nice little not blind nade from TJB, though.
Ooh, another one. Not quite on the mark.
Oh, no, now they have to know. They have to know.
Those bullets are hitting the ground right at his feet right now, his ankles.
That's it. Okay.
Going through.
There you go. 2 teams remaining. It's Talon versus TJB. And both these teams playing it very, very quietly here. Very passive. 4 eliminations so far from Talon, 2 from TJB. Both have 3 players up. It's anyone's game.
Swinging on through this ridge line. Peaks in the middle of this one as well. 2 teams from the newly minted Group Green trying to make their mark on their first day of play. Yoru, frontman right now. They were able to move through and take down QZ because of that nade that went on in and slowed TJB's off angles, but a great opener for them, for TJB.
Flower starting this off good, and we saw TJB just kind of send out a scout, try to get some information. He got caught out, so now it's going to be a 3v2 for sure. There's no way they're going to be able to pick him up now. So Talon now on that back foot, and if a fight like this, it's all about that first knock. So if Talon want to win this, Axel and Linux are going to have to make something magical happen.
They are outside of the circle, needing to move forwards. GK first now out in the buggy. 2v3. If Yoru can crawl back, they might find this res. The nade from Linux. Gonna isolate some ground, but there's the shot. Axel on the off angle, playing around the smoke, finds the first knock. This is the opening now for for Talon to look to come back into this one. Axel is in this next zone, but GK first is so quick for this res.
No way, Yoru with the miracle crawl. He's gonna get picked back up. TJB playing that one a little bit passive, getting that. Oh, look at Axel from this off angle.
Shimmy.
Oh, TJB's in big trouble. Axel, when is he going to pull that trigger? There it is. That's one.
In for the shot. And he goes for the flush. A really good pickup with Yoru getting res. There's now that threat. That crunch is on. Linux into the buggy. Axel's on the off angle. Linux draws fire. Only S around the sidelines. Rolls over with the buggy. There's the shot. And it is GK first to hold his nerve. 2 players from TJB. And another knock found. They're bringing it back under control. But it's Axel still to handle. Only S with the smoke to play around. He doesn't quite get the knock. Doesn't quite get it. But it's going to be that off angle. Finding those shots. And finally TJB put it to bed.
What a game. That was so close with TJB. I think they lucked out on that one. I think Talon could have definitely made it happen there. But wow, back and forth. Great game from both these squads. But at the end of the day, the big name we're also looking at, I mean, it's got to be Tiampa, right?
Oh, for sure. They got so many eliminations there. I think it was maybe up to 15 at the end, 14 or 15, and the 4th place as well. That's a chunk of placement points to add to the tally. Tiampa are absolutely here to play. It is great stuff to see. It felt like they got a little bit silly with it, though, in that match. They were like, we're not losing. Let's just fight
everyone, right? It's us versus this entire lobby at the end of the day, and they definitely did well. But you know what? I got to give a big shout out to these top 2 teams here towards the end. You know, TJB, again, coming in from Group Green. You know, they didn't have that warm-up that we saw from Group Red. Did a great job here in this one, and that's what they need to do, because at the end of the day, top 12 is the minimum goal, right?
For sure. That is what you need to be hitting to get to those finals. Sure, the money's good when you get higher up the tables, but getting to finals, that's even more money, right? And you're guaranteed, I think if you get directly into finals, I think it's 54K in 12th place, something around that sort of mark. Yeah, 54K in 12th place. So if you're able to make that, you're going to be happy. It goes up about 25 grand towards the top end, which means that obviously that's nice, but it's not the end of the world because you're guaranteed 25K just for getting to those finals.
Yeah, you want to be able to just perform your best. Again, folks, $1 million going out tomorrow. So that is absolutely insane. What a performance, though, again, from Tianba. You guys over there in the cube, right? I want to see some QZZ player stats because, man, he went absolutely crazy. But that's it for game number 2, folks. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back.
With match 2 now done in day 2 of the PMWC, I have one question for you all at home. China #1?
Yeah, they're pretty good right now.
Yeah?
I like it. I like it a lot. I was singing the praises of Tianba coming in. Obviously they've had 2 good games, but TJB's here to play as well. I mean, in the previous game they had the compound, so that was nice. But this time around, hey man, they were battling. It was awesome.
NA pride, man. hey, we don't really got much on this tournament. We got to claim at least one person. We can claim GK first in this one. But yeah, QZ we'll get into a little bit of time. But TJB looking strong, honestly. First day here with Group Green. And match 1, they look good. They got into a compound fairly early on. They eliminated, I think it was Harami. And then this one, they ended up coming out with a strong another match.
And what I really liked out of their play right there is that they were still doing that compound play, but on top of that, they were having a great split with Flower being the lone player away from the squad, letting them know what was going on, kind of being the scout. It worked out wonders for them. You can see the stats right here. 1,800 damage, 11 eliminations, and most of those come from QZC, which Paraboy. Nah, just kidding. Not too soon.
Whoa,
too soon.
whoa, whoa.
Too soon.
You're comparing an NA player to Paraboy. No, I'm just no.
And Hyper.
Who would be the NA Paraboy?
7.
We're not going to talk
gaming.
about it. And he's not even here.
I mean, they're here in some aspect. Yeah, obviously a great game. I mean, the thing is, coming in from PL, coming in from the regional clash as well, we are seeing some serious work here as we're comparing Tiamba day 1 versus Tiamba day 2 here, or sorry, match 1 versus match 2, I believe, and the damage is being quite consistent.
I mean, across those numbers, that is pretty unreal of a start here for day number 2. They already did brilliantly yesterday, right? But now they're back once again. I mean, for a long time, we expected China to always pop off here in PUBG Mobile. And then there was a little bit of a lull. I think it's fair to say there was a little bit of a lull. Here for PMWC, they're coming in hot, they're coming in strong. I do think it... Go on.
The lull, I mean, that was from the end of Nova's era, right?
Yes, exactly. I mean, I think that they've come in with great practice under their belt. PEL is, of course, obviously an insane battleground to actually contend in. And then PMRC was brilliant for them because it gave them international play just before coming here, realistically.
Yeah, what's scary about Tiamba, too, is that they're being able to do all of this without even being able to get an actual chicken dinner. I know some of the other teams, I mean, we were talking about it right yesterday. Some of the teams that were at the top, like D+, they were being kind of favored by the zones. They were able to get those chicken dinners. They were able to get those placement points. But this team is being able to get not only the eliminations, they're being able to get also the placement points without having that chicken dinner. So for some of the other teams that are trying to fight for those points, when they do end up getting chicken dinners, that's going to be an even scarier team.
Well, you can see here a little bit of a head-to-head with match 1 versus match 2 for TJB. Doing a little bit more damage in the first match, but again, it's about the consistency, right? You don't need to pop off and have the most explosive matches right now in the tournament. This is just group stage. You need to be top 12, make it into the finals, and that's where you really go full steam ahead.
The 2 games, late games, have evolved from having pretty decent compounds in their first 2 games, so we've got to take that into account here. The Sandhawk one, obviously, they were so close to that compound almost until the very end of that late game. But this one, they did have to swing out from the compound they had in the northeast side, going into the penultimate circle, and then beyond that. And then moving south and sweeping alongside that edge to make sure that Tiamba, one of their bitter rivals, I would suppose, for this tournament, was to be eradicated, then yeah, it was very well done.
As I mentioned, Scout being, actually Flower being their actual scout throughout that split, allowing them to kind of move out of the way, out of that compound, moving it into the circle, getting into those fights, knowing what was going on. Overall, these are the splits that we want to see. Yesterday, we're kind of memeing a little bit on some of the splits that we were seeing out of some of those teams that weren't really working out, but so far it was working out. And yeah,
oh, no, I don't know if it was that fight exactly where we had Besiktas rock up on, was it Reject? And then Tiamba was like, hey,
cleaned up
3 eliminations.
Like, okay, I'm gonna be real. It's Mean Kale again.
Yes,
I don't know why Besiktas is rocking up to heaven there in that location in a circle like that. You're basically assuring yours and Reject's destruction as long as there's another team there, because usually heaven is coexisted by 2 teams taking the south as well as the north. So it's rough.
The even crazier part out of that push from Besiktas was that they were expecting Reject to just be in one building, because you could see them being absolutely surprised whenever a player from Reject started shooting them from the other building. They were like, okay, wait, how do we not? I think they had zero knowledge. And talking about zero knowledge of what happened there, I kind of want to just mention it because we're talking about it so much too. Team Liquid was doing such great rotations at the beginning of the match that I felt like they were going to be able to possibly have a great match. But boy, they sent it through the fields of just Naya, and it backfired in a big, big way, Kyle.
Yeah, I was being Mean Kale again, actually, now that you say it. I mean, like, the place that they sent themselves to in between the Falcons 3-1 split in Yasnaya as well as in the Fields compound, if you send yourself to that location as Team Liquid, you can't go there that early. It is not possible. The whole of Yasnaya can see you in there. There's really not much cover there where Team Liquid went, and it felt as if they got a little bit lazy in their transition.
Yeah.
You were mentioning that they could have maybe gone through Yaz the way Brute Force went.
Well, and the reason why I was mentioning that too is because that's where the team was kind of coming from. They would have known if there was going to be any shots from over there, and the time between those circles, between those rotations, wouldn't have been that long. They would have been able to take bigger fights too. Ultimately, you ended up helping Talon Esports. That ended up pushing out of Yasnaya. Sadly, didn't end up working out for Team Liquid.
Well, Seven, I'm going to throw it right back to you here in just a second as you see Tiamba with a nice almost 30-point lead in first place. But D Xavier, Lamborghini, surviving into a top 3 right there. And those placement points that them and now Tiamba now share with 27 is pretty insane.
It is pretty insane. Something that we want to see a little bit, well, I personally want to see a little bit more out of DX Xavier is clutching up more elimination points. They've been getting themselves over and over again towards the later matches. We were talking about yesterday in regards to their splits, that they were maybe forcing themselves a little bit too much, spreading thin a little bit too much. But in this one, we've been seeing a little bit better splits out of them. It just comes down to, I want to see them get those placement points a little bit higher too. Being able to get that chicken dinner, but most of all, being able to see more eliminations.
The interesting thing about that for me is we're seeing these like roster swaps, right? With East coming in and Zed not playing for Falcons, but for DX Xavier, Shadows was playing, who was previously known as Levi's in PMSL SEA, and yet Chua is actually the one playing instead of him at the moment for DX Xavier. So we're definitely seeing some like swap ups come in. We also saw TJB already able to break through in the leaderboard here, and Kalaris,
uh-oh. Mean Kalaris is back.
What do you want to be mean about?
I'm looking at that leaderboard, and I'm looking at the very bottom of the leaderboard, and it's only been 2 matches, but 1 point.
It might be tough.
It might be tough.
It's only 2 games. It's only 2 games.
Only 2 games. Okay, well, we can end it there. Only 2 games. We still have a lot of games left to go here, but in the meantime, we have to head down to the stage to actually hear what Team Liquid had to say about that last match.
Hello and welcome back to the main stage where I am joined by the coach from Team Liquid. It's night. I mean, I've got to say, what a great start to the day so far. Sandhawk, winner, chicken dinner. Sandhawk's a little bit of a roll of the dice, isn't it? It can be quite chaotic. So you guys seem to play it really well. You played it quite slow. What was the plan of the approach from the top of the day?
So we recently changed the drop spot to carry. So we kind of were getting used to this position. But I think the main idea is, since Sandhawk is such a small map, we can't take too many fights, because otherwise you're going to bring the attention of the teams around. So we kind of got the compound, and we waited until the teams start fighting to third-party them. And then we have like a clear path towards the end game, and we develop our game.
Nice tactical approach, I love it. Let's talk a little bit about the team itself, because you guys have formed almost like a collection of different players from different teams and different places, and sometimes that doesn't always work, but your team just seems to click. They just seem to play extremely well together. Can you tell me why that is?
So I think at the end of the road, I have a little bit of experience of creating like new teams, but the main point is we're trying to figure out the way that each player feel comfortable playing. So we kind of create a game plan that will benefit all the players, instead of, oh, you guys gonna do what I'm saying, and that is, no, you need to be like very flexible about, okay, if you like to do this, let's try to play a little bit more like this and change a little bit of that. But at the end of the day, everyone needs to be comfortable so they can give 100% of them.
I love that. Okay, finally, Erangel. It went slightly differently in map 2, didn't it? You guys got caught. Were you taking too much time? What did you kind of gather from watching that map?
So I think our rotation was really good. We found a really good entry point, but I think we lost too much time trying to third-party the teams, and we ended up forgetting our main goal, that is trying to find our entry point to the next save. So this ended up punishing us very hard. When we tried to find the entry point, that was like 3 teams around, so we lost 2 players, and then only 1 player left. He tried to gain as much time possible, but we knew that the game was over there.
Unfortunately for you guys. However, it's still early stages of your first day. It's your first few maps, so you guys are just getting warmed up. You're shaking off some of the dust. So congratulations to Team Liquid so far. Thank you so much tonight for joining us in the post-match interviews. But for now, we're going to continue day 2 of the group stage, and we're going to head back to the studio.
With dual gaming chipsets and 144Hz AMOLED screens, the GT20 Pro will equip teams with up to 120 FPS, which is also the first batch of supported devices, offering esports level performance and visually stunning experiences in the 2024 PMWC. And you never guess what, Hot Jukes? That's exactly where we are.
That is
Map
right.
Number 3, day 2, first day for Group Green, coming in for the PMWC. It's time to kick it off.
Let's kick it off indeed, and we kicked it off strong right here. Tianba going crazy. You can see QZZ with the most eliminations so far, most damage, no surprise there. And to kind of galvanize the interview that we just heard a little bit earlier with Knight from Team Liquid, man, I love the fact that when it comes to his idea of building a new team, right? Not just having an idea of what he wants and fitting just random players in there that will make that happen. No, search out different players and then build off that, right? Find out what each strength is, how can we make this work, and just go from there. And it's worked. It worked well. And I like his answer of what happened in the last game. Sometimes you get a little antsy, head up a little bit too early, and in a tournament like this, that small mistake, you can pay big time for it.
Absolutely. We'll see if they're able to stay a little bit less squirmy in their seats this time around. The playing path, very similar to the first one, Apovka down to Primos, but the circle, very much not similar to the first one.
Right.
Opposite side of the map, down towards Primos. This is good news, potentially, for a team like Vampire. Obviously, mean Kale over on the desk, mean old Kale, that grumpy old so-and-so, was saying how bad they were in those first 2 matches. No, but they have only got 1 point, right? So this is their chance. They've got the circle shifting out their way. They aren't going to have too much to getting on with. Ayala, okay. Getting it done. The shot out the sky. It's a skeet shoot.
Man, that's like shooting ducks in a barrel, as
that's what
our
I
local
always say.
Scrooge must say. You know, so it's crazy to see that right off the rip. That's gonna hurt, especially since TJB did so well in the last match.
I'm definitely going to be calling him Scrooge McHale from now on.
Scrooge McHale. Yeah, I think that's a new name right there. Hopefully we can see him change it on all platforms.
Yeah, on the lower thirds. I'll get on to Tomasz about that one. We'll be all right. D plus Kia, they're currently dropping out towards school. Should be fairly easy transitions out southwest for them. Before, in a previous match, we saw Everest be quite an important feature. That was Reject who were taking control of that one pretty effectively. But right now, Falcons are pretty close to it. Al-Ula XIHC as well in South George. Going to be around that sort of area. A lot of potential to control the west coast from a position like this. A lot of teams, though, could just send straight across those Gatka fields into it as well.
Yeah, and I think that if they were going to make that stand, they would have had to do it already. And that's the thing, that every single time you have a zone shift so far away from the playing path, you have to decide, right? Okay, are we going to stay here, loot, and be late? Or are we going to just pick up whatever item we can find and get on the move? You can even see Tiamba. I mean, they're the top team right now in this lobby. Already 87 points. They're starting to create that gap from the rest of everybody. Now, Tiamba, if I recall, yeah, Tiamba will not be playing tomorrow, right? So they're doing exactly what they need to, putting up so many points that nobody can even touch them. And man, they really started off strong here.
And remember what I said at the start, where I predicted that the bubble would be somewhere in the low 70s?
That's right.
This is the first team to cross that threshold, right? Tiamba now 87 points. No matter what, it's very likely that they'll get through to the finals directly, right?
Oh, yeah.
Just off the first couple of games that they've had today. They obviously have more leg room now to try and stretch out a little bit of a lead, make their way up towards the top.
And you know, there's so many different advantages, right, when it comes to having such a strong performance off the rip. I mean, yeah, they've already crossed that, you know, threshold. It's not an official threshold, but it is our estimate here, you know. And if you do that so early, I mean, they still have 4 more matches left to go. At this point, it's just about making more money in the bank. But there's another thing as well they could do.
What could they do?
When you have such a great performance and you're like, all right, we know we're going to go to that finals already. There's a couple different things you could do. One, play your heart out, try to go ahead and get that first place, put some more money in the bank. 2, right? Mix some things up, try and train your players up, right, for the finals. So,
bring subs in, that sort of stuff.
That's right. You know, bring subs in, or if we feel like we struggle with this particular strategy, let's try it now. It's risky, but we can afford to try it and train up for the finals coming up, right?
Yeah, they've got Tian Yu, for instance. I think that's from a previous team. I don't know if they are playing or not. I think they've got a sub or 2 on the roster.
It's possible.
So
yeah, so many different things you could try, and you can afford to try it here now because this is going to be the best practice you could possibly hope for coming up for the finals. Or number 3, John.
What's number 3? I'm liking this. I like door number 3 already. I choose door number 3.
Decide that you want certain teams not to make it in the finals and hunt them down.
Oh, I chose the right door.
Oh,
that is the
baby.
most fun one, certainly for us. It could be pretty tricky, pretty chaotic as well. If you're Tiamba, then I put it to you. If you're going to choose door number 3, which team do you want to be behind that door?
Ooh. Honestly, if I'm them, I'm trying to hurt some teams that I find a threat, you know?
Okay.
If you're Tiamba, number 1, I would hunt down a squad that maybe lands near you on certain maps, you know, and that can make things a little bit easier towards the finals, or just hunt down some squads that you know can go crazy tomorrow. And we're talking about, you know, squads like Team Falcons, right? Team Liquid had a great start here. Maybe you want to kind of slow them down, or maybe you decide to take out the team that took that last scoop of shakshuka during the breakfast buffet. You know what I'm saying?
You know what? I like that last one as well. It's always door number 3. You've got great door 3s.
What can I say? What can I say? It's the third one's the charm.
Absolutely. Well, there you go. No, Tiamba, I mean, I would sort of agree. I like the idea of targeting a strong team that is on the boundary right now. So, for instance, Team Liquid, they have got that 10-point average that I was talking about earlier today being very, very impressive. But I'll tell you what, who else has that now is Tiamba themselves, right? 80 points would be 10 points average. They've got a little bit more than that. They've got almost an 11-point average. They're 1 point off of that from that previous result. It's pretty impressive that they've been able to jump up that far. So I think you might be right with Falcons potentially being my top pick for them to target if they were to go for that sort of a strategy. Right now, they've sailed down the west side on past Georgia Pole, and they are currently on that west coast road, trying to find their feet there. Team Liquid, a lot more central, though.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm not saying that Tiamba is most likely going to go and like hot drop somebody at this point, you know, or do something crazy like that. But since you have so many points, you have a lot more flexibility, right? So let's say you get a thirst on a Falcons player in a bad position. Maybe it's better to just try and commit to take them out rather than just say, all right, you know what, we'll leave them be and try to win the game, you know? So when you have that flexibility, it really opens the door to so many different options. And they're in a great spot for this next circle. I knew it before I even popped. I was like, yep, they are. I was going to say this circle, but yeah, look at that. They are in a beautiful position. You got so many squads out the way. Honestly, I'm looking up north. Brute Force in a terrible position. They've had a rough day yesterday. It is not looking good for them. At this point, I think if we want to even see them make it into the finals, we need to see like a double-digit elimination chicken dinner at the minimum.
Look at the rush for the central positions now, moving around the foothills of Everest. Tiamba are in and amongst that fray, so I think we know how that one might go. Vampire pushing in from the southwest side, need to make their mark as well. They're fending off approach from Reject right now. Haven't lost anyone just yet. Reject taking damage, diverted away. They're going to have to get in and amongst it with the other teams as well. They've been sent packing. Besiktas right over that ridge line. I feel like Vampire are going to want to take this ridge on the southwest edge near Besiktas with oversight there, and Reject can't do a damn thing about it.
Sara just overcommitted there on that rotate. I mean, he just got a little bit too greedy, I think, on information. Went down the hill and got punished immediately. That's the PMWC right there for you. Team Liquid on the move as well. Besiktas Black are holding this compound, and they're doing a great job of it.
Vampire now with the dome under control.
That's right.
Sending out the signals. 4MV on the southeast side, meanwhile, over towards Gatka. Alliance trying to move in pretty close by to them. They're sort of trading off, moving from these compounds through the hills to the south side of it. No one really getting aggy just yet.
No, sir, indeed. Yeah, especially Vampire. They got that observatory. Nice and locked down, looking pretty. And I think everybody right now is just very happy to be in the position that they're in. You got 4MV near Gatka, right next to those chopsticks. So if the zone does make a shift towards in that direction, they're going to be in a really good position. Mad Bulls are still looting in Rozhok. What do you think about that?
They need more loot. Yeah. Basically, you win the game by having the most first aid kits. That's how it works. And so actually, I think the recent patch actually made it so that the longer you spend in the blue, the cooler you are, and therefore, that's pretty sick.
You gotta be cool.
Hell yeah.
Gotta be cool, that's for sure. But you know what's not cool is this rotation they're gonna have to do. Very fortunate for them that this side of Ruins is not taken at all. But they're gonna definitely have to combat a couple teams if they want to even get some points on the board here with this next possible shift. Where do you think the zone's gonna go?
Where do I think the zone's gonna go?
Let's see.
Okay, with pure guess, throw a dart at it. I think it's going to go over to the North Gatka Fields. It's going to be a hard shift east, and it's going to be right on top of Falcons.
I'm going to say it's going to go all the way north. All the way. D plus Kia going to get this circle right here towards Everest. Let's see what happens.
Oh, man.
That's pretty north. Pretty north right there.
That's you. That's definitely you.
Hospital in play.
Other two. Let's talk about what impact that has. Tianba's position right now holds out all of these teams to the south. TJB on their east flank actually helps them do that as well. They have this line. Everybody in the southeast side is going to have to figure out how to get through. The one avenue that they have, swing west, up that road, but then you crash into brute force on the west side of South George.
Yeah, you got teams like Alliance all the way on the south side. They're just going to have to fight their way on in. As we look at that, yeah, that knock right there, Sara getting punished. Nice shots there from Tosspick. These players are so good at popping people out of vehicles from long range.
Just taking those shots and able to land them time and time again. I'm pretty sure my guns don't work like that when I play.
Woo!
Tony K with the Mini 14 as well, a range, able to do a lot of work. Tianba actually fell back from their position that they were holding on that line, so they are giving ground. They didn't want to be the team actually holding that line.
Tony K busting out that Mini. We saw him last year, mid-season championships, dominated with that weapon. So the gun has definitely shot off here, so teams need to be careful here and have to start shutting him down quickly. Meanwhile, Chips from D plus Kia gets knocked. We're starting to see fights happen all over the place. D plus Kia getting punished once again. They are holding that edge of Hospital, and they are getting picked apart. Tianba, Sean, whoa, gets the explosion and takes out Reject just like that.
3 eliminations for Tianba, and they will not slow down. That's 90 points now on the cards for them, which means they keep up their 10-point average guaranteed. Excellent news. Meanwhile, Alolex IHC trying to fend off against D plus Kia as well, but it's going not great right now for the Korean squad. They have been all but out of these matches so far today, and it looks like that's not going to change. Alolex IHC take them down, and D plus Kia, they're going out with a whimper.
I don't know what's going on with D plus Kia. I think if I were to guess, though, just from what I see here, if I could hear their comms, I'd know better. But from what I'm seeing, it just looks like they're starting to play it passive. I think they did so well yesterday that they're kind of erring on, hey, let's just try to get some points and guarantee our way to top 12. That's a mistake in my eyes. I think they need to play the same game they played yesterday, just holding those positions strong, taking out every single team on their way in, and it'll work out. But, I mean, already 3 games with rough performances, that is not good.
I'm just taking a look at the map right now. You can see the Mad Bulls on your screens descending from Everest. They are moving up towards the north side to try and flank around there. DX Xavier on the north side of the hay farm, taking control of a compound right on the junction of some of the paths that went their way through. This is a Tianba circle all the way through. Look at that. It is a great compound that they have on the north side of the open ground. It's a hill that rises southwards from them, which means that having QZ actually on the top of that hill will give them a lot of info. He's in a vehicle, and very, very likely as soon as there's pressure put on that spot, he folds back, but they get so much info for
I was about to say, as soon as that zone shifted, I think there's pressure already, so he needs to start getting back to his team right now because there's no way he's going to be able to hold that by himself. But hey, we saw Tianba doing some crazy splits. They were fighting everybody in the last match, and that worked out. Let's see if they can do it here once again. Meanwhile, Tony K on the hill getting peppered. Looks like from Team Liquid. They got their eyes on Besiktas Black right here. Yeah, a push is imminent on this location.
Absolutely seems to be. Besiktas going to have to leave likely soon. Newsy for Vampire flowing around the edge. QZ did go down, get knocked and flushed for Tianba, so was very much exploited. You were right, that pressure was just too much.
Yeah, he had to move immediately after the zone shifted, but you know what? Like I said, when you're on top, right, you have some flexibility.
True.
So at this point, I'm not going to blame whatever you do when you're on top of the leaderboards. But the rest of these teams, they got to do something. One of them in particular, it's got to be brute force. They've had a terrible day. If they want to continue to stay here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, they got to perform here and now. Meanwhile, we watch Vampire just outside of the circle here. It looks like they're going to wait until the last second to make this push.
They have been playing very slow and methodical on this edge so far in the first matches. Obviously, it's not worked out for them, but they have already doubled their score total in this match, which is great news for the team. Unfortunately, what is not great news is when Mythic looks at you and clicks on your head.
Oh, and that Schweppes thirsted immediately. So Vampire going to lose one here. And now they're in trouble because they got Team Falcons right next to them. But let's take a look over here at Mad Bulls on the rotate. Very, very close to Talon Esports. And Zurich trying to get some knocks out of the vehicle. Axel not able to get the pick on the car. And, oh, they actually do get one.
Down in the open, but 3 players make it through. A very dangerous rotate. And straight on into the auto shotty. TJB do not give an inch when Mad Bulls try and open the door.
Yeah, I would have liked to see Mad Bulls just take that commitment onto that fight there rather than the blind send. At this stage, they just don't work. They're just going to get shut down 95% of the time. Let's look at this replay, though. Sean! I mean, this man has been on point today.
What can you do? What can you do when someone's on fire like that? It's just get out of the way or die trying. I see on the off angle for Falcons, lighten up Team Liquid right now, who have got this position out on the east side. Near that radio tower there, and they are trying to roll on up. You've got Talon trying to push on in. This is a 3-way fight right now. Ayala's down, 2 players down there. Falcons trying to roll on in. Misery, Linux down, and Talon are suffering. At the moment, I think the front foot might actually be on Falcons rolling up into this fight, but hang on a minute, I had to turn that around. They've just gone down completely. They try and overcommit. And Mythic, now the last player to stand for Team Liquid. Everybody's having a bad day.
Team Falcons got deleted right there. They tried to commit to that radio tower, and they got knocked out. Meanwhile, Vampire Esports were able to get some reses off, so they still have 3 players up, and they're trying to commit onto this edge here. But man, you got Talon right there around the corner. 2 players up. Yoru's gonna, oh, what a great shot through the smoke.
Able to get so much done, and the nades are there to back it up. Vampire finally turning up the heat now with a swing out to the east side. And they are now under pressure. Team Liquid go down. Alolex IHC also wanted some of this third party. Vampire playing as 3, leaves this as a 3 versus 3. And again, this is now the 5th team to roll up onto this position before they can transition out to the west.
Now this is the Vampire Esports that we saw last year, starting to finally show their teeth here, or their fangs, as we may say. But they're gonna have to take out IHC here, as Tony K is starting to throw those nades out. This is a bad placement right now for IHC. They're going to have to start moving on in.
I really question Demo's decision to do this, and the fact that Stones wasn't able to get any damage onto him. A little bit potentially of a misstep there. Maybe needed a little bit more, or backup from a teammate to be able to take that buggy down. But Demo gets some info and folds back in ahead of Vampire in their rotate, but there's plenty of vehicles. They start to move forwards. Tony K, I don't think he saw the player to his left. It was immediately there. Godless tries to step out, and I think TJB might have sightlines. Tony K, stoned, trying to roll over these hilltops, but they're just getting peppered from the off angle, and sees Alolex IHC just rolling away from them as well. Popping out these smokes, doesn't have any nades, up high into the sky. The nades go long, but there's a knock onto Godless. That's TJB.
IHC is getting punished from so many different angles right now. And yeah, you can see 4 Miracle Vibes has now got their eyes on this location. Vampire Esports are just trying to hold on here. They're throwing out so many reses, all their utility, and rightfully so, because to try to get into this next circle, you got to go into an open field, and everyone's looking down here. They're downrange to the spot.
It is going to be so treacherous to make this one work. Besiktas Black on the southeast side as well, where Vampire obviously let them go. They're going to be a major threat for them later on now. The rolls around the hillside. Alolex IHC try to find the shot, and Tony K with the vehicle position gets a little bit of damage, but not too much more. 2 players for them to deal with. A Demo finally picks up something, and it's Newsy. He goes down entirely. Rogue, Lobe, heals up, stoned in the smoke. Tony K rolls forwards, up into the rock, has the M4 in hand, looks for the spray against the UMP, trades out, wins it. And there is also backup from his teammate to take out Alolex IHC, but there's only 2 Vampires left.
Tony K able to take advantage of that right-hand priority there, wins that 1v1 and moves up into the circle right towards the edge there. He just has a little bit of hill of coverage, so he will survive for just a little bit longer. This is going to be a tough one, though. If this zone goes pretty much center, it's going to be a tough time for all these teams. This is an open field, guys.
Tiamba taking down another team. We'll get back to that. I'm sure there will be plenty more times of that to occur. In the meantime, on the south side, Besiktas crashing through over towards 4MV. They know that Vampire have a duo, or well, some players at least, out towards the east side of them. So they're reticent, they're reluctant to move on in towards this compound that 4MV hold, and in a pivotal position as well on the south edge.
Zone goes a little bit further south here. Now Tiamba not only need to step out of their comfort zone and start getting active. Brute Force going to have to do the same as well. Every single one of these teams is going to be holding the edge because it is a wide open range dead center. So we'll see how these teams decide to play it. You can see Tiamba scouting for quite a long while here, but they're going to have to start making that move inch by inch.
Tiamba, if they want 11 points average, they need 99 at the end of this match. They are currently 6 points short of that mark. When you don't count the placement points they've already earned, which isn't too many yet, but it will start to ramp up. So they'll be looking for that 6-point extra cachet.
And they could get it. They can really get it. I mean, 6 eliminations already. They're looking good. Now let's see how Alliance is going to approach this fight here. They're starting to apply a little bit of pressure towards Brute Force, but none of these teams need to fight. But if Tiamba's coming in right now, Alliance needs to try to get this third party going. As we see Sean holding back right now, gets one knock.
And there's 2 players now remaining. They lose 1 on the roll-up, but already a lot of damage done. Another player to fall as well, and Tiamba lose a second. It's Sean. 5 eliminations already, and Brute Force are just being backed off this hold. Alliance on the south edge, gonna move on up to replace that pressure as well. Sean low, but I think he's managed to get away with the rotate around the edge of Brute Force as well. Look at that, he's now out on the east side of them, has some high ground. Can he get some healing done? Can he get it back into the fight?
Tiamba committed like crazy there and are just devastating Brute Force in a game that they pretty much need to win at this point if they want to make it into the survival stage, because it is not, or actually if they want to make it into the main event here, because they're in big trouble. You can see Sean applying that pressure, 1v2. We saw him 1v3 a little bit earlier. Nades are ringing out from both sides, and that is gonna do it.
Finally able to stop the proceedings there for Tiamba. They get 6 elims though, and they keep that 10-point average going, looking pretty healthy at the top of those tables. Alliance now with the chance to move up towards Brute Force, but they've already been softened up by Tiamba on the north side, and this west side is looking so open for them. 4 players alive for Alliance. They've got the rooftop high ground. It is going to be so difficult to take this team down. I don't know if anyone's going to be able to do it. 4MV yet to dispatch Besiktas, but once they have, or well, if they have, sorry, for the Turkish fans, they will very likely be able to do so. That's kind of the main threat that I see. However, Vampire on the north edge, still surviving. I don't think for much longer given Cluck's position here.
Yeah, Clux is staring at him right now, but the zone could still go north. So let's see where it decides to go. If it centers up right here, it's going to be pretty tough for all these teams. But 4MV are still alive. They have 3 eliminations so far, and they're going to have to start working towards Besiktas Black and vice versa. Let's see what happens with this next zone shift. This is stage 6, about to be stage 7. Jimmy, oh, he's got the angles, but Tony K
nearly
with the stiff arm.
Finding nearly a second knock there, but that allows him to get the res behind the hay bale. It's going to be so tricky to move now, though. 45 seconds until the close. The terrain up to their left side, so their east, will be maybe a little bit more maneuverable, but with Cluck able to have complete control over the runouts, there's basically nothing you can do. You've just got to win the fight or hope that Cluck is busy elsewhere.
Tony K has to hit a miracle shot if they even want to survive, but it's not looking good, folks. I mean, they did enough. They did enough, right? 6 eliminations so far, top 5 position is nothing to shake your head at for a team that's just coming in here today. But it's good to start seeing some signs of life from this team. Now we're going to start seeing some smokes ring out. Or might as well, if you have any utility, just throw it. Why not? Because the odds of you making it out of this hay bale are slim to none.
They are going to have to move before that high ground position for Alliance, but for MV, actually, Besiktas having a good opener there. Poser is down, though, and Lewis needs healing. Out goes the forward position, and Toshpik finds 1 for 1 on the trade. The second as well on the straight, and the third and the fourth at the back. Oh, for MV get rolled over, and Besiktas mounts the side of the compound, able to push their way on in, forced on in, and I take my words back. I thought 4MV had it in the bag.
But no, they did not. Besiktas Black coming in hot, and Alliance did a great job here of cutting off Besiktas rotation. They're taking up even more real estate. Tony K, though, survived. He made it out of that hay bale with all that chaos from that fight.
Brute Force still have Prepod there, and if he's a snake, if he's not gone noticed by Vampire, that could be the death of him. Alliance have shimmied on out. They've sent 2 forwards.
That's one.
And it is going to be a good opener there. Low HP on Poser. That's going to get healed up on the sidelines as Jimmy keeps the pressure on. A lovely air burst, and Poser goes down. 2 knocks now for Besiktas, and Alliance still aren't committing. They just want to keep the pressure on. They know that they're outside the zone. They don't need to move too far. This is perfectly handled. Vampire take out Prepod on the north edge, and Alliance are putting on a masterclass.
Yo, they got to watch out for Tony K. Tony K is still in the mix right here and could cause trauma for this team because Besiktas Black most likely going to go out, and Alliance did exactly what they needed to, just to keep applying that pressure. Blue Zone's going to do the work, but they said, nah, we want all these eliminations, and they get them.
Vampire 7 elims, Tony K with the mini 14. They're split 2 and 2. This means you can isolate around the side of the hay bale. Individual fights a little bit easier. But the regroup for Alliance looks to come forwards. Jimmy's moving on up in those vehicles, trying to get closer. Stoned, meanwhile, on the back lines as well. As Cluck finally, is he going to get dismounted? Yes, I think he is. He's not going to be in this zone for the next time around, but Vampire going to have to move as well.
Well, this is stage 8. The zone's going to go into nothing, and Tony K really need to hit a knock there. Oh, Stone got one, and that's onto Jimmy. That's a critical knock. Anything can happen. Can we see a miracle? Can we see Vampire clutch a 2v4 to get a critical chicken dinner?
Olio now in a really important high ground position. With vision over towards the Vampire players, they have to move forwards.
I don't like this at all from Alliance. I think they commit. Oh, that's huge. Yeah, Tony K finishing out Jimmy now makes it into a 2v3. Alliance cannot hold those spots anymore. I know they're good. I know you got a lot of sight lines, but just use the number advantage. Take out 1 by 1. You're basically essentially allowing 1v1s to happen here. You're getting punished for it.
That's what I was saying, right? With that 2-2 split, they haven't fully recoalesced. They've left Cluck too far back, but now they move in. Play 2 players forwards with that backstop. Cluck, the off angle, the wild card.
Tony K has 2 nades left in his bag, and you know he's going to throw them. This is stage 8, folks. About to go to stage 9. This zone is about to go to nothing. It's going to center up here and apply that pressure on these players. Cluck he's able to make it off that rooftop, which is what I wanted to see, but he's got to find a way towards his teammates. They're all split. This is a terrible play, I think, from Alliance. They can't be snaking and trying to do this. They need to go in. Oh, that nade.
What? How did that not hit Stoned? I have no idea. It's going to go a little bit further this time and not really going to do too much. That nade was there, but it's still just not quite on the target. Tony K has the hay bale. Vampire need to shimmy forwards. Alliance have the center.
Tony K. Oh, he wanted to get you the crate. He wanted that crate so bad. Tony K goes down, and that's Stone out of there. So you know what? Sometimes patience is a virtue, and Alliance are able to clutch out the 3rd game of the day.
And hey, you know what? That's still a good game for Vampire, right? They were able to get a 2nd place, 8 eliminations on the board as well, meaning that they have jumped up the tables a little bit faster than those first 2 matches would have you believe. But the chicken dinner goes to Alliance. Their 2-2 split, their hold on Besiktas with those opening nades. They knew they didn't need to commit to it. They played the outside. They have that crossfire backup. You can't get pushed. It was there. There's for the taking at that point.
Man, beautiful game right here. A huge win for Alliance as well. You know that this is one that they have been waiting for. And a great performance for Vampire. We're starting to see some signs of life on them. I know we've only played 3 matches so far. At least they've played 3 matches so far. And this was one that we definitely wanted to see early on.
Absolutely. Something that you really like to see. Started the match in 4th place, so you do Alliance rather, going to be jumping up pretty far with D plus Kia, with the Xavier not really having a great performance.
Man, D plus Kia, you know, speaking of disappointing performances far, oh my goodness. I think they have, what, like less than 4 points so far today. 3 matches have been played. We're now going to reach the 2nd half of this day and the last 3 matches for them. So, man, they really need to pull something out here in these last 3 coming up.
It's not been a repeat from yesterday, and that's what happens when you get the death group green coming on into the mix, right? When you're playing against teams like Team Liquid, like, well, Tiamba, who's just always in their group anyway.
Right.
But when you've got Falcons coming in, when you've got Team Liquid, and I mean, on that last game, I guess Vampire, maybe not the first two, yeah, there's so much more pressure on you. And it has been such a great watch to see Tiamba do what they've been doing over these last 3 matches. But we've got 3 more matches still to come for you today. We're going to be taking a break. We'll see you guys there. Make sure you stay tuned for more PMWC.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نو ترى نو.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما أحد يشوفه.
لا تشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
If you guys have been watching so far today, you might have seen the PMWC Violet Thunder set and S12K, which you at home can pick up for yourself based off the design by Ailu from the PDP X Esports Outfit Design Contest. Make sure you guys pick this up because it looks sick, it looks so good, it looks clean, and I love the W on the back for PMWC. Great input, guys. Great input, gentlemen. As
Thanks.
they just looked at each other like, yeah, I agree.
Yep.
Jason, you are the most handsome one here. You are the tallest, and you're the smartest. So thanks, guys.
Totally is correct.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll talk about Alliance, the first team to get 2 chicken dinners so far here in PMWC. They have looked good, but in particular, 7, as Kalaris obviously did bring up while we're watching the games, their 4-man's late game are very strong.
It has been. Not even that, just their splits have been really good. We're talking throughout watching that match. Talking about teams that are being proactive, this team is so good at being proactive. We saw Jimmy being able to hit a great nade on one of the teams that was going to stop their push into those final zones. Out of Alliance, what I'm enjoying, whenever they do get a chance, whenever they do have their backs covered, they're going to be splitting, they're going to be proactive, getting ready for the next circles. And as you mentioned, being able to get those 2 wins.
They're not afraid of putting themselves in danger, though, when they've found themselves at a good spot at the very end.
Speaking of Jimmy, he's back for us to do it twice now.
They didn't have to go out hunting for Vampire, but they definitely wanted it. Again, actually, it probably comes back to what you were saying about the brute force scenario on Erangel for them yesterday. They want absolutely every point they can scramble for, so they don't want teams denying themselves. Once you know that you are guaranteed 4v2 somewhere in this circle, you probably kind of do have to hunt them down if you want to actually get those limbs.
Well, you don't have Maxman to curse you. But I did want to point out really quickly, Aula IHC.
Yes.
11 eliminations, 0 placement points. This is looking like the team for PMGC, man, where they get like no placements, no chicken dinners, just get those elims.
And that's what we want to see out of this team. I mean,
is that what we want to see, though?
It worked out for them at PMGC.
True.
And it was a big question mark, and slowly but surely, if they continue to perform like that, I mean, they ended up winning PMGC, but it's just one game out of this team. We haven't really seen much. Their PMSL because of the last match that they had. We wanted to continue to see those high elims out of that team.
To capitalize on what I want to call it, I was talking about what game was going on, almost the desperation of some of the moves that some of these teams are making at the moment in this start. It feels like a lot of the teams are leaving moves too late in some of these early to mid games, and then desperation hits and all of a sudden 3 teams crash into a location, and then that exposes them because they have to come out of the dips, because nades are going into those dips, other teams are shooting at them. I actually was able to capitalize on some of that in this game. That's why you see those 11 eliminations come along. As the tournament goes on, that's going to become less of an issue, I think. I think teams will get more comfortable, less desperation moves will occur, so we won't see that conversion.
Do you think that's a result of the format, right? Because you have 12 matches, that's it. To make sure your top 12 teams are trying to play too cautious and not the way they know how to play?
Oh, I have to really think about that. That's a good question.
I can give you the other side of that. Or is it a symptom of the caliber of players we have in teams and the respect they're kind of giving each other?
It kind of comes to that, right? Everybody now knows, everybody in this game can shoot.
Yeah.
Everybody can shoot. And now we're slowly getting to the point where the majority of people can macro good. That's not a proper real sentence. Don't use that anymore.
Macro
that was
good.
Macro good. But what I mean is they understand, okay, we need to be making this wide rotate. We only have the option to wide rotate at this point. We only have the option to try and thread the needle and get to this location. So everybody is rising the bar constantly, and it makes when all the good teams are making the same moves, you all end up in the same positions. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
I mean, at the current stage, too, that we're seeing a lot of teams third-party each other. At one point, we saw, Team Falcons fighting with Team Liquid, and then on top of that, Talon came in, and then after that,
I have to change it on you because it was Team Liquid and Talon fighting, and Falcons rocks up like, yeah, we're going to park ourselves in the middle of both teams. Like, what?
I mean, this is a great example, right? The location that you guys are referring to is one of the most important locations in those fields. The radio tower on that field is one of the only places that allows dips for defensive capabilities. Now, you oftentimes will have a team there, but other teams are trying to use it as a checkpoint to get then further into those fields, and then it becomes a hot pot, and, well, we saw what happened.
But to go back to what you were saying, Seven, it was those 3 teams, right? And then Vampire rocks up, IHC rocks up as well. It's like a 5 different man or a 5-team fight happening there.
And talking about Vampire, that's usually how we're used to seeing Vampire win their championships here in Riyadh. They're used to be known for being the team that is usually able to third-party a lot of teams. I want to see a little bit more of that. I mean, Tony K, too, was able to perform really well, which we'll have to wait and see if he's going to continue on those performances. But going back to that fight between all those 2 teams, I feel like we're starting to see that more and more here so far at PMWC, something that I'm not used to seeing in previous global events. More teams, more big teams are willing to fight against each other, even outside the zone like it happened in this last match.
Yeah, and Tony K, as we're seeing, I mean, he is the holder of most eliminations here at PMWC with 53. 5 eliminations. I mean, they had 1 point before this match. I think they got 14 points in this game, so they need him to step up.
That's why I said 2 games. This is a little bit early to really kind of call them out here, right? Like Tony K, Vampire, how they are able to perform here on this stage for mid-season tournaments has been nothing short of miraculous. 949 damage here for the 5 eliminations. Do bear in mind as well, about 650 damage he was receiving. He went through an absolute war to get to here. So it's not only the fact that he's able to get those eliminations on the board, he's also understanding that, hey, sometimes collateral damage is going to have to happen. I'm going to have to find some spots to be able to heal here, because in those fields, it can get dicey.
Well, there is another team we wanted to talk about here, and we're talking about, you know, teams kind of playing reactive or playing a little bit too slow. One team, I think, almost on the other side of that coin is maybe Brute Force, because we're seeing them change their drop locations. And Seven, I know you did want to talk about Brute Force in general.
I mean, with Brute Force being the champions out of PMSL EMEA, by the way, this is going to be a comparison of what they were able to do yesterday to today. Yesterday is going to be on the left side. This is a team that after they're going to be playing their last 3 matches. You can see in the elims, they're pretty much around the same. If they continue on the performance that they currently are, it's going to end up being at about the same. And if it wasn't for this last match that we just had, if they wouldn't have had such a good performance there in regards to placement, this stats would have looked a lot more different. It would have been a bigger gap.
For the group stage, the clock is almost striking 12 for Brute Force. When you think about their position, they are on a knife's edge here right now. They are capable. I've said it many times here at this stage already. They can run hot, they can run cold. Sometimes when they run hot, oh my days, they're getting themselves 23 eliminations. We saw it. We saw it happen, but it needs to happen now, because I was talking about desperation before. It's becoming desperate times for Brute Force. They're down towards the bottom, and you don't want to leave it in the hands of everybody else tomorrow when you're just an observer.
I will give them credit, though, because I always respect a team who's willing to make changes, and for them to be dropping Nova before and switch it up and say, hey, let's go Kameshki, I feel like that almost gave them the amount of points they got in this game, because the rotation they had over towards the north side of the zone.
You thought they were concerned about going Nova, or?
I don't actually know, because Falcons would typically drop Nova. Every time in PMSL CSA, they would drop there. But Falcons hasn't gone for that drop location, and we had almost, as you pointed out, almost exactly the same playing path. So I don't know why they switched things up, but maybe they weren't feeling too confident to have to come in from military into the mainland.
It's interesting, right? Because you come into internationals, and Falcons is clearly like, okay, any chance of a hot drop, we don't want it. Straight off the bat, which makes complete sense. We have seen so many teams' opportunities dashed against the rocks just because they're in a hot drop. You could be the best team in the world. If you're in a hot drop scenario, even if you lose one player, you're hurting your chances to win that game significantly. Even if you wipe out the 4. Yeah, you could make an argument that you're keeping your points up in terms of an average from getting 4 eliminations early on, but it doesn't work out, because the other teams that you're competing against are keeping their average at 10, 11 points as time goes on. So, yeah, don't hot drop.
Could this be one of the PMWCs that we're really not seeing that many teams hot drop? Because I can't think of one.
No, I don't think we've really had any hot drops, which is very interesting. And maybe these two gentlemen to my right-hand side actually has any thoughts on this. We got Jack and we got Blank join us here on air. Gentlemen, we have our first half of the day now done. Day 2, we're pretty much at the exact halfway point of the group stage. How are you guys feeling about this?
It's been good, Jason. I think everything's ramping up. It's getting tasty. The competition's feisty. And Blank has just been absolutely living his movie today.
I have, yeah. I'm having a great time. It's been awesome so far. The games have been pretty sick. You know, seeing Tony K almost take it all back home. They got the gold on the T-shirt as well, the jersey, because they're looking to bring back that moolah at the end of the day. A bit more of it, at least. I've already accumulated like 2 mil or something crazy.
Yeah, but you can always do better, Blank. You can always ask
just
for a
like
bit more.
Alliance right now.
Well, let's see what they can get, Jason.
Yeah, hopefully for Vampire in particular, they can get themselves back into the main event, because I think out of any other team out there, they have the hardest job, considering they have the pressure on them of being the back-to-back champions. To do it 3rd time, I don't think we've actually seen that in PUBG Mobile history so far, of a team being able to pull off a 3-peat like that. We had Nova get 2, we had Bigatron be able to pull off something close, but Vampire are on the toughest stage here. But to go quickly back to the hot drops thing, thinking back to what PMSL CSA, we had Aula IHC dropping on that Northwest Island on Sandhawk every single time, and they would constantly fight against a team like 52 Esports. And we kind of, Max and I kept asking ourselves, like, why do they keep doing this? Because they're losing over 50% of the times they do it. But here, I feel like it's more respect to everyone in the lobby, and it's respect to the caliber of the lobby of, okay, we're going to just try to play safe, everyone gets their own location, and we'll play out the game properly.
Oftentimes in a lot of competitions that I watch across the board, like, if you're really, really aiming to be the champion, hot drops get sorted out in scrims.
Yep.
Or you are saying, okay, well, who are we dropping against? Oh, it's the world champions in, I don't know, Picardo or Pachinki, just a theoretical situation. Let's not go there, we have a backup, right? You always have to have a backup in your mind here in PUBG Mobile.
We've had teams had backup before, but they just keep on that ego. We're not seeing any ego fights here, which I'm actually enjoying.
Let's go.
7, did you know, by the way, that PUBG Mobile has been nominated as the Esports Game of the Year, the mobile game of the year, and you guys can scan this QR code on the bottom of your screen to go vote. But if I'm not mistaken, Clarence, we have a very special gentleman here on the desk with us.
That's right. As you are well aware of, 7 World Gaming has also been nominated as an Analyst of the Year as well. Check him out.
All right, well, we're going to head over to the stage here to kick off our second half of day 2.
Welcome back to the STC Arena, where we are having our halftime breakdown. 3 maps in with 3 to go. And the leaderboard is starting to take shape. Sandstorm, for those viewers who may be joining us a little bit late, why don't you take us through who has the first 3 winner chicken dinners?
I mean, first of all, if you're not watching the PUBG Mobile World Cup and Esports World Cup, what are you doing? We have some of the best teams in the world competing over the course of 3 days. Group Green started off strong. We had Liquid taking Sandhawk. We had TJB taking the first Erangel game as well. So, I don't know, my group's doing well. What about yours?
Well, my group being Group Red, the talk of the town is Tianba, absolutely storming with 31 eliminations so far in just 3 maps. So there's plenty more action to go. We're all really excited here on the stage, as you can probably tell from our energy right now. So let's hand it over to the casters to go into our 4th map of day 2.
Damn, it feels good to have Barney on the stage. There's no one better to bring us in for the rest of the games today, Blank. He's getting the energy going, and damn right he should.
Absolutely. Barney Banks is in the name. He's bringing the money back, depositing it here for us to redistribute to the players, of course. This man is where it's at, but it's also here on Erangel, where it's all going to break down. We've got the boys over on the top side of your screen, and on the bottom side, they're everywhere. You've got nowhere that isn't filled with players, filled with action today, and the GT20 Pro outplay the rest, and you can only do that if you're playing on the best phone in the biz here, which all the players are currently using. Great little top shot there. Wish I could have seen that a little bit more, actually, on the map feed. The observers did a great job in that moment.
Yeah,
what do you think?
Killing it over the event, if I'm honest, bro.
Like it?
It's been pretty tasty. I've liked it. We've had some good pans, good establishing shots. It feels like I'm watching cinema, but on a smaller screen. Yeah. The cinema screen's quite big.
Yeah, it's quite large.
Yeah.
We do have that surround sound, though.
You know, I used to think that cinema screens were blurry just because they were big, and then I realized they need glasses.
You're blind.
Yeah, that was kind of a game-changing moment when I went, oh, it's actually really HD. I'm just blind.
Yeah, I've had that. I had that moment, but is this off topic? It's too off topic. We're on the playing path. We can talk about it. I had this moment like when I was a kid. I think I was 16. I'd gone without glass for so long. Okay. I looked at the ceiling. I saw the lights. I was like, why are the lights in HD? And I got really sad. I was like, I missed out on this for like many years.
Just be lens flare. Oh, you've been living in Michael Bay's movie.
It was crazy, yeah. But straight into the game, we're going to get some optics on this one right now, see where people are dropping. We've got Team Liquid in here. We do have some of the other teams joining us from our groups. We are seeing how this one does play out. Group Green joining us today, playing alongside with Group Red. And this will be Group Red's last day to impress here on the stage. Jackie?
Yeah, last chance to see if you can accumulate some of those points and really leave no stone unturned. You know, Rejects had a good start into yesterday. They had some hype, but we kind of had the question of, is that something that's going to carry on? That was the focal point down in the studio beneath us, Blank. And honestly, there was moments, but I don't think they followed through anywhere near as strong as they started.
Dude, no, it's kind of unfortunate. I think teams have sussed them out almost, really, which is just a case of we walk at them, they get scared.
They panic.
And they go into the little small ball.
Yeah.
Right, as much as possible.
Move.
The armadillo move. They try and get away. They're not fast enough. They're not rolling like Sonic. They're rolling like an armadillo.
Well, he's a hedgehog.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're rolling like an armadillo, not very fast. No.
More known for defense. Armored shell, hedgehog, spiky shell.
Yeah.
Know your animals, everyone.
However, the boys here in the tournament, they've got pretty powerful attacks here. So even the armadillo move doesn't save them. So I think that's something that Reject's going to have to change. But again, tough for them. This is their last day of play. Again, it is top 12. Top 12 make it through. It's the bottom 12 that will be heading through to the survival stage. No one wants that. You really don't want it. You don't want this map as either, because we're heading over towards Erangel. Tough decisions to be made here for a lot of teams. Few teams a bit luckier than others, with 4MB already starting down here. Falcons, classic position over Nora up Neuer. Back on ST, this is where they would drop all the time. They have a lot of control from this spot on the map.
I do indeed. You know what, I'm going to throw you under the bus immediately, Blank.
Do it.
You need to do it right now, just based off what you're seeing. What's the gut feeling? Who's taking this one? I'm going to make you do it right now on air.
I'm going to go Falcons on this map, actually. Yeah. I'm going to go. I'm going to go for a Team Falcons. It feels right. I mean, they've already rinsed Tiamba.
See, this is why we pay you the big bucks. Blanks just knows what's going on. Falcons switching in immediately to kick this off.
I smell it.
You do. You kind of have quite strong nostrils for PUBG Mobile talent.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah,
for
yeah.
PUBG Mobile talent.
You sniff them out. You're like, that guy's going to play really good today. Tony K, remember we walked into the green room? You were like, smells like Tony K.
Smells like Tony K today. Smells a bit like a vampire. I'm feeling it. But yeah, I think that Falcons should have this game pretty under wraps. I think from the position they're in, decent rotational spots. Kind of depends if they get Icy back up again. I think they should be able to. And it would be unfortunate losing him as he takes another nade here. Where's the rest of the team at? Come on, bring him in. Icy's your off angle. He's the guy that's going to hold back the tide. At least the smoke's thrown on inside from top here.
And this is Tiamba, that although down, could still make some problems out of this one. They've been looking pretty good over the course of today and yesterday, at least with the gun skill and a lot of the individual firefights they've been thrown into. And they haven't had much respite, Blank. It feels like someone is always targeting them, or they're looking for opportunities to get stuck in early. But down to just a duo in the opening moments, it's not the dream, is it?
It's not the dream, but they have been relatively smacking it today. Yeah, at 95 points here, and even QZ picking up East here. What's going on? They need to finish this off quick. Luckily, Icy's brought back up again, but you're still down a member. Will get flushed out by QZ. What is this play coming through from Falcons? Not able to contain two players. I mean, they are two players who are coming off some fiery hot games today. So it's a little bit difficult. Finally, there is a rebuttal onto Shan from Tiamba.
As we've seen though, Tiamba, even when they're down to dire straits, they still find a way to make it work. We'll check back in with that in a moment though, as it seems like there is a bit of a compound commotion going on here. DXavier up top as nades are raining in. Meanwhile, finally, the rest of Falcons look to whip out the mop and bucket and clean up what remains. So Tiamba are down and out.
Yeah, tough one for Tiamba there. I mean, again, you've only got 3 more matches to do this, and I think they've set themselves up pretty well. Nasty nade just dribbles down the stairs there and will end up in his lap.
Oh, mate, could be some more carnage where that came from as well. Big Papa Pump in the hands of the Miracle Vibes as the DBS is looking to give a very aggressive hello to the start of this one. Switches out to the utility instead, wants to block off the angle and force them to cascade further back.
Interesting fight here, honestly. I mean, they're so low on both teams, but it feels like 4MV is getting back up to power much quicker here. DXavier coming out. Lamborghini is flushed, and 4MV is just getting rid of the stragglers now. As DXavier went for a bold play early on to try and take this position off the hands of 4 Miracle Vibes. They have hurt them, but not quite enough.
Ooh, and that's an unfortunate way to go out then in the end for Paragin. Slides down the stairs as the nade is dashed on over, and they are our second team to be wiped off the face of the map this time around, for Miracle Vibes surviving the encounter there.
Mad Bull's first innings into the group stage hasn't gone terribly well so far for them. 24th place, 5 points accrued on the game. That's a tough one for them. Still have tomorrow, but feeling like a bottom 12 to me really at this point in time. Just not displaying the same kind of power. Getting a quick replay on this one. This is the initial spray down coming through from East, who they in fact actually lost in the end, but he opened this one up for them.
It was a nice engagement as well. You love the angle. It's always filthy. Very hard to get the shots back onto him, but in the end, he loses his life for it. But they took out Tiamba and stopped them from bloating themselves any further. Will that be that beneficial for them overall, though? I suppose that's the question.
Yeah, I mean, getting rid of Tiamba is decent, but I don't think they expect that fight to go on for so long. And again, for Falcons, it is a case of you're coming up against the toughest team in the lobby currently. Yeah. So that was never going to be an easy fight, but they do well off the back of it. I like it. I like it a lot. In the meantime, again, it's a lot of these tough decisions that now need to be made. It is very much a guaranteed Sosnovka finish with this circle. I think there's no doubt in my mind that this is heading back up towards the north side. So you do have that glut of teams that all just want to get in on the action. Already, you got Harami up towards the top side on Observatory right now, just looking down on the competition as the circle does lean a little bit over towards the east. Let's see if we get an eastern shift. That could be a very good position for them to take, but it is an early decision to head that far up on the high ground. You're coming off that one, bit spooky, bit scary.
could be a bit of a nightmare with the scaling if you don't have the right tools or potentially shoes for the job. You've got to really dig those feet in. Unfortunately for Sara, he's been dug down 2 foot shallow. He was taken out quite early on for Reject, so they're playing with just a trio in this one. Team Liquid sniffed him out ahead of time, so they're just trying to keep themselves behind cover and keep their noses clean, really blank. We've got everyone being slowly ushered forward now as well.
I mean, respectable play to Dick Xavier, honestly, trying to contain that position from 4MV, but dear me, look at that circle, Jackie. How much water is in that bad boy? It's 70%. Off the map. Yeah. At least, definitely. And now that position from Harami becomes incredibly strong up towards Observatory. Taking that one early is always a risk, but I think when you know it's going to be a Sosnovka finish, you just take that one. It's not like you're going to have to move back up north. You're just going to have to come off it to somewhere else. But this is killer. And I think that with the fact that they're sending players further underneath as well to take care of some other compounds just in case they need to move, this is a great idea. You've got those backstops. You've got players on that top side able to take the shots for you. But Reject looking to hold out. Duello in the water. One player down in Sara.
So Reject took a bit of damage early on. Scoped it out. They want to deny control of the bridge and stop those rotations dead in the waters, and that's exactly what could be happening here with the bullets that are just whizzing on by. Bit of a setup further back for Talon. They do have somewhat cover, but it's really finding an angle to take any shots back at Reject. They're so far in, it's an awkward angle to fight from.
Yeah, man, it's not easy, and I think the fact that you still have a couple of teams that want to make their way, and I mean, TJB is still behind, but they're biting this one out. Vampire actually going for a very, very eastern swim here, and I mean, with the amount of water that's still in, you could have a reasonably good game just by staying out and peddling water for as long as you can. Nice nade from Mad Bulls over towards Harami, and this does feel like somewhat of a mistake to come off Observatory so early, because they have just completely left it, and by that time teams should have moved in.
Yeah, and this is just going from bad to worse the longer it continues. Mad Bulls were on parade. They stormed into the compound. They've isolated the fights bit by bit and made it look easy for themselves. Now you've basically got one man in the back line looking to provide any sorts of cover, trapped inside of the hut with low health. It really isn't looking great for them.
I mean, you look at where Alliance is right now, on top of Observatory. Like, they must have got up there prepared for a fight, and we're like, why is no one here?
Why is it empty?
Why is it empty? So, in my opinion, I get what Harami's trying to do. They're trying to secure a better position in the circle, but they took too long to do it. Nice shot, though, to start things off. And another from Federalis.
Okay, this is actually kind of clean now. It's a bit of a resurgence back into the fight. Remember, at one point here, it looked like a stalemate. You were down and out. You were in a position where they couldn't even really get the pick-me-ups back off. But you can reset from this point. Federalis can try and get his man back on his toes. He hit some sick snapshots, especially up close. There is a nade being primed, though.
4MV in the sidelines as well. They've moved in from that western side. They weren't in the greatest of position, but they got 4 players. They should hear this, and this is a pretty prime time location. The fact that Mad Bulls are rebuffed off this one, look at this 4MV now setting up. They've got the side angles. This fight is going to be incredibly difficult now for both these teams, in Mad Bulls and Bro Harami. It's all gone wrong, and I think it is simply just a case of getting a bit greedy with the positioning. You're there early enough, just accept the fact that you've got Observatory.
They wanted more eyes bigger than their bellies, and it really could come back to haunt them. Really trying to get these nades on target as well. You've had a window of opportunity to delve back inside of the building, and that's exactly what they've gone for. So just a mere distance ahead of the Liquid on the rotate, and they are in the deep blue sea, Blank, going down.
Man, this is what you get, Team Liquid. You got to find yourself a vehicle, find yourself a boat. Can't just be flowing in. Falcons taking shots over towards them, but Vampire, they are withstanding. The bullets coming their way. Team Liquid, that must have been a horrible feeling, hearing the boat propellers coming up behind you, desperately trying to swim, front crawl as quick as possible to the land so they can attempt to try and have some kind of defense versus them. Vampire can keep just swinging on the side. Get rid of the players from Team Liquid. They've set up shop. This is great news for them.
It really is. And now it comes down to a battle of the mythological creatures in reality then. The vampires versus the seahorses. And the seahorses are gone blank. Wiped out from existence there. A little bit of rotate in as well. So this fight isn't going to slow down for vampires. You're still going to be pushed on. Could be some stakes in the hands of the Falcons looking to trap them in place and deal with them.
Got D plus Kia. taking a fight with Brute Force. They moved in on that western side. They've had a slight slower rotate just because 4MV's kept them at bay for a long while. So they've forced them onto the edge. This is having a great fight right now versus Brute Force, so at least they're able to handle this one. D plus Kia sort of haven't had an impressive day so far. I mean, they're still 5th place, but the amount of points they've been accrued since yesterday, not much. So I think for D plus Kia, they'd like to hit some more points on the board. This is their last day of play. Going out with 58, that gives a lot of opportunities for teams underneath them to leapfrog ahead.
At one point here, it felt like Talon were the team that was getting gatekeeps by Reject on entry, but they've turned the tides a little bit, find their way through the squad ahead of them. Reject is still slightly further ahead and do have the blue behind them. They're going to try and get themselves into the zone, though. Could run into the pathway of UDO Alliance that are very close by.
Yeah, I think if you're a Reject right now, you just want to get further into the circle. I think you've had enough of this time wasting over on the northern side versus Talon and Tongjiabao. So getting into the circle, better idea. They do lose a player on the back foot there. They were down to 3 already, so they know they desperately need that 3rd player to have any kind of hope of having some of these equalized fights. Good shots from 4MV here. Brute Force tried to circumvent round D plus Kia, but puts them in an awkward scenario. Good initial nade, though. Keep things at bay, but it's not enough. 4MV is lighting them up.
Yeah, the Brute Force is good for the offense, but the defense right now not tenacious enough as for Miracle Vibes run in and initiate the cleanup crew protocol. Overall, we're dropping squads left and right. Vampire is still towards the coast side, looking to make a bit of a move up as well now, finding an opportunity.
The fact that they've been allowed to walk up to Mad Bull's compound alongside with Bro Harami is pretty disgraceful, honestly. Harami is not here anymore. They're gone. Out of the game. Mad Bulls were able to solidify this position, but this just gives a huge amount of power towards Vampire. Taking the fight 4v3, the utility can't be that high from the Mad Bulls. And with Vampire having a lot of time to loot round Mini Milter, then take that boat into position, they should be good to go.
Yeah, they're looking like they're gassed up for this one as well. Want to kick off the engagement. That's one way to take the top off like a can opener. Snipe their way through the side. Close the distance between them. The shotties can get up close. Response is clean back, though. Here we go, Tulika. Lighting things up.
I mean, it looked good at the start there from Newsy, but it seems to just be a doozy here for Tulika. Pulls out the S12K. They're not getting the shipping container. He's going to ship them straight back to the lobby. Very nice hold with 7 eliminations. This is what Mad Bulls needs. Down in 22nd place now. We're able to dig themselves out from 24th. Nice to see.
Massive response. Good discipline as well, man. That's really one of those, Blank, where a small second of missed timing on getting that first shot off, it all could have gone wrong. The fact he's been able to clean up like that, put himself into a great stead in terms of the elim points as well. Good response for Mad Bulls, but the fights continue elsewhere.
Little replay on this one. He even got more on the fight here, bro. Damn. Just went through, easy peasy. Nice plays from the Mad Bulls. That's going to be some confidence that they desperately needed today. Has felt a bit rough for them. 4MV with their 9th elimination will sit themselves up into 3rd place here. Teams just keep assaulting them, and I think that they're delivering a message to the rest of the lobby right now.
Yeah, they want to show that they're not scared. They're just fighting fire with fire, and right now it's lighting the fuse for those nades that are raining in and blowing away the opposition again for Miracle Vibes delivering when they're put under pressure today.
This is a crazy game to start things off, Jackie. You do have this issue where so many squads had to get here so quickly. It was not easy at all. But they've managed to do it. They've got in, they're in position. 4MV swinging around the side. It's kind of a crazy ordeal, to be honest with you, to get into this position, then just holding it versus several different teams. I'm loving it. I'm loving it right now.
Yeah, this game's been delivering. We came in at just the right time. Blank couldn't miss any of the action that we've been given on this one. Julik is still getting stuck into the action, man. This guy doesn't give a damn. If there's an opportunity to fight, he's going to take it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for Mad Bulls, they know that they need these elimination points. They need them now. So I think for Tulika, picking up these points where they can is really good. I mean, look at this split from them as well, down towards the south side. They are all over the place. Even Tulika flying over towards Reefus, taking him down, running away like a ghost in the night.
Yeah, I kind of love this.
This is crazy.
Is sick, man. He knows how to play with confidence right now. And it's kind of sick. You can see with the split, they're letting him just do it. If he wants to go in, he's going to go in.
Swinging around the side, getting that information, but with this shift on the circle over towards the eastern edge, Falcons have a really good spot. Problem is 2 players, right? They do not have the force to withstand a lot of this. And it's surprising the amount of teams on a circle like this that we have with 4 players alive. I think we currently have right now 4 teams with 4 players up, 1 team with 3 in Mad Balls, everyone else is on limited members. So this is going to be a really nice finish. If anything, this is going to be a very, very fun one. It's going to be action-packed, explosive. So hope you sorted out whatever you needed to do before the game, because we're locked in now.
Yeah, there's no time to get a drink anymore. Make sure you got your seatbelt on, because it's about to get bumpy. We're entering turbulence, Blank. The no smoking sign's on and the seatbelt sign. So get strapped in as we're about to take off.
Like you said, Jackie, it's going to be a bumpy ride. You know, this way and that. You might end up 180 at one point. Woo. But don't worry about it. We got you. We're here to fly you straight through to the end of the game. IHC starting things off. 4MV looked pretty impregnable for quite a while, but at this point in time, they're just losing members. And I think it has just been a case that that message was sent out, and there's been a bit of a response here from IHC. You're not the only elimination-heavy team in the lobby. But they're coming in slightly late here, Jackie.
Kind of living for this bit of a response back from Mad Balls as well, dude. It feels like we're getting that intuition in a lot of the fights. The individuals are hitting their shots. It feels like the confidence is there. And that's something you always want to see when they're in the battleground. Ooh.
What are you doing?
Yeah, this feels a bit rough. Alliance usually so switched on over the course of the day. At the minute, though, you isolate yourself and lose out in an important way against Talon.
I think they try to hold up on the high ground for a long time. I think as soon as you see that circle shift, you should just be moving. And for Talon coming back into this one from that west side, you probably should have expected some teams that would have made it across that western or eastern bridge. Leon's is furious, just desperate for the rest of his team to get across that road, to regroup with him. There is a bit of a comeback here, though, from Alliance over towards Talon. Can't count this team out. Currently 2nd place, the only team with 2 chicken dinners in the tournament so far. So really doing some good stuff.
Oh, man.
And Leon's by himself. He's taking down 4MV.
Yeah, he's like literally soloing this right now. He's just taking on the raid boss and dealing a good amount of damage out one by one. Misery loves company as well, Blank, and the problem is it might be in the favor of more elims going the way of You Do Alliance versus Talon as they come up the hill. They've been dashing nades back to back to back, but they're going too wide with the geometry. They're up close with the weapons now. You've got to be split-second decision-making with this. Pulls out for the secondary, does good damage on the first, and they're starting to make it look rough.
Mate, Leon's is still having an impact on this fight. He's securing the location ahead and securing the location behind. He is on a swivel this game. Naxel attempting to get down the hill, but there's already players snaking it out. And there's no room for him. There's no room for him and his teammate currently in the circle. The blue pushes right up against his head here and will force him further forward soon. But Leon's is having such an impact in this game. It's nice to see because, I mean, Jimmy going for some of those off angles earlier on. Now it's Leon's taking this one. Everyone can play each individual role very nicely. He is now down to just himself. I think he did a fairly decent job at trying to keep that fight alive for as long as possible. IHC coming in. 4MV just bled members, but I think they've already done pretty good this game. 11 elims. It's lovely to see, and we've just like that, with a snap of a finger, we've lost all those teams that had 4 players alive. Suddenly, Mad Balls is our strongest team in the lobby.
Yeah, and they've been kind of playing pretty damn good in this one with the isolated fights they've been taking. If they can coast it out for the longevity, think about the finish, there might be more for saying about the Mad Balls. IHC do get an opportunity to strike back onto 4 Miracle vibes. You go from 2 to just 1 single player looking to make much done. We talk about solos, though. Look at the discipline on this. Still finding opportunities to take isolated fights and get a couple more points, even if he is in a really rough spot.
Yeah, this is really good from Leon. I think what he was trying to do is wait for the knock to come through from a different team and then confirm afterwards, potentially when the reload comes through. It's a smart play. He realizes they don't have the shot on him. He does, so he just has to take it. I think that's smart, you know. A lot of times some players might have just thought, well, I won't take the shot, won't reveal my position, but he understands we need these points, right, to keep us up there towards the top. Tulika on 999 damage right now, almost breaking that 1K mark. And this is the kind of guy he's always been. What is Leon's up to?
Oh man, how's he keep this going?
He's decimating right now in the lobby. Lovely to see. This is what I was saying about Tulika is he is very hot and cold, but you take him off the leash, he gets a little bit of that adrenaline pumping through his body, and he will go off, right? And I think those 2 eliminations at the start of the game was what he needed, right? You got to get that confidence back, and I think now what we need more than ever is the Tulika of old, right? Just unwieldy to the team like a broadsword, but he does the damage.
He really does. And there could be more damage coming the way if you do Alliance here. Leons has been maintaining this pace. He's isolated pre-pod. He sniffed out the weakened man.
No way!
And he does it again. Leons. Clearly there's some kind of voodoo in that camp because you do Alliance do not stop. Even when they're down and out, they find opportunities to make it work.
This man is just taking names, writing them down on a piece of paper and just ticking them off as he goes. Falcons. Remember what we talked about, that really strong position over towards that eastern side, but they are starting to be cut out of the zone. But Leons is starting to feel like a real threat in the circle, even as this solo member. Vampires go out, not able to hold that position on towards that south side. They did live for a little bit longer, getting that 6th place. Not ideal, but it's still better than going out that early to Mad Bulls.
Could have been a lot worse. And there's still so much room in this one to go topsy-turvy. We're hitting ourselves into quite an important piece of the pie then. Top did a good job on turning onto Vampire and keeping the backline covered. They can focus on the front, but they're taking damage. The wings are clipped as Mad Bull's ratio on the contact.
English starts things off strong. I love the way that Mad Bulls built their team. You know, a couple of players from Muerte there of old. Fleeke and English. Tulika, as well as Zerich, who was properly a prolific player back in the day. And I think that when you look at this team, on paper, it's awesome. It doesn't always come together, though, the strategy-wise, and I think that's something that maybe they need to improve on. It looks like they're doing a lot better here, though. This split looks really cool for me, and they have just let Tulika fully off the leash. He's on the other side of the map to the rest of this team, and they're just okay with it. He is pumping damage into this lobby. Another there. And it's Tulika. Of course it is.
Oh, man. The second he smells any kind of opportunity to strike, he gets involved. Tulika is lighting up the competition again and again in the battleground right now. There is no one that can test him, and it's not just him. That's the fact that you're bringing up, right? You've still got by far the largest amount of firepower in terms of the man advantage on the server.
English and Fleeke, long-time duo in the past on teams, now reunited, and they're just playing off the back of one another. Letting Tulika get his thing done. Top's able to take down Baron before that nade goes off, so Mad Bulls will be taken away. One of those elims. Leon's from the backside, though. We'll find another. Confirms it onto English. This guy is the big story of the map. Down to just 2 players. This is go any way, honestly, at this point in time.
Oh, man. Alliance. Leons. The 4 fingers that are finding a way to bite back every opportunity they're given. And he will not go down without a fight. He has played it smart, played it slow, found opportunities to come in like a scalpel and cause carnage over the course of the remaining time he's had right here, Blank. And if he can still add more to his total tally, this could be a devilishly good game. If he fins the numbers, you've got an opportunity. He could still make something work here.
That was the best member he could have taken out as well. Onto Mad Bulls, dropping him down to 2 players. There's a real chance now for him. As well as the fact that he gets a massive resupply. 7 grenades in the back pocket, 2 Molotovs. He's got a lot to work with there, and that 1 elimination might just be the difference maker. Fleeke on the back of a tree. This is easily nadeable here for Leons.
Oh, Leons, how far can you take it? Can he live his movie the whole way through and somehow snatch away another chicken dinner? Is that the storyline that could potentially be built from this one? It would be off the back of broken, busted squads that have come in front of him. He's taking damage from the side, though. Fleeke spots him out. Nade thrown wide. He's looking to punish now. Bobbing, weaving. The man's a Hell in a Cell boxer, and he's looking to throw out the right hook. Switches back to the nade. Wants to engage on this one. He's waiting for his opportunity, primed and ready. The damage is going to go wide, Blank.
He's got so many to work with. Got a Molotov as well. Hasn't used it just yet. Sends it behind the tree, but Fleeke's playing pretty perfectly until that one knocks him right in the gob. Another nade sent out randomly over the side, clearing out the other tree. Now knows that Tulika's further down the hill here. What is happening here? A 1v1v1. A 4-way towards the end of the map.
This is Leon's world, and we are just living in it. He is the beating heart of UDO Alliance, and he will not stop pumping until he has found a way to carve a path to that chicken dinner. But there are still squads in front of him. Everyone isolated, playing the long con, playing the angles. They don't want to make that first mistake now.
Just cutting through the lobby, assassinating members of other teams where he can, going toe-to-toe with two in front. Heads down the hill, spots another there. That should be an easy elim for Leons. Strikes it up to 13 elims. Contains the high ground. What an incredible game this has been so far from a solo.
Lucky number 13 for Leons, but he doesn't need any luck. It's all skill right now with the way that he's been playing this one out, focusing on being able to isolate these next two fights. There's such a good timeline for him here. He's got through the hard part. He's just got to be able to pull it out. Ooh. Lucky to be alive. That one really was divine intervention. He can tuck back into cover, re-heal off the back of it. He's still standing.
Top, out in the open here, challenging him to peek out. Gets a spot onto Rogue as well. This is perfect news for him. Circle's going to close in. Stage 9, last one. This will pull all teams together. And Leons has to run down this hill. Brazen play he'll have to make.
He's looking for that opportunity. His best bet before he kicks in those sprint boots and starts on running. There's the response back though. First pickup. Yo! Oh, he goes on to do it. A massive performance. UDO Alliance, they do not go down. Leons as a solo stand strong, and once again, a chicken dinner is theirs.
What an insane game there from Alliance. They were pulled apart, the Alliance broken, but united still, they stand strong towards the end of the game. Leons, like you said, man, that was a move. We were talking about cinema at the start, but this guy's blown my ears off. Blown the roof off the studio too.
Outrageous. The fact that he's been able to make the right decisions, hit the shots, the timing on it all, dude. We're looking at it thinking, yeah, UDO have played damn well today, but surely not here. Every time we're going, Leons, Leons, Leons.
The back-to-back as well of that one. He looked incredibly slim on the opportunity, still makes it happen. This has been a disgusting game from Alliance, and they're here to play.
Whew, yeah, they were. They were here for business, Blank. This ain't no leisure trip. They're heating up the studio. The energy down there must have been wild. You're thinking everyone else on the squad looking towards Leon, just seeing him make the plays, blown away by the fact that he just continued to add insult to injury at every opportunity. Yeah. The 1 HP hit as well behind the rock, but it could have been over.
It was crazy. It could have ended right there and then, Jackie. The best thing is, though, some of those rotations, which I'm sure the desk will break down, but as a solo, you really have to pump those minuscule details in those end games, where he moves up towards the high ground, realizes this is going to be the best spot for me. I can play on Lion's Rock, get some identifying information on the teams below us, then play off the back of that. Goodness me, even just shooting the tires out of the car as well. Man, what a crazy game from that. Let's see what the desk has to say, because we're all out.
Nice one. Anjing telur aku.
What they wanna live for. Scared want to live for.
A statement has been made by Alliance, and that statement is, we're here and we're here to win. What a phenomenal performance out of them. Again, Leon in particular, the first back-to-back chicken dinner we've had, also their third chicken dinner so far here in our group stage.
And you mentioned Leon. I mean, he was alive with 8 teams still surrounding him for him to survive all of that. We've been talking about, are we finally going to be starting to see a team being able to get those back-to-back chicken dinners, which we didn't get a chance to see yesterday with all the uncertainty? It's good to see that Alliance, out of all the teams, Alliance ends up taking that back-to-back chicken dinner.
I mean, they're feeling it, right? It was ridiculous this game. Not only did they start things off by hitting the crossroads south of East Bridge and taking out 2 members of Falcons who should know that area and should have command of that area, they then go on to be able to win out a ridiculous scenario down towards the bot. Do I need to make a noise? Wow! Look, there's 2 over the
I don't think you always need for 2 simultaneous 1,000
yeah, it's
plus
difficult.
damage. But the fact is, this game, it wasn't a team game, honestly. It boiled down to those solos. Tulika coming in for Mad Bull, so important to see because Zerich got eliminated early, and Zerich is typically the player you look at when it comes to Mad Bulls, and for him to step up when they needed it, especially against Vampire there, we saw with the shotgun, that was getting Mad Bulls back in the mix here.
What better way? Legends of PUBG Mobile here at the final moments. 1v1v1v1, all on different angles. Alliance having the high ground. Big, pivotal decision maker here for this final moment.
It really was. And then for me, Top, I was hoping we'll start seeing Top being able to clutch it up. One of the factors that was a bit questionable out of Team Falcons in their region is their clutch factor. Unluckily for him, he wasn't able to do it, but Alliance, 24 points, and Mad Bulls, the way that that team was able to rotate, we'll talk about that a little bit later, it was quite impressive. They ended up with those 15 points.
Alliance might have passed Tianba here for first place, and Alliance, they're guaranteed through to make it to the main event now. So now it's all for them about how many more points can we score to potentially take home, what is it, 70 grand for first place here in the group stage?
Big stuff. I mean, yeah, and the difference in which both of these teams have been able to make it to the top as well, right? Tianba, no win under the belt just yet, but Alliance 3. They were the first to get 2, and then they were the first to get 3 straight away right after it here for the tournament.
A team that we're talking about that we actually got a chance to see there again on that second page was Al-Ula IHC. I mean, we're wondering what was going on in the first 2 matches. Now back-to-back matches where they are able to put up points. And it wasn't just elimination points out of IHC. It was actually some placement points as well.
Yeah, very true indeed. And we're taking a look at the second page. You can see Team Liquid there off the back of their start with their win. They have been a little bit quiet, to be honest.
Yeah, a little bit. A lot.
I think Team Liquid is able to thrive in situations where, again, as I mentioned earlier, where they control space, but they need to be able to control, in controlling space, they need the lobby to be a bit more predictable about how things are going to be moving in around them. Again, there's a bit of chaos right now in the first 2 days.
Chaos was the perfect statement for that last match, too, considering the zone we had going very far southeast, 50% of it was water. We saw multiple teams, Team Liquid and Vampire, both take into the island as well, where obviously Vampire came out ahead in that one, but that was not an easy zone to play whatsoever.
It really wasn't, and for me, Vampire decided to make the push towards Mad Bulls. Mad Bulls was able to defend that compound super well, considering that they moved in super early too. With Mad Bulls, their early rotations, we've been talking about this, and it's something that we were talking about it yesterday, and we're starting to see it more today too. Those early rotations from most of this team, being able to set themselves up, being able to defend a compound, if you are able to get into a compound, has been working wonders.
We find ourselves in another interesting moment in this game as well, where 4MV had sent it very rapidly into the center of some of these final circles, and again, it comes down to what Team Liquid did in the previous Erangel, where they went to a location a little bit too early. If 4MV goes there a little bit too early, you see IHC get in there right behind them and then make it work. So again, it's all about timing in a lot of these moves.
With that 4MV push, that 2v2 split, sending it to the middle during Circle 5, were you happy with that?
No.
Because I was not, man. I was. I actually, we're talking about this. I thought that they were going to be sending it towards Falcons and then clearing that area and then controlling the compound and then working their way up. But once I saw them split, I was like, oh, no, this is not going to end well.
Oh, we're taking a look here at our overalls, and Alliance have been able to do it. But as you always point out, seven placement points outside of their chicken dinners, whereas Tiamba has 29 points outside of their chicken dinners. Night and day between the two teams, but nonetheless, it's been enough for Alliance to get themselves through into the main event.
Alliance, I'm not complaining, all right? If you're going to be getting back-to-back chicken dinners and you're going to continue to get chicken dinners, you know what? Do whatever you want to do in regards to those flame points. I want to look at D+, and it's a team that I'm going to keep a close eye on because besides what they did yesterday, let me actually check real quick. They started off the day with 57 points. That means after 4 matches, they've only gotten 2 points, and it kind of goes along the lines of what you were talking about, Kyle, which is that team just kept getting blessed. They were able to take advantage yesterday, and it started to look like a fluke.
Man, it's been a non-starter today, hasn't it? Only the 2 points on the board. And again, you know, we've seen you pose the question of, okay, how are they going to fare when they have to chase the circles a little bit? And unfortunately, it's been kind of catastrophic. It's not been great.
You know,
it's been absolutely awful.
Boom Esports here. One of the few teams who have played out 6 matches so far and being surpassed by others. TJB, IHC, Team Liquid, even Falcons knocking on that door. It's getting some rough times for some of these teams in Group Yellow, which I think we're kind of all having to agree Group Yellow is definitely looking like to be the weakest group overall.
Yeah, 1 through 8 has been completely painted red for now, but beyond all of that, I'm expecting in the next game or 2, teams like Reject, who by the way, Brute Force have now taken over, I'm expecting these guys to, if they don't do something, they're going to be falling down beyond where some of these Group Green, or the better performers in Group Green, are going to be actually able to push up. So if that happens in the next game, something needs to happen for these guys.
Something needs to happen indeed, and they're starting to run out of time as well. Remember, this is the last day of play here for our Group Red, and it comes down to tomorrow with Group Yellow and Green still to play. By the way, Seven, I'm going to challenge you here to do something here that you're probably going to hate me for. Did you know, if you follow PUBG Mobile Esports over on TikTok, up from now until July 30th, and post a video of you doing your favorite victory dance, whether it's in-game or out-of-game, you're automatically entered to win potentially up to $3,000 in virtual gift cards. And I want to see what kind of dance you got going on here, Seven, for us today.
I wanted to do something, but I saw your face. I was like, you know what? I'm not going to do it. No.
No. Okay. Unfortunately, not going to happen. Maybe our casters can dance first, so we're going to head back over to Jackie and Blank to kick off our 5th match of the day.
Udo Alliance currently #1 in the crowd right now. You know, if anyone's dancing, it'll be Udo Alliance dancing on top of the death crates coming through from the rest of the squads here in the lobby, because they are taking names, taking numbers, putting up points here, and it's going to be incredibly hard, if not impossible at this point, to drop them out from that top 12.
Oh yeah, if you're dancing on at home and want to get your victory dance in, get those fingers up, do the one finger blank, because all it takes is one man. Leon's proving that individually with some show-stopping maneuvers and giving it the gravitas that this grand stage really deserves, right? There's no better time to make a play like that than in this building.
Match 4 as well. Unreasonable behavior. You just come off the back of the halfway point, everyone's feeling kind of chilled out, going to bring up the energy a little bit, and they just go off. They just go off. Everyone's like, well, what's going on? Where have they got this energy from? It's Pepsi Max.
Oh yeah, it's refueled them, tanked them up, much like the path plane that's now departing. And of course, like, you can be refueled if you grab yourself the GT20 Pro as well, Blank, so you can be dialed in no matter where you are in the world when competing in PUBG Mobile.
That's what you need to do. This phone looks awesome, plays awesome. you need to grab one at the end of the day. But here we go, heading into our 5th match here. Miramar's all the way to the end of this one. We've got one coming up right after this, but stick around because this has been a slobber knocker of a tournament so far. Just plays galore. You never know what's going to happen next. You might do now, though. Alliance might just keep putting up numbers. And I said it might be very difficult for them to drop out of the top 12, but it might make it even more difficult for teams to jump into the top 12. You're playing alongside them, and they are just stealing points right now.
Yeah, they can gatekeep. Like, they really can.
Big time.
They've got control of the ladder at the minute. In a game of snakes and ladders, Blanks, it's all about trying to climb those ladders and avoid the snakes, but it's hard when they're poisonous and they're winning 1v4s back to back to back.
Dude, you're talking about snakes here, but Leon's, as a solo, more like a hydra in that last match. Unbelievable plays coming through from this guy. But at the moment, we have a very much Western-leaning playing path, dropping a lot of teams into uncomfortable positions at the moment. You got IHC up towards Monte Nuevo. A couple of teams giving ground towards them. Reject dropping towards San Martin. A lot of teams probably going to be getting on their bikes here, getting in their buggies, trying to head a little bit further up towards that northeast side. Will limit the loot time, though. That is the big thing here for a lot of teams. Teams like D plus Kia, IHC, Brute Force will be looted and booted, ready to go in this game, but they will have to push through a lot more teams than a team like Team Liquid, who is already heading up towards that northeast side.
I'm going to do it again. Who's going to win, Blank?
Bro, I think I'd be remiss not to say Alliance.
Yeah?
Really, yeah.
I think that's a fair choice at this point.
I think
kind of rude to go against them.
Yeah, a hat-trick's on its way, apparently, but we'll see. We will see. Currently they're down towards that south side, playing around Los Leones. We'll see what they can get done from that position. They got a couple of squads around them. Bro Harami, who honestly threw that last match away.
It really did, bro. That rotate had us scratching our heads. I don't know what was going on.
Yeah, it didn't make much sense. I mean, Harami's a good team. What are you doing? Also, check out our cool skins here for PMWC. There is some pretty awesome ones in there, including the Violet set too. So, obviously, we'll be heading into the game looking cool, looking fresh, looking for some big, big maneuvers. On our map at the moment, Mad Bull's down towards Puerto Paraíso, just absolutely excluding themselves from anyone else, isolating themselves in Paraíso itself because they need some paradise after that last game. It was crushing. You're in a 3v1 ×3.
Yeah.
Like, what have you done?
Man,
how have you achieved this?
Just the backstabs as well. The way you could see the wheels come off, the whole thing start to unravel. Like, it's gut-wrenching to watch, but you imagine how bad it feels to play in those scenarios where you're just watching it unfold.
Massively. I mean, for Mad Bulls as well, you're on the up and up on that game.
Yeah.
You've had a horrid day so far. To then get to a point where you're like, I'm dominating this lobby. We're absolutely nailing it. Tulik is feeling good. And then for it all to just crumble in front of your eyes. You've got to also imagine the talks in between the team. Like, Tulik has got to be mad.
Bro, the guy was sitting at like, what, 1.2k damage still on the climb. Like, he was hitting some mad shots, finding opportunities to rotate on himself. You're right, but also the other thing is, right, you got like, what, 10 minutes max? How do you even unpack the bag on that one and reset? You got to just look past it.
Just get in, just like, look, guys, forget about it. And we'll go again. We'll try and get some points scored towards the end of the day. So we've at least got a good inning coming into tomorrow. It's sad, though, bro. It's really, really sad. Looking at the map, though, we do have some teams taking resistance towards the center now. You got Vampire, as well as Team Liquid, Reject, hovering around Power Grid right now. Bit of a split from them. I think it's okay for now. Most teams are more worried about getting that loot on board with the Western leading playing path.
Yeah, I'd like to see Reject as well. I know I am like the #1 Reject guy. I'm always in the corner. I even brought my own homemade flag.
Yeah, bro.
I got to.
You are Reject.
Yeah. I always get rejected. Well, luckily you accept me, Blank.
I do accept you, bro. Yeah, I accept your choices in game. I mean, to be honest with you, yesterday Reject looked kind of nice.
Yeah, they did.
And we said it before and we'll say it again, it just feels like Reject just cannot play close quarters combat. And I think that that's something that they'll need to work on. Right now they are safe, but you imagine that's going to change tomorrow. I think that they need around about 70 points at the end of this day to feel a little bit better about their position. You know, 2 days of play, 35 points. That's not a bad average. It's not the best average in the world, but it should be good enough if some of these teams down below aren't able to play their hearts out. The difficulty is tomorrow, Red is not going to be playing.
Yeah.
Which means Alliance is not going to be playing. And we all know that Alliance is the one been sucking up a lot of these points, and it might be a case that with Tiamba Alliance out. Both really big teams here. It's going to enable a lot of these squads in green and yellow to just shoot up the lobby. So Reject's kind of been put in a really difficult group here, I would say.
Yeah, if you're going to straighten up and fly right, I think it has to obviously start here and then have a big finish towards the end of the day. You need some back-to-back momentum, try and farm as many points as you can. Because like we said, you can't leave it in the hands of someone else. If you're sat on the wayside watching tomorrow, that's going to feel so rough when you look at it and go, all right, yeah. I guess we just have to try and survive.
I mean, exactly, like coming into this group, I do think that Reject has been hurt just by being sat in Group Red. Because if you look at it, Xavier, great team. Besiktas Black been able to put up some really good performances. Alliance, insane. You've also got 4 Miracle Vibes, a big favorite for a lot of teams coming into this one. Brute Force, one of the best teams from EMEA. And then you've got Reject, which a lot of people didn't have too much hope for. But on our screens, that's your teammate.
He's not got the medic bullets. Can't get him back on his feet. Oh, he's so dialed in. He's so dialed in. That's what that is. Just shows how confident he is in the firefight. He's trying to take everyone out of commission. This is you at least being tested early on. I mean, maybe there's a timeline here, TJB, if they can find the right targets, are able to build something off the back of it. But you get the swing around the corner. He's got the air maxes on. He bumps in. That's it, dude. It's done.
I mean, it's a full reset as well for Alliance. This is nuts right now for this team. Tongji about taken out, but here comes Harami trying to make a more decent rotation before. But again, this is going to be a 4v2. No real possibility of getting a third player back up here, I don't think. Nade through the window could be devastating to the squad. Doesn't do all that much damage. It bounces back off the window frame.
Uh-oh, okay, so they've still got a little bit of leeway, but the peek through the window's good at least. Federale's making issues as he comes in to sweep his way through the building and deny the response. They were trying to play medic and get themselves back in the fight, but it's all down to one man. This time it's Jimmy that's got to withstand the entire team, and they run on in to clean up, looking to throw him out of commission. They're going to get buckled, they're going to get battered, and honestly, Blank, it's going south quick.
For Alliance, though, taking 2 fights back-to-back. They had to bring 2 teams to the table just to shut them down. Goodness me. And what's this, Jackie? Mad Bulls. They're dead.
They're gone.
When did that happen? We were talking about the mental game. They flubbed it.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of...
It's ruined them.
Probably going to be worse now as well, right?
That doesn't get any better. Oh, dear, dear me. That is upsetting, to say the least. I didn't even see them go out. There is not on my radar.
No, that's rough, bro. We're dialing in with you do Alliance, just taking fight after fight. You look back for the overall perspective, untunnel vision, Mad Bull's gone. Whew, not even 1 point with their name as well. That really is going to be savage for them. Got to sit on the wayside for the whole match.
Yeah, it wasn't even a reset. It was just a power off, apparently, for this team after that match.
Hard shutdown.
Hard shutdown. Looking here, though, we're going to get our second circle. This is the biggest shift we'll have on Miramar. It is the one that has the most weight on it. A lot of teams all trying to stay as central as possible, and it is the right play here.
It is indeed. Get yourself set up. I would like to see a little bit from Liquid on this one, actually. Have them get back into it. I know coming into the event, you were pretty confident Liquid would have some good stock too on Blank.
Yeah, I was. I mean, they won the first game of the day on Sandhawk. They did well on that one. But again, it was just pretty easy rotation for them to make. It was the right heads-up decision. And again, that's something that Team Liquid are good at, is just making the right decisions in the right moments. But they're coming up against a caliber of teams that are so hungry to make it into the main tournament here. It's intense for them, and I think that they're getting to grips with the fact that no one is really going to be allowing you to just get away with this as much anymore.
There's no freebies. There's no easy ones. We're seeing that with the quality of competition we've had over the course of the day already. Everyone is playing their absolute hearts out. And it's what you've got to do. It's so important that you accumulate those points at this stage. You know you're getting close towards that midnight hour.
Yeah, 12th place or 13th place and downwards, like, that is a rough position to be in. The survival stage is so brutal. We'll be covering it very shortly after tomorrow's games, where we'll clear all this one up for you. Tie a little ribbon on it and get gone straight into those 2 days of grueling play for the main tournament. But right now, we've got to set our sights on Miramar, set our sight towards that central position. You've got that high ground over towards that northwest side, which a lot of teams are taking advantage of right now. We're looking at Brute Force, as well as IHC, Falcons looking down towards some of these teams. Xavier did pick themselves up a nice position, but we're getting a replay right now on this fight between Bro Harami as well as Alliance. Again, didn't feel all that impressive with the fact that Alliance had already taken a massive beating from Tongji About earlier on. Still came back from it.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose as well, you know, we're talking about the potential of the point hoover that is just going to be sucking up so many of those points and bloating in that first place. At least there you starve off that potential. Still found a way to get themselves 4 elim points off the game as well, though. All things considered, it's been a pretty good day in the office for them.
Breaking the triple digits, they're looking at around about a 9-point average per game, which is nuts. Probably higher than that because we've not even concluded our 6th match. And they get 120, you're on a 10-point average, which is sort of CCT levels, you know, championship caliber team.
Also defined as gross. Really quite outrageous. I would give you that one as well, mate.
Yeah.
It's filthy. You know, the way they've been playing. We were really impressed yesterday, and I think they've only leveled up more. So if that's something where that power level is going to increase, Bud, you look in towards the main event, boy, that could be absolutely outrageous if they can maintain this. Obviously, tougher competition, but it could be tasty.
Yeah, I like that viewpoint from Chips there. Just looks over, sees a flaming UAZ across the horizon. I don't know what's going on there, but it doesn't look good. Next circle did hit whilst we were rambling, yapping on the broadcast. Head down to the south side here, cutting out a lot of that high ground up towards the northwest and more standing up towards Picardo. And a Picardo finish is always fun. Get the crate drop, see if anyone's able to pick this one up whilst we're waiting. But yeah, down to 13 teams already. The fact that we've already kicked out 3 from the lobby this early on in Miramar is pretty massive, considering how big the map is as well.
Yeah.
Like, you're not expecting teams to come into close contact so early, but with that playing path, it just clumped everyone up.
Yeah. Feeling like you want to force the fights a little bit as well. As soon as they saw that opportunity onto YouTube, it makes sense why that one occurred. The Mad Bulls situation's a whole other kettle of fish, but...
Yeah, we don't talk about that one.
No, we don't talk about Mad Bulls Fight Club.
We do not. I don't want to talk about it, really. I think I'd prefer to have the boys just have a bit of a reset for themselves. Guys that have been casting for a long, long time, and it just doesn't feel good seeing them have this sort of display here. Feels like a team doomed to the bottom 12, really, at this point, unless there's an absolute change in performance tomorrow. D plus Kia, Talon, try to head over, have a scout. He's instantly sent away by Osal.
Nice lob on the nade as well. It was clean damage. Ooh, they really want to follow it up with the Mini 14. A few pot shots going out. Yeah, bandage yourself back up and try to get away.
Almost had him as well. I think one more shot. Headshot would have done him in. Popped him out the back there. Scout that could have gone very wrong for Talent. Equally at the moment, not doing so hot for themselves. 23 points currently on the games. Got to remember that they have only had 1 day of play though. You sort of compare that to a Tiamba who, it was all the rage earlier today. Just broke their triple digits as well with their 4 eliminations on this game. I think it must have been Tiamba that took down Mad Bulls in that case. Love to see a replay on that one. I'm sure that we'll have it either on the death segment or on the recap at the end of the day. Who knows? I couldn't tell you right now. I don't have that kind of power.
We'll get you the Mystic Ball.
Thanks.
You can divine it out.
I need it.
We'll have that set up for the rest of the event, don't worry. Full Miracle Vibes, though, I don't know if they'll be really able to use that ball to assess the situation here, because all they're living in right now is the present that results in them taking a ton of damage. Opening shots getting whizzed onto them. It's been a bit topsy-turvy for them over the course of the day, and again, here they're going to have issues. Tiamba, though, going in. This is what they do best. They like to try and converge on a unit together and see if they can swipe their way through. Talon do bring the claws out, and they slice back. Bond down, looking for the close quarters compound fight with the DBS. The team trying to reset. You've got Talon on the outskirts as well with an age. Can get a nice lob on that through the window, potentially cause some issues. And issues are what are happening here for Tiamba Blank. It's not getting any better on this one.
Nice bounce on the nade there from QZ. Is it going to be enough though, really, as there's just damage pouring in through the windows at the moment. QZ has had some incredible moments for himself, burning now at the top of the stairs, taking a lot of damage off the back of that one. Nade going to be set around the side. Could have been a huge DBS shot. What was that? I heard the shot. It was on target.
It felt like it just didn't hit. It looked like it just didn't hit. It felt like he was set up for the play, right? The instant sweep down the stairs. I'm baffled, Blank.
The bullets have just flowed round him. On either side of his body. There was 2 players there.
Right in front of him, dead center. He was set up for it. Could have been success on the stairway. You clean tube. Oh, it's gone. It's gone, but
I can't tell if the shot didn't register or it's just a minute lag where you hear the shot, but he's already been taken down at that point. But he felt like he'd been robbed there.
That's rough. That is rough to watch, and it's got to feel even worse for Tiamba to actually experience it. They thought they had a golden opportunity, one that was put on a platter there to go in for the swoop down on the Talon, but they withstand.
Nice position from Reject at the moment. I love this spot when you play along this ridge side up towards the northeast. Good shots. The drive-by comes through. Tony K laid bare there by the boys on Besiktas.
Tony K, he's a man that you need to keep down if you can. Don't give him any room to breathe. Bullets now coming through from all angles. Liquid have a lay of the land from the side. You've got Falcons close by as well, and Reject up on the hill. You go from finding one opportunity to establish a knock to realizing you could have that happen to your whole squad in quick succession now.
And they get themselves in a position here where I think they assume they'll be pretty safe, but I think they all had to head in towards the shack there. I think it was a bit overzealous trying to take advantage of the overlook. There's too many teams looking over towards that position right now. You've got a huge amount of squads who all move nice and early up towards that northeast side to get away from that western plane path, who are now all just stuck in a room together. On the other hand of things, if you cut this circle down the middle, you basically just got two teams out on the west. But the Xavier as well as IHC. Nice shot from Jappy though.
Taking a couple of pot shots as they find that opportunity. You look to set up with the response. I mean, Brute Force have a little bit of leeway in the back line, but the rest of the squad has taken so much damage that it's crumbling away. Any opportunity they might have really had there now looks like it's starting to crumble. Whereas you've got the Bro Boys starting to push up, looking to clap back. They've got the brass knuckles on blank. They want to commit to this one.
Left, right, good night here on the Brute Force team. Like you said, they've got the force. They're brutish, but the defense is not there. Wearing the Barbarians outfit here. No knight in shining armor. They're bruising here in this game.
Cruising for a bruising and not the way they would want it to go with how this one is starting to pan out. So many squads on top of one another as well, and that utility really will go the extra mile. Looking to see if you can get those nades on target, take the vehicle out. They know where Vampire is. You really have to try and provide yourself a bit of cover here. Heal yourselves back up and reset from that.
Circle about to pop here. We're waiting to see where this one goes because it can favor a lot of teams. Honestly, I do love Reject's position whilst 4MB is attempting to get rid of the guys here on D plus Kia. Nice nades after nice nades here from the boys. 3 of them left. They did take a big amount of damage earlier on. Circle heads up towards that northwest side. IHC, DXavier happy with this one.
Xavier will be over the moon, but I tell you who won't right here on your screens. You can see those nades have not stopped the barrage that has been blowing away anything for D plus Kia and making them feel like they need to bail out on this. It's uncomfortable. You've got to get the quick moves on the reset, see if you can top yourselves back up and maybe close the gap a little bit, pushing somewhat up the hill. You give yourself a bit of cover to play with, try and get ahead of the arc on these nades for Miracle Vibes. If they can get in close, you might be able to finally put the pin on this one and slow it down.
Closing this one out just a little bit for D plus Kia. They've given some space to work with. 4MV sat down on the ditch and K's up close now. He's had some good moments in the past and he sees teams just running. He's going in for the run over. Opens things up here. 4K gets the double spray down. Will only pick up one though.
Oh, the predictive shot round the corner. Ooh. He still gets the repeat blank. He's able to take the angle once again and find another one off the back of it. It was looking so good for Miracle Vibes. And they had him trapped. And now it's getting blown to bits. And Talon have seen their opportunity to sweep straight in and continue dogpiling the pressure on. They don't want to give D plus Kia any room to withstand this fight. You're right on top of them when they're low HP across the board. You spread the push round the back as well. You're up close. This should be simple for him. And he jives round. They're just crumbling.
D plus Kia's had a hard task ahead of them. Just one left with chips here. Osal on the floor, crawling round, passing that information back, but this is a big moment now for Chips. Can he weather them?
When the chips are down, he's got to do something huge. The DBS, we know it can roar, but not in this situation. Overwhelmed, too many angles to prioritize. He falters and the team falls.
Roars as loud as he can, but Talon comes in with a quick trank dart there. Take him out. Tiamba couldn't handle it either. Just added to the amount of pelts that they are having on their backs at the moment. We're back on Reject side. 4 players still up, strong position on this eastern edge. They can still clear out here, I would say. They're going to be very worried about Bro Harami, as well as Vampire Esports, living in the wings here.
For me, it's just if they can maintain the distance. When they've got space, it's fine. We've seen them hitting huge shots on the snipes, on the Mini 14. They're able to establish that control. When you get in close, it feels like it goes wrong in close quarters combat. So Reject need to play to their strengths on this one. It's not going to be as easy as saying that. There's pressure being applied from the other squads that are looking to advance. Liquid as well, finding slight opportunities to take pot shots, establishing chip damage back over onto Vampire.
Yeah, Reject playing kind of scared here, but I don't think he can at this point in time. 46 points after 2 days is not enough. You need to start picking up points right now, and they are thinning as we speak. 32 players, left alive. And only so many of those points are available. 28 eliminations, but with the amount of action that's going on, Falcons coming up to have a little peek over towards Team Liquid's position, and just nades pouring over the top towards Harami. Vampire trying to clear them out off this high ground, but it's very tough.
Ooh, Ocio took the peak as well and got flicked on by Falcons in the meanwhile as this fight carries on in front of our very eyes. You've got trade, but it's all about a nade. That's what's going to blow him to bits blank. Goodbye, Vampire.
A stake in the heart for that team. Insane nade from Bro Harami. I mean, they sent back, what was it, 7, 8 nades up towards Bro Harami. They just need the one.
Well placed, a detonation. They've been eating nitro for breakfast because this game's getting explosive right now. Things are starting to heat up inside of the battleground blank. Meanwhile, DXavier, they're still chilling. They've had control for so long in a comfortable position whilst the rest of the squads are forced to fight it out for any sort of rotate.
Reject just not able to do too much here. I mean, Team Liquid, they're playing the slow game right now. The Knight on the Horse move to D4, playing it tactically, but it's Bro Harami bringing the C4 over towards Vampire Esports, attempting to just blast them back, and I think that they can carry this one on. They got the full reset on the loot from Vampire too. It's just this vehicle, they have to send it in, but Duello with the M249, the big gun in the back pocket, ruins their day.
Throws in the clip and lets it rip. Everyone taken down in seconds there as the meaty weapon claws its way through them. Reject. It's looking like it was starting to go south, but if they can bring the energy back after commanding respect in that fight, could still have a good run ahead of them.
Falcons been testing the waters for a long, long time, and they're starting to go from lukewarm to very, very hot quite quickly as Team Liquid has been keeping a lot of teams around them at bay. In the meantime, IHC, DXavier, living in their own land, really. Not much happening on that side of the map.
They're just safe. They're out of the fight. They don't want to get stuck into it if they don't need to. Just look for an opportunity, maybe one that could be presented by Lamborghini's rotate. He's starting to pull up stealth style around the back of the compound.
You're at a peak right now over towards Falcons. A really nice little off angle for them. I don't know what IHC is doing. They had a great position over towards that northwest side, but with Demo getting knocked out, as DXavier solidifies their position, Reject using that high ground to push Team Liquid back. This could be a good game for them, but it's a case of getting back across towards Talon, which is going to be the difficulty. Talon trying to hold back the boys from IHC. They're a tough team, they're a strong team, they're an aggressive team, but playing uphill, never, never simple for any team in PUBG Mobile.
Talon have popped the smokes, and they're looking to leave them broke if they find an opportunity to peek down onto IHC. One man's gonna fall. Demo taking out a commission. Meanwhile, Reject, they've been causing so much infighting from both Liquid and Falcons. They're finding snapshots into the backline each time and making it uncomfortable for them to move, so they're just taking shots at each other, whilst Reject is sitting pretty. Talon is still just trying to hold this push as well. Slight moves up the hill. There is a tag back. That's Lamborghini that was building the flank. He gets one shot off onto Sarah.
Yeah, heading down there now is a very, very bad ordeal. Here's the off angle we're talking about earlier though from Lamborghini. You spotted it, you sniffed it out, and he has spotted the guys on Falcons too now with the binocs, looking to make it uncomfortable with Chua though. Circle starts to move in. Do they pick him up or do they go on as 3? Pretty uncomfortable as well for the fact that they haven't had to do too much in the game. They're losing a player at this point, at this very exact time in the match is so uncomfortable to deal with.
Looks like Lamborghini's hopped in the vehicle trying to make his move, at least now walking back on his feet, potentially going for that pickup on Chua, as they know it could be really lucrative to have the 4-player squad alive the longer this one goes on, especially with the damage that's being established to the other teams, like we're starting to see here. Falcons, they've been getting pushed from pillar to post. They've had nowhere to go. Liquid have always had their pathway blocked. They knew Lamborghini was in the back, but with him moving off, they get an opportunity to dive in the vehicles, try and create some space, try and cause some issues.
There's a smart move there. They had to make it. They had to make it now. But look at this. Chief just ripping them to pieces on the side. Regiocio will actually slap back there a little bit over towards the guys on Team Liquid. But it's Einix from Talon who's got behind them. Can Reject stay underneath, stay undetected for long enough? They're able to play out this game. They've got a good bit of cover, but they're all inside this shack. One nade could be the difference between them and this game.
They draw the crosshair off slightly with the peek up towards the backside, keeping them guessing. They're so close in elims right now, competing amongst each other. Talon with 8, Reject with 7 to their name. But like you say, they're in a bit of a bad spot. You've got to build off the back of it. Hope you get an opportunity presented by some of the other squads that are firing bullets uphill towards Talon's angle.
Man, it felt like things just got real intense in the PMWC here group stage. Teams are gunning for these performances. In comes Cardozin, not going to get very far though. Asara spots him with the AUG. We'll put an end to them. 4 eliminations, not quite enough. Good shots from Axel, though, on Talon. Takes down Duello, leaves Reject as a 3. DXavier were able to pick up Chua, and for good reason. That guy is sick with the nades. And in geometry like this, you desperately need someone who's able to just clear out those ditches.
They knew they needed him. The Lamborghini. His mission was a success. The damage he did previously as well. That's going to put them in a good mental space to try and see if they can bring this one out. You're going to have to start getting a move on though, Blank. Things don't come easy now.
All these teams on the eastern side, a really difficult rotation for them to make. They've got to slip down this hill. For Reject, this is slightly more comfortable with the fact that Talon's going to have to move off this high ground further towards IHC zone. But look at this, man. What a great viewpoint we've got right now on the bird's eye view. Just looking at this position that DXavier's got set up, it feels like it's in the bag for them as Talon just starts to take casualties.
Yeah, it could be a game-winning spot for them if they can just deliver when it comes to actually hitting the good shots, the money makers. IHC, it's been a bit bumpy on this one. They've had opportunities, but it's felt like it's been so rough on the rotates. Meanwhile, you've had Reject trapped inside of a building for so long. They knew they had to move. They start to fan out, but you're giving isolated fights where they can take 2v1s, focus the fire, and shut a man down. That is just the solo of Falcons as well. He's really revealed himself. He's put a target on his back for the other squads. Reject slow it back. IHC get pushed in. They're looking for the bonnet. They want to run him down. He turns, burns onto Misery that's now going to be feeling that emotion, and they try and keep it going. All right, Talon taking hot shots. You got the fight back from OCO as well onto Falcons, who finally finds the solo and shuts that man down. Issues being arisen. What? How on earth is he still standing as the vehicle whizzes by?
Godless still alive for so long here. Doesn't need a god because he makes his own miracles, apparently. Nades over the top from Rogue. Will take out another. This is intense, Jackie. Incredible plays here coming through from IHC. And they managed to get themselves still in this game, playing alongside this Ridge. Reject in the meantime, they moved out. The M249 was barking like a canine, but they're not fine anymore over towards that top side of the map. And it's IHC, a 2v4.
IHC, is there somehow, some way they can find the upset to pick up the 2v4 and clap back? Lamborghini denies the potential as he strikes first, leaves it all on one. They want to close it down and walk away with the chicken dinner. They played a smart game. They played a positional game. And in each and every fight, they're finding success. With the 4 players alive, they will take it home as they're going to grab themselves the chicken dinner.
Great game there from DXavier. Honestly, it didn't look too impressive, but you take that high ground, you see it still in the circle. I think what was impressive from DXavier there, you know, they're not elated on that game. It's no surprise because it didn't take too much, but it's the fact that they were constantly looking, constantly spotting these other players in the lobby. They had great ideas of where everyone was in that end game to ensure that ridgeline was basically the winning move. And we called it really early on that that is just disgusting to play against. But awesome game from a lot of teams. Anyone on that eastern edge, my heart goes out to them because it was a tough match to play in.
It was a scrap. It was an absolute scrap. You know, you're looking at that consistent fight between Falcons, Liquid, Reject, where they were just all taking pot shots consistently. One knock, one res, one knock, one pickup. it's rough, but DXavier, like we said, they just played the classical game. They played the numbers, and it pays off.
Yeah, exactly. And I think for DXavier, that is a nice match for them. I don't think they were too far down the standings either, so that's just some more points in the pocket. I think that sits them up towards the 70s point, which I said earlier is sort of where you really want to be to feel pretty safe. They've got one more game to tackle as well, where they'll be able to get some more points on the board. This was just unbelievable to watch, though. The fact that he was just alive for so long and they could not deal with him. He opened the floodgates for a second place for IHC.
Yeah, he was mad. It actually was ridiculous. So you're looking at the way he was playing this one. There's a timeline he does go on to just entirely take the squad, but it could have been huge.
It could have been massive, honestly. Again, though, Reject do a really good job in that game. I'm proud of them there. They know they need more points. It's their final day to play in. One more match, though, on Miramar. See if they can do something similar. I do think if you get that circle going further over towards the eastern side, potentially they have a better game there.
Potentially, but I tell you what, we've been getting good games all damn day. It's been delivering it the day blank. It's been a good day. Day 2 has been really quite spicy.
Yeah, I've been loving it. I really, it's like we said yesterday, it's full of jalapenos, you know? It's the jalapeno gameplay. I love it so much, but things are still going to get more spicy at the end of the day. In the meantime, let's head to a quick break.
The Dingoes, our standout team from Vietnam, able to get themselves a chicken dinner and honestly some points desperately needed when it comes to PMWC. Obviously not a very high elimination game, but either way, getting as many points as possible to make sure they can make it into the main event.
He's massive.
He's gotten pretty big.
This is what it feels like to be tall. This is awesome. I like this. We should keep it like this forever.
We can't have this. No. 15 points for them with only 5 eliminations. Talon, though, 7. You were talking about Talon at the start of the day. You wanted to talk about him yesterday. They are proven to be a pretty strong team, especially in the elim department.
They are. This is the second time that I see them perform really well. And I was talking about Mystery, one of the players that I wanted to see how he was performing. so far, he has been performing really good, too. Al-Ula ex-IHC, though, I want to keep an eye on that team. We were talking, I think it was 2 matches ago, how they were only being able to get Illims. We were talking about the IHC that kind of won PMGC by them being able to win Illims. Guess what? Now it's 2 games in a row where they've been able to get the Illims, and on top of that, they've been able to get the placement points.
Well, not only them, but looking at Harami, considering they were in 23rd place with 9 points, they pick up 10 points in this match to help catapult them up because they're desperately going to need it. Yes, they still get to play tomorrow, but it's not like things are going to be easier tomorrow. Well,
Yeah.
They might kind of be because Group Yellow.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see.
From what we saw from day one.
They find themselves in a really difficult spot, right, when it comes to just being put into Group Green. The fact that there's all these insane teams and Harami's going to have to try and compete against it. He's so tiny now. It's great. I love it. That's what she said. No.
What? Anyways, okay, we can come back. We'll let you back into the mix
come
here.
along.
Trying to play around with the studio, and that's kind of actually how short he is in person. You can't really see there is an elevated ground below.
It's not like I'm tall, by the way.
No.
But you are taller than me.
We can do our segment like this. We can do a segment like this
Like
right
this?
next
All
to
right,
each
let's
other.
see it.
Which is unfortunate.
We're looking at the highlights.
Yeah, we can look at the highlights here. We had some sick nades as well come through. Was that Talon on the Vampire, if I'm not mistaken?
By the way, not sure. DX, we've been talking about this team for the longest time in regards to how passive they play. And you were talking about how you think maybe they're playing passive because it is going to be the last 2 matches for them. I feel like they're just playing the way they've been playing the whole time, Jason.
And he's still on a box. You just can't see it. Yeah, I think we're having a couple of teams we did talk about before, Claris, with playing with a little bit of hesitation. And I think we're kind of seeing it more clearly here, especially for teams in Group Red, because this next match is their final match until it's decided of who potentially is going to make it or not.
Yeah, and this Miramar Circle kind of exacerbated that a little bit as we take a look at the overall leaderboards. I mean, like, the Circle didn't allow anybody to head towards the center for a long time because it was so edge heavy. So very, very difficult for all of these teams to try and get something going towards the center. That means all the crashes were happening on the edge. That means it happens a circle, 2, even 3 circles earlier. Very difficult.
Yeah, and for me, I mean, we're going to have to talk about it. You were just talking about it too, Jason. With Group Red, they're going to be playing their last match. D plus Kia today, I mean, after such a dominant day 1, we're left wondering, was that going to be a fluke? So far, it's looking like it because this team...
a single placement today.
It's just insane. They've only gotten 5 points today, and it has all come from eliminations. And luckily, we're seeing this now because if we would have seen them before, they got 3 more points this last match. It would have been even worse.
Oh, well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but no, I love being the bearer
You love
of bad
it.
news.
Yeah, what am I saying? What?
How are you? Yeah, but
it's Evil Loris.
No, I think D plus Kia, obviously yesterday, they maybe look a little bit foolish in terms of like their initial placement with how things were going, but again, the circles came to them, and when they've had to chase today, they've not been able to really solidify themselves in some of these games, so it's tough.
Look at 7th place, though, Besiktas. We're going to have to point them out really quickly. 20 placement points outside of their win, but 24 limbs. They have the least amount of eliminations on this top 8 out of every group or every team in Group Red. That's not a good sign for them, but they are playing, it seems to be like, just to try to qualify at this rate. But 24 limbs, this is not going to cut it. If you want to win PMWC, you got to bump those numbers
I mean, we've got 3 groups, right? And if you're taking 4 teams from each of those groups, likely Red is going to be hoping that it's probably their top 4 that are probably going to make it if you're averaging things out. That's not how it always goes when it's 3 groups style, but the 4 that are at the bottom in Red have to be very, very scared about this next game.
They really do. I mean, with the ways that some of these other teams are playing, right? Talon Esports right now at 38 points. On top of that, Al-Ula IHC, with them being now in the top 12 as well, that's impressive. And then we're going to be looking at some of the other teams that are going to be coming in tomorrow when Group Jello comes around, like DRX. Boy, I guess with the performance that Harami just had, it's making DRX performance look even worse from day 1.
DRX, I don't see a world. Is there any world? They have to have an insane day tomorrow to try and climb up.
And the thing is, that's to try to get top 12. I mean, if they don't do it here, they're going to be sent into the survival stage where only 4 teams get through. And you have, obviously, the teams who didn't make it from here, but you also have teams like Team Spirit waiting for them, looking to make their mark here at PMWC. But speaking of brute force, this is taking a look at their playing yesterday versus today. I know we checked in on this before 7, and they were kind of playing on pace with how they were doing yesterday. But this is the team lowest at the moment in Group Red.
I mean, for a team that won their PMSL, for a team that had a little bit of hype behind them, because now they had more international experience. I was expecting a lot more. I was going to be honest. I thought they were going to be in top 12. They have disappointed.
I almost bet you Kalaris is feeling the opposite way. This is kind of how we expected things to go for them. But you know what? We expect to go to our casters because it's time to get underway here with our final match in our second day of play. Blink, Jackie, take it away.
Jason, your expectations are correct. Myself and Blank in the building. Last game of the day. The games have been delivering today, Blank. We have had some intense moments from start to finish, but the grand finale, we've been keeping that waiting in the wings, and I can't wait for it.
The 6th game to take the cake here. I'm ready to see it. I'm ready to watch things explode on the screens. We head to Miramar for one final time today, and then Group Red's done. That is the big thing to look out for here, is that Group Red will no longer be playing. So let me just rattle those off for you. Brute Force Tiamba, For Miracle Vibes, Reject, D+ Kia, D Xavier, Besiktas Black, and the one and only UDO Alliance.
And remember, if you're at home thinking, damn, this looks good, but could it look even better? Maybe on a 144 Hz screen at 120 FPS with low response time. Get yourself a GT 20 Pro.
Just get it.
It's that easy. They're flying off the shelves.
Super simple. Like Jackie says, they're flying off the shelves, so just watch out. Might hit you in the face, but just try and grab one.
Yeah,
You're good to
use
go.
the defense pan.
Use the defense pan.
To catch it.
You got the attack pan, the defense pan. This moment requires a defense pan.
Yeah, not the attack pan. Don't attack the foe. Instead, purchase it and use it, as it will be a really good experience, much like this game is going to be. Match 6, Blank. We've been waiting for this one, and with what we've seen today, I think there's room for something quite crazy here.
There is, yeah, but I mean, this ain't so crazy. It's the exact same playing map we saw from last game. What's this all about? We do have everyone just doing the exact same thing. Maybe they'll have learned. Maybe everyone's going to try and take up that position over towards Western Picardo. Pick up the same positions that D Xavier and ISC were able to get themselves. Pretty damn good game off the back of. But yeah, most teams heading out once again. Team Liquid, I think they had a chance in that game, but sort of messed it up just a little bit. We'd have a much different circle, though. Less forgiving, much further over towards that eastern side. Mad Bulls might be able to get a good one off of the back of this, considering they'll be dropping WATCHPARTY ESO, but it's a hot drop between Falcons and Tiamba.
All right, here we go. Strap in then, as already the action is kicking off. The handguns pulled out to deal some damage as Tiamba. They've been thrust into fights quite a few times today. It's been a bit hit and miss. Last game, they went down with 4 elim points off the back of being crashed on by 2 squads. Into this one, they have 1 man knocked immediately as Falcons look to see how much insult they can add.
I mean, with the revolve, this just starts to devolve right now for Tiamba. Losing a player right off the bat like that is just not enjoyable. And again, Tiamba had built themselves up a massive score bank as well already, so going out, not ideal, but I think that they've already done enough, I would say, in today to make it through to the main tournament, ending this with a 2nd place. But you want to be first, man, don't you, really?
Oh, yeah. You always want to be first. Second feels like, you know, first to come second, Blank.
Exactly. The worst. You don't want it.
No.
First to come second, maybe even third if things continue for a team like For Miracle Vibes or D Xavier. Falcons, though, in 16th place. This fight, winning this one, be able to have a good game off the back of it would be very, very nice for this team, because right now their point scoring potential on the day hasn't been amazing. Hasn't been great here, Jackie. Tiamba on the balcony, looking out for some shots here. I'm sure they'd love to take out Alliance in that 1st place spot. And remember, Alliance will be stopping playing today alongside of Tiamba, so that would be locked in if that's the case.
That's what they're gunning for and hoping to take. For Falcons as well, as much as you get that opening establisher, you take the first elim, it's the knock-on effect that could come from this one. You have to clean up this fight without any real issues. You don't want to give away picks. You don't want to lose any players on this, as you're leaving yourself in a detriment of a position throughout the rest of this fight. You've got 1 man that's been lurking upstairs in the compound for some time, Uzi in his hands. If they come running around the corner, playing the little off angle on the stairs, it could be kind of cheeky, Blank. You got that headshot hitbox, he's ready.
I love the fact that he's got the double Uzi. He's got an Uzi in the back pocket as well as a secondary. Stun grenade around the corner, blinds him. Quick Molotov, I like that Molotov actually, that's really good. Heads towards the side room actually as well, so this might actually catch him off guard. He is a solo, all on his lonesome. Tiamba brought down to 3 players pretty early.
Here's the engagement.
Nice.
Bond knows that this is going on, and Bond does respond onto East. He was playing that off angle on the balcony for so long, saw the opportunity to get stuck in. Now, this is what we were talking about. If things really start to unravel here for Falcons, you're going from feeling like, yeah, that was a pretty nice drop, to, oh, what have we done?
Yeah, exactly. It's all gone wrong. And I mean, to be honest with you, Tiamba's sort of a weird team to be hot dropping, though I do think this is more of a case of the situation rather than the plan. With the plane being so far over towards that western side, sometimes you have to go for something like this. But Tiamba has sort of brought it back here just a little bit. Average eliminations here on Miramar, 1. Goodness me, Falcons. It's gone bad to worse. Since being pipped to the post in PMGC, it's just felt bad for this team.
That's one statistic you do want to improve on. Meanwhile, for Tiamba, things looking a little bit better on the numbers game. And XC up close. Oh, he's coming around the corner swinging. He's throwing out the left hooks, the right hooks. He's even got uppercuts to give out the Falcons. And he makes it uncomfortable. They have the numbers to work with, but you still got a bit of a backline. They do find the peak towards the top floor. Bond, lucky to make his move. Can at least go for the medic mission.
I mean, the best part about this is that they've just identified where the last player is. Nowhere in the building. You get a full reset on this. Action has to dip out. Knows he just has to rat this game out now. Needs to snake it through towards the end. Just get some points. 29 points. Total of 30 with the elimination able to pick up early there in that fight. It's not great for them. Similarly for VPE, Mad Bulls, Bro Harami, not had a great day today. Quick replay on the revolver at the start here. Felt like they were trying to regroup on the building. Unlucky start, but NXC, man, with the DBS.
It's rough, but they really thought they had that one. And honestly, from the start they had, you're probably thinking, all right, yeah, we can really clean up on this, but not going to go that way. That was the knockback that resulted in just a reset, so it doesn't matter too much.
Pretty smart play from NXC as well, because all he shows from that top floor is the micro Uzi.
Yeah.
Doesn't let him know he's got the DBS until it's too late when they try to push him. So very, very smart play. Obviously, he could have gone topsy-turvy if Falcons had a DBS to themselves, but surely they would have pushed up the stairs and gone for the refrag on that if they had it. So for NXC, he knew he was in a good spot. He knew he's in probably one of the best spots in that situation. So I think for NXC, plays that really smartly, and that's why Tiamba's currently on top. 103 eliminations now, 1 point ahead of Udo Alliance. You know, but sometimes that's all you need. If Udo Alliance go down, 4 players out, in the next few minutes, they've already won. They've taken first place.
I'll be happy with that. Like you said earlier, man, put a ribbon on it, ship it off, and just be content with the day as a whole. Udo Alliance, though, as much as it felt like a bit of a blip with the uncomfortable fights they were thrown into last time around, I don't hope that that'd be the same situation here. I think from what we've seen, they've looked good individually, but it's been the team play as well.
Yeah, I think for Udo Alliance as well, that last game, like you said, felt unlucky, right? They took a really good fight versus Tongji Bao and then just had the unfortunate nature of coming against Bro Harami pretty much instantly afterwards. So I think for Alliance, unfortunate situation, not much you can do about it. Everyone was so close together at the beginning of the game there that Tongji Bao really shouldn't have taken that fight in the first place. But yeah, once they were locked in, they were locked in. There was no escape from it. The key was thrown away. Look at the map, though. Tongji Bao currently with a nice central position. Mad Bulls moved out early, headed up towards Impala. They're on their outer edges right now, and DXavian moving in from the north. So those are sort of the big teams I'm looking at. But Reject do have a central spot. Again, Reject wanting to put up more games, more points on this game. They need it. 6th place right now. It looks good, but it could get bad tomorrow.
Yeah, that's the thing. You could slip down quite quickly when they rotate them out and switch up the group. So you'd hope if they have any fight left in them, this is when we'd start to see it displayed, especially here in the last matchup of the night, Game 6. You want them to give us something to root for.
Next circle popping soon. See where this one heads off to. Again, a lot of interesting ground around here. I think a lot of times the most uncomfortable finishes would be a hard eastern shift over towards Impala, but you got a lot of that rocky high ground, but instead we're heading down towards the south, towards Los Leones. A bit more of a urban finish that we could end here. It does encompass the entirety of Los Leones as well, which actually cuts out a lot of space, Jackie.
Yeah, restricting that map, making it a bit more awkward for them. Everyone now on their mass migrations as they usher themselves into the new zone and look to try and get ahead of the curve, find themselves any kind of map control to work with. As we can see, everyone moving in. Udo Alliance up on the hill. Other squads down below. Mad Bulls further ahead. Chulika had a banging game, but then they went really south in the follow-up. You'd hope here that man and the rest of the squad can deliver, and there might be an opportunity for it. You're going to take shots in the side, at least on the rotate. Luckily, the geometry there giving him a little bit of a shroud on the road.
That's a killer rotate from the Mad Bulls, actually. The fact they've been able to make it through as well, that's just an instantaneous rotation. They were stuck out on the eastern side. Impala, Xavier took their position before, but wow, the fact they've been able to get in here on the outer skirts of Los Leones, incredible rotate. Not entirely sure how no one was able to pick off a single member from this team, but they took the right plays, isolated a lot of the line of sights as well as they headed through. This was overall a really good rotation from the Mad Bulls and could set themselves up for some success, where success looked limited just moments before.
Look at this, man. This happened so long ago. Tiambo losing the first player, Falcons then just getting ripped to pieces, and they're still trapped amongst each other. You've got the nice establishers here of where our squads are setting themselves up after moving in. That's the only two that's miles away from the rest of the pack that are now all inside of the zone.
Team Liquid trying to get some scouting done here. Ricardo's and Federales spots him. He crashes out. Will need to try and live this one. Tries to get some cover. The reload goes through from Federales and he's behind the rock, but in comes Xavier. Chua here as well. Easy nade for Federales. Only has one nose, has to make it count. First aid kit might go off in time, but no, it will deal the damage necessary to take Cardozo down. Now picking this player back up, dangerous task.
Yeah.
Probably not one that you want to invest into with the rest of the team so far out in the distance on the northeast.
Exposing yourself so much if you run the risk of going for it, knowing the angles that are there, and especially the players that are unknown as well further back. Tiamba looking to sweep, looking to clear. Oh, they drag the crosshair off at least and isolate the fight. You can get the pick up back in, so they do recover that and finally close down Falcons.
Sort of a cruel game there from Tiamba as well. The fact that they stayed in San Martin just to confirm that last elimination, making sure there's no rat behind them. I mean, you love to see it. You love to see it. And Tiamba will find themselves that final elim, taking them up to 4, but they are very low right now. And we're heading into Zone 3 very shortly. This game has just been blazing by, even in terms of just the rotates alone and the speed of the gameplay that we've seen. Brute force up towards La Bandita, trying to play around some of that geometry in that location, but centers up again. A little bit of Los Leones in, a lot of this high ground towards that eastern side. Uncomfortable circle here.
Nothing cozy about this one. The only thing that really is the close grouping. Bit of warmth from all these squads, Blank, because they're going to be on top of one another, trying to fight for survival throughout the duration of this matchup. For Miracle vibes as well, dude. It feels like they really are just having these games, so they get thrown into the deep end. Brute Force as well. It feels like there's been opportunities to deliver, but they've been uncomfortable in a lot of the situations through other squads being able to control them, pen them in, leave them having to fight and play defense.
Crate drops here. You can see we got some graphics.
Yeah, we got some AR.
We got some cool stuff going on.
You like that?
I like that.
Good.
Trophy came up behind it. It's a gorgeous trophy.
It is very pretty, actually.
Yeah, I am liking it. I'm liking it a lot. See, we'll get to lift that one at the end of the day. Rejects onto IHC. Good start for them. We'll confirm the flush onto Demo. So their front man down. Ziol in the back lines.
Ooh. It's a nice tag back at least. He saw the opportunity to get the damage on. Takes the shot, connects it. Means that he can't overcommit. And Divine does look to dip out, get himself into a better angle to tank himself back up. He's still got his squad around him as well, and they've got split ground to work with, so good height.
Yeah, for Reject, the big difficulty comes in the fact that they're far on this western side right now. They have a lot of ground to cover. Luckily, there is a ton of cover to work with as you pass through Los Leones. You can see here, nice little shot of our map screen here as well. Mad Bulls 4 and V, as well as IHC all penning the guys from Reject in. They could go for a southern rotate, but where do you go after that, Jackie? That's the difficulty. D plus Key have already maintained a lot of that zone for themselves on that south side. It's just a tough circle overall, and will take a lot of cerebral action towards the end of the day, which is typically when you don't want to bring that out, right? You want a more of a chill match after your 6 games, but no, we want you to play your hearts out all the way to the end.
Yeah, no flow state gameplay here. It's got to be switched on, smart decision making time and time again. For Tiamba, they've been making their slow rotation around the back, and there is some squads ahead of them as well. Timeline where they could run into a few. You got the spread out as well from Brute Force that have moved up. That's Liquid that are in their eye line that, of course, lost one man earlier on.
Yeah, Cardozo going down is not a good thing for the team. I think he's a really good player on the squad. I think Ayala and Chief, though, definitely some of the big names on that team, including Mythic, and this is why I picked them as one of my big predictions, just because it is a team filled with powerhouses, but they have just not found that flow that they were looking for in these games, and that's a big issue, especially early on in the tournament. There's still time to bring it back, but you don't want to be bringing it back in the survival stage. Luckily, a lot of those top squads will be going out tomorrow, and maybe Team Liquid will be able to take some of these other teams to task. In the more easy setting, Tongji Abaldo coming through and Tiamba getting cut out. I mean, they had a long rotation. They put so much investment into action from Falcons.
They got that first strike off onto TJB in the backline, but it's not really going to amount to too much. You do get the one full confirmation off the back of it, but the remaining trio has gone down to just a solo. All on one man, barely fighting to keep himself alive in terms of the timing, with the blue biting at him. DX do take a strike onto Brute Force as well from the sidelines.
Reject's not done too badly here, actually. I mean, with the circle just crushing in slightly, being more central, it's been given an opportunity to get rid of IHC, which means that backstop, that backline that might have caused some big problems in the future has been removed. It's because the potential to come through. Massive split here from Alliance. It's something they do so frequently as well. On that north side, controlling so much space as they look over towards teams that are maybe trying to get through. Dick Xavier, spot a play here from Brute Force. Should be able to take him down pretty easy with a nade. Doesn't want to expose himself either. Just clean this one up.
You see for the rest of the squad how they did opt out to just back off after they lost the first. They didn't like the fight they had to go up against with DX Xavier, so they left Freezer for dead and rotated out with that. So another elim going their way as they pick that one up. Bit of a move now, a reshuffle from the Reject squad. For Miracle Vibes do have the height though, up top. Hello.
Yeah, nice position. A lot of times you kind of want to come off this one at this stage of the game as the circle comes through, because you know you're probably going to be needing to move at some point. Get your parachute back out again. For Reject, they lost Zara on that rotate. Could have been a perfect rotate for them as well. All four players making it through. Still has a chance to try and crawl in, but you don't want to invest too many smokes when you know you desperately need those smokes in the future to get through Los Leones. But 4MV's definitely not making it easy. Here's Team Liquid. Cars on fire, but central position.
At least they're still alive at this point. Looking a bit iffy for them with some of the engagements they were thrown into, had to split up and cut their losses. You probably will have to make some concessions if you want to survive this one. Vampire looking for the backstab as well as they fire out the shots, getting the tracing off. There is some damage done, but that's from the camp of You Do again as Alliance find that opportunity.
Tongji about. The flower coming through, but instantly dispatched here by Besiktas. On that northern side, they spent quite a bit of time trying to deal with QZ. But he's making his way in too at this point. Vampire. Quite a lot of teams on this northern edge actually trying to play around these ridges on the valley. With Alliance making that split a little bit smaller right now. Constricting. Controlling a bit more space, a bit more firmly, as opposed to having that split. But a lot of times this is what Alliance does well. It's just accruing a lot of that information early on in the game, so they know what they need to do later. It's what DX Xavier did last game to get themselves a nice chicken dinner off the back of it. This is such a difficult circle, Jackie. You can see where the crossroads all meet, the high ground that sits all around it. It really is a case where there's at least 4 winning positions here in this game on the high grounds. Team Liquid is desperate for a southeast shift. QZ's not long for this world, that's for sure. I mean, it was pretty brazen of him. I'm pretty lucky that he's even survived this long.
Tried as best he could. Was looking for any opportunities, but they were few and far between. So it makes sense in the end. He is going to be shut down and taken out of the equation. From the high ground you once had, he starts to make his move as well. For Miracle Vibes, looking to potentially group back up a little bit here as Reject have given space between them. Be aware of this, as they know they've got that timeline. OCO still looking up towards the high ground, believing him to be there. So seeds of doubt in the mind.
Yeah, that's the difficulty, just wondering about where these players are a lot of times for Reject as they pass through perilous ground, let's be honest. luckily able to get through, but this is the cover I was talking about. It gives you ample chance to get in. They still are on the outskirts of the city and the outskirts of the circle too, but I think that they've circumvented enough of 4MV that this should be a possibility to get in. But with 13 teams still alive, there's been a lot of survivors in this game.
Barely holding on by a thread for some of them. For a good chunk of the squads, everyone's sitting pretty, looking pretty comfortable with how they've been able to establish themselves in the game. And the confidence to stay spread as well for UDO Alliance, that's been a big boon for them in the fights they've been taking. These individuals have been really powerful in the 1v1s, in the third parties when they take these backstabs, these little shots to put pressure on. Like again here, the long range fight coming in, that is rough.
It's a nice shot as well because that's their initial scout as well. So it's not likely the rest of the team's going to get in. And there's just some great overlooks that Alliance has been controlling. It seems to be the plan from the very beginning of the game. I like this from this team, just cutting out a lot of these rotations on the northern side and just carving themselves out a lot of space to work with going into the end game. Because like I said, 13 teams is a lot, but it's mainly favored that highly just because of a lot of the urban area around here, a lot of the ditches, a lot of the ridge sides where you can sit teams and keep them hidden. Another push out and Toshpik straight into the rock. There's potential here for some more shots and he has to go back.
Ooh, sent packing immediately as he was looking for the getaway, has to turn the vehicle around.
How has he hit that?
Mate. All right, engine block's gonna blow. He'll get shut down by the shrapnel on that one, so the getaway mission not gonna be completed there.
Just directly into that rock, just ruins the rotate. Tony K is here to play, and he will hit some decent shots over towards Besiktas. Again, these lads have been sat over towards the eastern side for quite some time, and Vampire have not really had too much of an impressive day today, considering these guys were the back-to-back winners of mid-season the last couple of years.
You're going to need something huge, though. Spread those wings, see if they can soar into action going into this last matchup, especially. We're still having 3 players alive at this point. They can build back into it. Try and turn our noses up, prove us wrong in some of these fights. Long distance again. Still opportunities for Alliance to put bullets downrange onto Poser. And Leon's is pushing up. That's a mean nade.
Nasty little nade there coming through. The Molotov just cleans him out. And they've been pressuring them for so long. Leon's jumps into the shack, I imagine, to try and resupply on whatever supplies they have. I don't think that Besiktas was in too many fights, so they should have a lot on those death crates. But here comes Brute Force from behind. And Vampires are now stuck between 2 difficult positions, and Leon's is just pumping the bullets in.
Everyone's looking for damage, and the shots are connecting. Alliance are getting a 3B firefight where everyone else is thrown into the commotion, the chaos that's keeping them guessing, and it's working. You hit onto Tony K, a man that we know can make big moves. With him isolated, you feel confident to push on down. Crystal clear vision, the elevated angle, easy for the hitbox, and they clean up.
Alliance, 9 eliminations so far in this game. At Tiamba, the little lead they've got, it's not enough to keep Alliance at bay. And they're looking to hit that 120, the 10-point average, which would have been a crazy way to finish out this tournament. For them, at least, in Group Red. I'll be glad to see it, and with the way they're playing so far, it doesn't seem that unlikely to me. Bro Harame in a real tough spot. Nades available for Alliance. Smoke's going down to provide a little bit of cover to peek off the back of.
All right, Alliance, there we go. He bides his time. Coiled like the Viper and then pounced like an animal in beast mode again. Like you said, there's still nades in the backpack and he feels confident to dash them out now and rain down damage. Man, that's on point.
More damage is flowing through. It's just one guy as well dealing this amount of pain. The smokes go down. They're going to attempt to get some of these reses through. Flex comes out from the side. Worried about some of the high ground, though, and I think that's reasonable. No one's really looking at this at the moment. Sort of an isolated fight for Alliance versus Bro Harame.
Talon up close, the claw's not sharp enough on that one. As D plus Kia are able to respond back, at least in the first engagement that's given to them. The nades are still being rained out as well from Flax, who does even more damage, but finally there is a bit of a response. Tulica spots the engagement.
Will flush out Cluck as well. So unable to keep going. Jimmy's up close and personal. Molotov goes in. They're all burning. Send out the side, and with the jump shot, we'll finish things off here in the air. feels the breeze. His own molly will knock him. The only one that can take out Jimmy seems to be himself here. But he is on fire, literally.
Yeah, he's playing that way. An absolute infernus on the team, lighting everyone up and making it uncomfortable for them. Recovery mission is going to be a little bit of an X on his back, though. And the smooth moves, man. Jimmy, he's at good rotation, but good in the firefights as well, Blank. This is what we're talking about. That momentum they've got behind them right now. They're willing to go for confidence plays. This is what that engagement was supposed to be, with Talent looking to take the fight against DK+. It's really looking awkward. I mean, you've got the high ground. They're down towards the bottom of the ridge, priming an aid, hoping maybe that would be a nice tap across Misery. He's wanted to get stuck into some of these fights. He's had some unlucky engagements over the course of the past few games. It feels like he gets isolated. He goes down easy. If he can step up here, it'd be a big boon for the team as they go for the push up the hill, closing the gap, trying to get those SMGs in close range. The shotgun's causing problems as the bullets rattles off, but it's barely any damage done onto Talon as they are taking shots and cleaning their way through them bit by bit.
A D+K is down. Talon's able to take them out. They tried to unlock the gates there with those smokes, which might have been able to get towards that top side, but they missed a crucial Molotov, which lines up towards that side. It's more missing on the timing, really, because they did stop them from pushing that ridge side for quite a while, but they sat around redesignating the smokes, and I think the difference maker there would have been a speedier push. Team Liquid up against the Xaviers. They're trying to assault their positions. Some decent nades coming through. Flax will take down Tudica on the rotate there in the vehicle. A lot's popping off here. Nice nade, though.
That's a big one.
Mythic.
C4 thrown on the door. Let's see if they can close their gap on it. They want to get up close, Blank. They're really taking the fight towards the Xavier here. There is shells being fired off all over the shop inside of the smokes. Hard to contain the commotion that's going on, but the Xavier are on the wrong end of the sword. As they're slain, it continues to go on as well. Oh, mate, what's happening?
A nuts engagement there from Team Liquid, honestly. Mythic goes crazy in those endgame moments, almost wins the trade versus Talon on the high ground, and Reject's still in. With their little cool rotates towards the beginning of the game, just micro-stuttering their way into the circle. This is big. And this is Jimmy's instantaneous knocks over towards all these guys. Walks back into his own Molotov. I think he was just riding the high at that point.
High ground is the fight that we're seeing before our very eyes here. Tulica again taking bullets from range as you've got Reject on that elevated angle. Meanwhile, down towards the bottom end of it, that's Alliance that have been forced to fight this continuously. Mad Bulls, they got some of the business here. They're looking to see if they can keep themselves alive. Small shroud of the smoke, that's going to dissipate. Bullet will connect off the clean angle as Reject gets stuck into that one.
This high ground is just disgusting to play against. These nades coming through, massive one onto Misery. That might just open things up a little bit here for Reject. They get this high ground, they have a real winning chance in this game. Another nade over the top, a good amount of chip damage, but it's Axel who has to be the linchpin here. That one looks close, goes a bit too far. The airburst is not there, and the two players in the back now trying to attempt to keep Axel at bay. But this gives time for Alliance to regroup, reconsider their options. 13 eliminations once again. This has been one of the most elimination-heavy teams in the game so far.
And Reject, it looks so strong with how they were playing it up on top. But Axel's backline with the response back from Misery as well. They put the pressure back and flipped the script, making it uncomfortable for them to hold. And you're split. Your attention's now between two different pathways when they want to converge onto you. And this gives time for the other squads. Like you said, you can reset, start to move up, get yourselves into a better position. And whilst they're infighting, you can scale up.
Apex, real close here. The nade goes long from Reject. Not able to take him down. Baron playing a perfect backstop mentality for the team, allowing Apex to get nice and close. Does drop off the angle for a second here.
For Miracle vibes. Back towards the compound side. Alliance slowing it down. The two duos versus the two trios that are still alive and kicking. High ground could be so prevalent, it could be so beneficial. Misery, scouting down below, clearing all these angles, wants to have a good assess of the lay of the land and know exactly where Alliance could be. Doesn't over-egg the pudding though, Blank. He pulls back, plays with the rest of the squad. They're looking to play this smart.
Yeah, for Talon, this should be in the back pocket, right? They just have to play intelligently, not push too far out, and not shake the boat on the top of this mountain. because the opportunity is here for them to get a ton of points off the back of this one. But again, this is a team that has been struggling in the group stage. Alliance underneath, biding their time. You wouldn't believe it, but we're in the final circle here. This is going to crunch everyone in, and it's very dangerous for Talon because they've not been able to get enough done at this point in time that the circle's going to push them off that high ground into the jaws of Alliance and 4MV.
Misery. His scouting mission worked to at least get the info. But now it's not his nades that are being thrown in. They're taking the splash damage that's thrown across from Reject, trying to keep them penned in. You can see it with the split here from the top-down view, the way both sides of the coin are looking very similar. But Talon look to take the initiative, and with the use of the utility and their gun skill, they shut down Reject, reject the chance of them finding supremacy on this one, claim control of the hill, and make their lives slightly easier. For Miracle Vibes still have utility to play with, and they really are. Throwing out the dynamite, say goodbye to the first man. Talon forced to recoil and reset.
Crunch of a grenade there onto another one over the top from Baron. The Barony is in session, and Refus in the meantime is taking down Alliance. This could be a full sweep onto Talon here, and they will do it. Apex Predator inside the lobby. Now looks towards Alliance here to break them up. Their last game of the day. Refus drops down from up on high.
Oh, he goes for it. The drop down into the engagement, now panicking. The snap second decision making of how to recover this one. You know you're down effectively in a 1v2 isolated fight. You got nades raining down on top of your head. Like you said, the Apex Predator, the man that's been making the difference here for Miracle Vibes, so close to upsetting the potential of another pickup, another chicken dinner for Alliance. If he can just find control of the game from this point. Doesn't want to waste his time going for the res, instead switches out to the nades. You got the push up from Flax. He's looking to make his move in. Heavy chip damage done that's going to keep him pent. He's struggling as the drop comes through, denies Alliance, and they grab that one.
4MV, what a finishing game there. Was tough, great angles held, and Talon just could not face up against them. Reject crumbled under the force of the Talon's weight, but it's 4MV to lift them high and toss them down. What a game from them. Not easy whatsoever, taking two fights at the same time to enable themselves to take that game, and in the final moments, a 1v1. Not an easy decision to make that jump off the top side and hit the air shot as well. Really, really well played for 4MV, and I think this is the 4MV a lot of people are expecting to see on the stage here at PMWC.
Yeah, they're playing up to the environment. Big stage players is what we just saw there. The decision making, the way they controlled the fights, and the nades, man, that is absolutely sick.
Can't quite believe it himself.
Yeah.
For the nades, like you said, really, really well done, very well placed. And you can kind of see the difference between a team like 4MV and Reject. The way that 4MV set this fight up, they had that backline member. They had a general idea of where to be sending these grenades because they had constant information flowing back from their backline. So Apex just tosses these grenades in, and they're all on target. It really does require you to have a very well-oiled team, some good refrags here as well. And again, this is how a lot of teams describe 4MV is just tactical in their nature. It's a nice game, and I expect to see more of it out of this team because they've had a slow start.
Doesn't matter how you start, though, if you can finish strong and bring that momentum out when it matters most. And that is going to be a good one, at least in terms of the energy as well. You're going to go home feeling pretty happy with that result.
Yeah, you absolutely are. And I mean, for 4 Miracle Vibes to finish things off there in Group Red with a win, going into, hopefully not survival stage for them, but into the main tournament, that is a nice bit of momentum to have, honestly. And it's one you desperately need because you don't want to be going through the group stage thinking, this is really tough, and then having to play against the best of the best again in that main tournament.
Yeah, you thought that difficulty level was hard? We're going to double it. Keep it going.
We're going to dial that thing up.
Yeah, bring it all the way up. But let's bring it back down to the studio with Jason Kaplan. Ooh, what are you saying, Jason?
Man, I'm just happy to see 4MV close things out for another day. They closed out things yesterday, and they closed out things yet again today to pick themselves up another chicken dinner. And 7, I'm gonna start things off talking about those nades. You're seeing all these other teams. I brought up to you, you never like realized it, that other teams just can't seem to compete when it comes to 4MV with nades. Taking on Talon with no vision, opening things up for them to knock them out.
I want to give a shout out to Boom. All right, because of Boom, you started mentioning how good 4 Miracle Vibes grenades were, and ever since then, I just, every single time, man, they throw a nade, it hits it perfectly without them even knowing if the player is actually there or not. It's really impressive.
Why are they catching strays? What's this?
Because it was
That's what
really
kids
bad.
say, right?
Boom's nades were...
I'm not even going to jump around with this. But Colors, you did look at the end, though, for Alliance. And very awkward play you were talking about in the final zone.
Yeah, so it's a little bit rough, right? Because if you're taking that 1v1, obviously neither player can really go for a res or anything like that. You kind of want to keep yourself up against the wall if you're the one on the ground. Of course, 4MV trying to charge up an aid and trying to go for the damage here. I feel like you're a little bit better to just stay up against the wall and wait for 4MV to have to try and come off. Maybe you take a little bit less damage, or maybe you win when the drop shot comes in. But it's really a fine line. Very, very close, and 4MV does make it out in the end.
We're also talking about Talon Esports being able to finish off the day there with 14 points. And Reject, too, one of the teams that's not going to be playing tomorrow. They're going to be sitting out. It's going to be 10 points as they already played all of their matches. And going back to what we were talking about Alliance, too, I guess if we have to start nitpicking a little bit with that team, has to be their end games, because every single time they have gotten a chicken dinner in the past, it's always been a little bit sketchy for us.
Well, speaking of nitpicking here, Team Falcons, the initial fight against Tiamba, you saw top just disappointed in that push they had in a 2-on-1. They get knocked out with only 1 point, and they did score a ridiculously low amount of points here today. But one thing we have to keep in mind is looking into tomorrow, as we were discussing, Group Yellow does seem to be, and statistically, as we saw with day one, the weakest team, or sorry, weakest group that we have here.
Yep.
So now kind of you have to look at the comparison of how did Red do against Yellow, but how's Green going to do against Yellow?
It's weird, right? Because you would think to yourself, coming in, oh, well, if Red could do good against Yellow, then Green certainly will. However, it does feel like today Red kind of surpassed their expectations going up against Green.
You know, we kind of like dominated, too. For me, though, the biggest question mark is there is so many teams in Group Yellow that perform absolutely awful in day one. Oof. I wonder if them being able to sit out today, being able to do a little bit more homework, watching those VODs, doing all of that stuff, if maybe tomorrow they're going to be bringing a spark that was missing in that first day.
I think one thing that I'm having to keep in mind is this is the first day of play for Group Green, right? Yesterday, Group Red played a day. They had 6 matches under their belt. Then they come into today against warm against the toughest group, the Group of Death. But they went in cold against the easiest group. Now we're seeing the other way going to happen, where Group Green's going to go into tomorrow against the weakest group, warmed up. There is a potential. I'm sorry, I'm doing some like weird 4D chess right here, where they could pull off a ton of points. And that means if you're in Group Red at the bottom of your leader of your group, you could easily be knocked out.
Yeah, but what if Group Green, right? If they
it's true. Keep going. What do you got?
I've got nothing.
I'm letting you cook.
I was just, I mean, you just cooked for about a good 3 minutes. It was spectacular. Yum chef's kiss, I think. I don't know.
Yantasho.
Well, you were talking about Group Red outdoing Group Green today. Let's actually take a look here at our daily winners, which actually means we had 2 chicken dinners for our Group Green, and the rest went the way of Group Red. Of course, Alliance with the back-to-back.
I mean, they almost got 3 on the day. Let's be real. Like, Alliance completely surpassed my expectations. I'm very excited to see them in the main event here. I don't know. I mean, the thing is, when you get to the main event, the lobby, that is the lobby. It is going to be difficult to be able to get away with some of the things they did. But even in this last game, I loved their approach into the between Los Leones, not Los Leones scenario. Coming in from that north side, taking those fights the way they did. Alliance looked good all day, and they kept doing it throughout the day.
Yeah, and even towards the end of the day, you could see teams like Tiamba that are, in a way, with the amount of points that they have, secure a spot already towards the finals. They seemed like they were just slacking off a little bit more. They were willing to engage into fights that maybe earlier in the day they weren't willing to do. And also, with us having a back-to-back chicken dinner winner today, it's kind of what I was mentioning yesterday in regards of how the uncertainty was happening within those groups. And now, you were saying with Group Red, at least we now possibly have a favorite, but who knows? I mean, it's only day 2 of group stages.
Yeah, none of us know, and that's kind of the upside here. Something that makes me really excited for tomorrow of what will happen. But it is time to get into this, and I asked you guys this beforehand, so you have time to prepare who our Sony MVP of the day is going to be. Do you have an answer for me? I think we're all in agreement it's probably from Alliance or QZ.
I think it's somebody from Alliance.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I'm going to also agree. Do you have a name? I have a name.
I do not.
Leon.
Oh, yeah.
We'll try.
The survival time in the MVP formula.
Across the team, everyone really put in a good shift. So, yeah.
Okay.
We'll
let's take a look here at our Sony
15.
MVP of the day and who it's going to be.
more elims than yesterday? Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's fine.
To be fair, in one of those matches, we did see him playing that high ground position, giving them cover on top of one of those buildings to get a lot of damage in, which I'm assuming is one of the reasons that he's actually, I think this is actually the position. No, it's not the position that he gets the MVP. But either way, this is the one. The fact is, Alliance, everyone was playing extremely well. I'd actually be really curious to see like the breakdown per player of how many limbs and how much damage they have across the team, because it's got to be pretty close.
I think there's an interesting thing, obviously. We've seen them do those big wide splits, right? And in order to be able to get away with those big wide splits in lobbies like this, each individual player needs to have a lot of confidence about being able to stay alive, and in that case, they need to be having confidence in taking their fights themselves. So it doesn't surprise me that, again, any of them could have probably taken the MVP spot. Cluck was here, he was able to take it, and there was moments where he was in central positions in the splits. There was moments where he was able to do a lot of fragging as well. Great stuff.
I think you got to give the flowers to whoever's scouting currently for Alliance, because every single time they do go into those splits, they make sure that their back is fully secure. They make sure that they're not going to be engaging into any surprise fights, which usually is the case for some of the other teams. They might end up getting surprised when they do end up with those big splits. Alliance right now played the perfect day.
Yeah, and I don't think any of us would have ever predicted, and I think even the Indo talent would never predicted to see Alliance be the top team from SEA. But you know what? They're going to be doing it. They're going to be topping the table at the end of day 2. We're going to see here by how much. That's a pretty big lead.
That's good. That's good. I mean, nobody so far has got themselves 3 wins on the board. Never mind so many kind of extra higher finishes.
I think 7C is exactly what I'm looking at. Fact is, okay, none of these teams on this front page play tomorrow.
Yep.
So that means they have over a 70-point lead compared to any other team from Group Green or Group Yellow. For 70 points, for someone to close that gap, I think we might be looking at our first place finish at the end of group stage.
Oh, okay.
I think Alliance might be doing it. It depends on how dominating Green can potentially be against Yellow, but 70-something points on a day?
Yeah, if someone has a huge pop-off day, maybe they can make it.
I mean, Alliance only have...
That's a huge testament to what they've been able to do
60 points a day on average from
I think the thing I'm going to be looking at now is going to be on that 6th, 7th, and 8th place. Those teams, I feel like with the performance that they had today, especially D+, they're going to be kind of biting their nails, hoping that tomorrow some of the teams don't end up performing well and overpassing them, because I feel like they didn't do well enough.
That's the thing, right? We were theorizing alongside John Allen what the cutoff might actually be for that 12th place spot. And because Alliance and Tiamba have soaked up the points that they actually have been able to take, I feel like Reject might actually be safe now. Obviously, you would think maybe 4 teams from red, 4 teams from green, 4 teams from yellow, but Reject might be safe, so maybe we'll get 5 from red going in. D+, Kia, Besiktas, Brute Force. It is scary times, I think.
It's crazy to see Besiktas there, because they did end up getting a win, but just those elimination points from that team were absolutely non-existent, and now we're looking at some of the other performances. Al-Ula IHC, I felt like that team performed so well, especially at the first 2 games that we're kind of scratching our heads. We're like, okay, are we going to be getting the same IHC that we've been seeing recently, or are we possibly going to be getting a new IHC? So far, I'm impressed with the last 4 games.
It's a big day for Talon.
Yes.
Day.
That's it. That's your contribution to the conversation. I mean, yeah, big day nonetheless, as we can see here further down the list. And again, all these teams will be playing tomorrow. Are there any teams that you're kind of disappointed in their current positions? I would go with Mad Bulls. I would go with Boom. And even maybe IWNRX, especially being that low.
Are you just going to name every team on this
I
page?
named 3. There's 8 teams there. I named 3, James. Come on.
That's fine. Yeah, I mean, I actually expected quite a bit, even though I wasn't super confident about South Korea's chances, which D+ now might find themselves in a bit of a danger zone. I did expect more than 8 points from DRX yesterday. Tomorrow, going to have to be a huge day for them. I do think they're already down into survival, but if they were to somehow make it, it would have to be massive.
For me, Inko. I'm going to be looking forward to seeing how Inko is going to respond tomorrow. Are we going to be seeing the Inko that we're used to seeing in the regional tournaments, or are we going to be seeing the Inko that we end up seeing every single time when we get to an international event, which just feels like they always end up falling short? And it's starting to become a trend with Inko where they end up going to survival stage. Yeah, they barely survive once in a while, but right now I can't wait to see what the first game's going to be like.
It's rough to be so overshadowed in your region. Like, Inko is not a bad team at all. If you put them in any other region, in the actual regionals themselves, Inko likely getting podium, no doubt, absolutely. But then you've got Team Liquid, who actually didn't have a great day today, as well as Alpha 7. But these two teams are like challenging at the internationals, right? So yeah, it's tough for Inco.
Team Liquid, actually, now that you mention it,
bit of a rough day.
Underperforming day.
They started off hot, and then they didn't do so well.
The rotations were
What's that about?
Where are these hand motions coming from is what I want to know.
I don't know, you barely see him. It was all about
sugar.
7 in the shot, so I was just like, yeah, I don't know what's going on. What's happening here?
I like how you put it at his height, too, but then again,
What are these rotations, 7? What's going
well,
on?
in the meantime, before we do get to come back and finish off our closing thoughts about the day, it's time to head down to the stage with Barney for an interview.
Welcome back to the STC Arena, where we are joined by QZZ from Tianba. What an unbelievable performance you and your team had today. For yourself, 23 eliminations over the past 2 days, and you're also the 3rd highest damage dealer throughout this competition so far. How is your confidence with you and your team at this point?
你在这场比赛就是这2天已经赢得了，就是淘汰了23位选手，然后你是属于排名第3，伤害最高的选手，然后想知道一下你对自己的心情觉得怎么样？
对自己的心情吗？我现在的心情很好，因为我们团队大家都打得很不错，然后配合的也很不错。
I'm really good mood because everyone been playing really well and cooperation is everything is so good.
It is indeed, and you've managed to secure so many points over the past 2 days. However, no chicken dinners. What do you think has been holding you back?
你这几天已经淘汰了很多选手，然后可是你也没有吃鸡，想要知道原因是什么？你觉得原因是什么呢？
原因其实就是我们可能打得比较激进嘛，有的时候觉得圈有点上头，然后导致没有吃鸡，然后回去会好好改一下这个问题的。
Yeah, it's because we've been playing really aggressive and sometimes we kind of losing the control. So we will try to be better and we will just talk about it within the team.
Okay, so maybe being a little bit too aggressive. So this question is basically, what are you going to be focusing on between now and we can safely assume you're in the grand final. So yeah, what are you going to be focusing on between now and then?
我们已经大概会推测你会进入决赛，然后想知道一下你现在还有到决赛之间这个时间的话，你都会做什么准备呢？
我觉得更多是可能自己枪法上的准备吧，因为其实我们团队的准备，然后都会有一些，然后更多的是枪法上的练枪吧。
We need to train about our aim, and other than that, I would say nothing much, only the aim.
You need to train your aim, and I apparently need to train my microphone skills. But that's QZZ from Tianba on the stage. What an incredible performance they've had over the past 2 days. Tomorrow, they're going to be chilling out. They've got nothing to do except sit back and watch everyone try and keep up with them. But don't go anywhere, because right now we're not done here on the stage, because Sandstorm's got an interview, and I believe it's with Sertani. Sandstorm, go ahead.
Right here with you, Barney. And yes, I am indeed joined by Sertani of Vampire Esports. Now, Sertani, coming into PMWC as the back-to-back MSC champions, the mid-season champions, how does it feel? Do you feel like there's a lot of pressure on your shoulders coming into this tournament?
Yeah, it's a bit pressure because this tournament, you know, is a really tough tournament that you've ever seen because so many teams are so strong. And also you met another opponent that are really good, so yeah, it's a bit pressure.
I mean, I would say so. Back-to-back MSC champions, it has got to be, and especially with the caliber of teams that we have present in the PUBG Mobile World Cup. It's not going to be easy for any team, but I want to ask you, what are the things that you're going to be working on for for day 2 of your group specifically, so day 3 of the groups, because you guys seem to have struggled in today's games. It's not the, it's not the performance that we're used to seeing from Vampire Esports.
Yeah, today I think is really bad for us because you cannot interview me like last year. Just kidding. Because I think the more gameplay about the tactic is the chain. Like my team too, and other team too, and the circle is the most important thing too. So many people playing on the edge right now, so I have to adapt on the tomorrow, and I hope we will play more aggressive like we do last year.
All right, well, we'll see if Vampire Esports can bounce back and get themselves into the top 12, because going into tomorrow, the final days of groups, they will know exactly how many points they will need to qualify and join us in the grand finals, or will we be seeing them in the survival stage? You know what? I believe Vampire Esports can do it. I believe they can make it to the top 12. Make sure to tune in tomorrow for the day 3 and the final day of group stage for PMWC. But before that, we're going to head on over to the studio to wrap up our second day of groups for the PUBG Mobile World Cup here at Esports World Cup. Take it away, guys.
I really need to get some time to ask Sertania there if the gold on his shirt is actually real gold after their 2 wins in the mid-season event. But I think you got to hear from Sertania, you got to hear from QZZ as well. And QZZ saying that they're just playing too aggressive sometimes, which is why they're faltering and not finishing off these games. But you know what? Second place, like...
Yeah, but need to work on their aim.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I think that's a very PR answer.
What's he talking about?
Can their aim get any better? Because if it does, I think everyone's screwed.
Yeah, they'd be having a really hard time. I think they can continue doing what they're doing. I think that I'm not sure really who could actually rival them aside from what Alliance has shown so far. I think they've come in looking really good. They've clearly had great practice at PMRC. It's working out.
I'm glad he mentioned them being a little bit aggressive because we were talking about it towards the last couple of matches, but I thought they were just being aggressive because in a way that they had the spot secured. They're going to be going to the finals now. Yeah. They don't really have to worry about anything else. So it's interesting that he thinks even maybe he meant throughout like the whole day that we're being a little bit too aggressive. I don't know. I have to go back and look at their gameplay.
I don't know, man. They're qualified through now. They get to take tomorrow, or the next 2 days actually, look back on what they did right, look back at what they potentially did wrong, and then really focus in. Actually, no, they have more than 2 days, right? Because survival stage next, and then they have a day off, and then they have the main tournament. They have a lot of days off here, which makes it honestly something you have to think about. If you qualify on the group stage, you have so much extra time than qualifying through the survival stage, where you're going to be trying to rest and review what you did right and wrong.
And you just don't want to go to survival stage.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we've been talking about it, too.
I mean, there's more money to win there.
It is more money, but then you're going to be... the pressure is going to make some of the players crumble, which we have seen it in the past, no matter how many times players say, no, I'm not nervous. Yeah, once you get to survival stage, you'll definitely end up being nervous.
Well, you're either going to crumble from pressure or you're going to be made into a diamond. And diamonds are beautiful, just like our Violet Thunder set in S12K, which you guys can pick up now, which celebrates the 2024 PMWC and commemorates the players' participation in this historical esports event. Make sure you guys pick it up because it looks sick, it looks awesome. And, of course, after you're done doing that, make sure you guys fill out the survey because we love to hear you guys' feedback. Whether it be 7, we need to get him a box. Whether it's Kalaris, we need to see good Laris come out. Whether it might be, make sure you fill it out because we always do appreciate it. But, gentlemen, we're pretty much getting to the closing parts of day 2. Any takeaways from you, 7?
I can't wait to see what Brazil's going to be doing tomorrow, honestly. Take away, I mean, Alliance, what they were able to do in regards to the splits, how they were able to perform really well, how they were able to get those back-to-back chicken dinners. Yeah, that's good. Tiamba, too, with the Chinese